Before his sentence was finished, two pairs of wings appeared behind the dragon phoenix true body. A pair of flames burned like the wings of a divine phoenix. Every single feather was like an arrow that was burned through with a crystalline luster. His other pair of wings were even larger and shone with a blinding golden light, identical to the wings of the golden rock. The dragon phoenix true body vanished on the spot instantly. A scarlet golden light flashed. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Matriarch Yuluo. It was too fast. Even though Matriarch Yuluo was long prepared, that speed had already surpassed her expectations. Since you don't want to give up on the Green Lotus true body, your eldest disciple will die because of you. Matriarch Yuluo hollered and exerted strength in her palm, wanting to kill the white cat in her embrace. Immobilize. The moment the scarlet golden light descended, the voice of the dragon phoenix true body sounded. A strange divine power descended on Matriarch Yuluo. That divine power was merely a lesser divine power that was comprehended by the dragon phoenix true body after he entered the ancestor realm. His inspiration came from the final stance of the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Sea Calming. The saber intent of Sea Calming contained a divine power. When the dragon phoenix true body had just advanced to the ancestor realm, this was the most superficial divine power that was first comprehended, the body immobilization technique. Matriarch Yuluo's expression changed. The power of the divine power could restrict her figure such that she could not move at all. Of course, the power of that divine power was not strong. She could break free from the influence of that divine power in the blink of an eye. However, the problem was that the dragon phoenix true body was extremely close. Naturally, the dragon phoenix true body did not expect that a perfected Mahayana like Matriarch Yuluo would be restricted to the spot and rendered immobile. What he wanted to do was for the body immobilization technique to lock Matriarch Yuluo for an instant. In a fight between experts, an instant was all that mattered. A single thought was equivalent to a single moment. 20 thoughts was equivalent to an instant. For the dragon phoenix true body, this instant could not only protect Bai Mingshue's life, but also kill Matriarch Yuluo. As someone able to cultivate to the perfected Mahayana realm, Matriarch Yuluo was not someone easy to deal with and realized how terrifying this matter was right away. She knew that she had made a mistake and lost the initiative. If she killed Bai Mingxue, she might not get the chance to leave alive. Matriarch Yuluo's reaction was extremely fast and she even abandoned her body. Her essence spirit left her body and transformed into a streak of light, escaping into the distance. Bang! The moment her essence spirit left her body was smashed into pieces by the dragon phoenix true body and fresh blood flowed. If her essence spirit was a step slower, she might have been killed by the dragon phoenix true body. Matriarch Yuluo's essence spirit fled far away and channeled her spirit consciousness. In the blink of an eye, she conjured her body once more with a terrible expression. The dragon phoenix true body was in no hurry to kill her. Instead, he carried the white cat carefully. The moment the dragon phoenix true body's spirit consciousness moved, the wounds on Bai Mingxue healed at a visible speed. However, he did not have the means to restore Bai Mingxue to her human form. Once released, the beast Dao was irreversible. There was no way to dispel it without the divine power of the human Dao. The dragon phoenix true body held the white cat with both hands and felt a sense of guilt. As though it could sense the guilt and self-blame in the dragon phoenix true body's heart, the white cat lowered its head and rubbed against his palm. Everyone present, does anyone know the human Dao greater divine power? I, Desolate Marshal, will definitely remember this favor. The dragon phoenix true body surveyed the surroundings and asked loudly. No one replied. The 6 Dao divine powers were considered as divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries and were difficult to comprehend without the deep foundation of the Buddhist monasteries. The dragon phoenix true body said softly, Bai Ming, my capabilities are limited right now and I can't transform you back yet. However, don't worry. I can help you vent your anger on whoever bullied you. With that said, the dragon phoenix true body turned around and glared at Matriarch Yuluo coldly in the distance. Bitch, how dare you? Swoosh! The dragon phoenix true body leaped and flapped his 4 wings, charging towards Matriarch Yuluo. Fellow Taoists Fei Duan and Su Jing. Help me. Matriarch Yuluo was alarmed and called for help immediately. Patriarch Su Jing's gaze flickered and he stood on the spot without advancing rashly. On the other hand, Patriarch Fei Duan did not think too much about it and summoned his destiny dermic treasure, prepared to help. Right then, the skies darkened and a terrifying might descended, enveloping the skies of Enigma Palace. Patriarch Fei Duan looked over instinctively. The dragon phoenix true body had already vanished. In his place was a massive variant demon beast with a dragon's head and phoenix's tail. Its body burned with scorching golden flames and its claws were sharp. After the demon beast descended, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt an uncontrollable fear and shuddered. That aura was enough to stun all living beings of the 10,000 races. Even Patriarch Xinyu and the other four were silent with deep fear in their eyes. Patriarch Fei Duan was about to charge forward when he saw that. His legs went limp and his voice trembled. Taboo Dragon. Phoenix. The dragon phoenix true body was only at the early stage Mahayana realm. Given his combat strength, it was not impossible for him to fight the dragon phoenix true body. However, the fear towards taboos had long been embedded in his bones. Even the Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races retreated in fear instinctively when they saw the primordial taboo, let alone him. It was only at that moment that the living beings of the 10,000 races realized that Desolate Martial's true body was not the dragon true body, but the dragon phoenix true body. In this generation, 2 of the 3 primordial taboos had already been born. Apart from a few people, the other living beings did not realize that all 3 primordial taboos were present at the 10,000 race meet. Some cultivators with sharp eyes could see clearly that many scales on the back of the taboo dragon phoenix had stood up, forming a circle to deflect the surrounding flames. In the circle was a white cat. It was Desolate Martial's eldest disciple, Baiming Shui. Even if Baiming Shui has been turned into a beast, it's worth it. That's right. Who in the world can ride on the back of a taboo dragon phoenix? Many living beings lamented. Patriarch Fei Duan recognized the origin of the taboo dragon phoenix and retreated stealthily, afraid that he would attract the attention of the dragon phoenix true body. There was no one beside Matriarch Yuluo on the battlefield. At that moment, Matriarch Yuluo's face was pale as well. She had not expected that she would provoke such a terrifying existence. Desolate Martial. There must be some misunderstanding here. Matriarch Yuluo forced a smile and tried her best to explain. Her dominance and confidence from earlier on had vanished without a trace. You don't have to explain it to me, the dragon phoenix true body said coldly. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spewed out scarlet flames. To be precise, those were no longer flames, but scarlet lava. After the evolution of the innate divine power, the dragon phoenix flame had already turned even more terrifying, turning into rumbling lava that poured down on Matriarch Yuluo. Frost barrier. Matriarch Yuluo released a greater divine power right away, and a chilling frost barrier was formed around her instantly. The entire frost barrier was formed like a gigantic ice crystal with defined edges. Xing. When the scarlet lava splashed onto the frost barrier, the 2 powers of ice and fire collided and green smoke billowed instantly with an ear-piercing sound. The lava slid down the frost barrier and engulfed Matriarch Yuluo completely. The light of the frost barrier flickered as well. The edges of the ice crystals had already been melted by the lava. However, the scorching lava could not penetrate the ice crystals completely. In this fight between 2 different powers, neither side yielded. The dragon phoenix true body had a cold expression and swooped down. He reached out with his gigantic, menacing dragon phoenix claws and dug into the gigantic ice crystals. Crack, crack, crack. Raging flames burned on the dragon phoenix claws as well. Like iron hooks that were burned red, the claws pierced the ice crystals instantly. Matriarch Yuluo's expression changed starkly when she saw that. If the frost barrier had no openings, it could hold out for a long time. But now that the barrier was pierced by the dragon phoenix true body, cracks appeared on the ice crystals and scorching lava began to seep in. She could not hold on for long. Roar! Right then, the dragon phoenix true body roared into the skies and flapped his wings. Flames surged as the dragon phoenix claws tore towards both sides. Once the taboo dragon phoenix released his full strength, given the sharpness of the dragon phoenix claws, he could even rip the massive body of the Kuan race into two. Snap! The dragon phoenix true body did not give Matriarch Yuluo any time at all. He tore the frost barrier apart and countless ice shards fell to the ground. Slash! Matriarch Yuluo channeled the astral sword in her hands and stabbed towards the dragon phoenix true body. The dragon phoenix true body did not dodge or avoid. He reached out with his dragon phoenix claw and ignored the sharpness of the astral sword, grabbing it in his palm. The other dragon phoenix claw descended and arrived above Matriarch Yuluo's head in the blink of an eye. The nails of the claw were sharp and cold. As long as he exerted strength, he could pierce Matriarch Yuluo's head. Victory was decided. Under the envelopment of the dragon phoenix claw, Matriarch Yuluo could not even send her essence spirit out of her body. She did not dare to act rashly. The dragon phoenix true body reverted to his human form and carried the white cat Baiming Shui had transformed into with his left hand. He pushed down Matriarch Yuluo's head with his right hand with a cold expression. Having cultivated to this point, Matriarch Yuluo did not wish to die. Although the dragon phoenix true body was decisive to kill, he did not kill her immediately. That gave her a sliver of hope. Desolate Marshal. I was wrong in this matter. Matriarch Yuluo gulped and forced a smile. However, I only used a divine power on Baiming Shui, but I did not kill her. Please show mercy and give me a chance. Many cultivators were emotional when they saw that. That was a Mahayana matriarch, a perfected one at that. If Matriarch Yuluo had not humiliated Baiming Shui and offended the dragon phoenix true body, she might even have the chance to tide through the tribulation transcendence and ascend to the upper world. However, at that moment, in order to survive, Matriarch Yuluo couldn't care less about her dignity and begged in front of the dragon phoenix true body. The dragon phoenix true body was expressionless as he asked, "If I give you a chance, who is going to give Baiming a chance? She can still recover." Matriarch Yuluo said hurriedly, "As long as there's a patriarch who comprehended the human Tao greater divine power, he can transform her back. I know that there's an accomplished monk like that in the Buddhist monasteries." "Is that so?" The dragon phoenix true body let go gently and placed Baiming Shui on the ground. He looked at Matriarch Yuluo. "Since you made a mistake, you have to be accountable." When she heard that, Matriarch Yuluo felt uneasy. "Kneel down and apologize to her." The dragon phoenix true body pointed at the white cat on the ground and said coldly, "What?" A furious look flashed through Matriarch Yuluo's eyes. She was a Mahayana matriarch. The fact that she had to plead humbly in front of everyone's watchful eyes was her bottom line. But now, the dragon phoenix true body wanted her to kneel down and apologize to a white cat, a beast. "Desolate Marshal." Matriarch Yuluo frowned and said sternly with widened eyes, "As a Mahayana matriarch, I have my dignity and pride. Even if I have to die here, I won't kneel to a beast." She could speak humbly and even swallow her pride to plead for mercy. However, if she were to kneel and apologize to a beast, even if she could survive, she would definitely become the laughing stock of the cultivation world. Her Tao heart could even collapse on the spot. "In my hands, you don't get to decide your own life and death," the dragon phoenix true body sneered. "Even if you want to die, you have to kneel down." The dragon phoenix true body extended his leg and tapped Matriarch Yuluo on the knees gently, causing the sound of bones cracking to ring out. Crack, crack, crack. Matriarch Yuluo's knee was shattered by the dragon phoenix true body, and not a single bone was intact. "Ah!" Matriarch Yuluo cried in pain with a pale expression. The dragon phoenix true body exerted strength in his palm and pushed Matriarch Yuluo down. Thump! Matriarch Yuluo knelt on the ground and faced the white cat Baiming Shui transformed into. "You!" Matriarch Yuluo's face flushed red and she trembled in pain. She was grinding her teeth so badly they were about to shatter. However, her essence spirit could not break free from the control of the dragon phoenix true body. Since you refuse to apologize, I'll help you. Under countless gazes, the dragon phoenix true body pushed down matriarch Yuluo's head, and it landed heavily on the ground with a bang, kowtowing. A Mahayana matriarch was kneeling and kowtowing to a white cat. This desolate marshal is truly savage. This is even more ruthless than killing matriarch Yuluo. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Isn't desolate marshal's actions a little overboard? Overboard. A cultivator shook his head gently. None of you can tell desolate marshal's intentions. What? The surrounding cultivators asked. Even if Baiming Shui has a chance to become a human again in the future, her experience this time round will definitely leave an indestructible scar in her Tao heart. The cultivator said, no matter how strong she will be in the future, everyone will remember one thing. Baiming Shui was once reduced to a beast. There's a high chance that this matter will become her mental demon. Many cultivators nodded. The cultivator continued, right now, what Desolate Marshal is doing is to erase the scar in Baiming Shui's Tao heart. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal wants everyone in the world to see that although Baiming Shui was once reduced to a beast, the matriarch who dealt with her knelt and kowtowed in front of her. Although Baiming Shui was once reduced to a beast, she sat on the back of a taboo dragon phoenix, and a Mahayana matriarch knelt and kowtowed to her. Who in the world has such an experience? Not only will this not become Baiming Shui's mental demon, it might even help her temper an even stronger Tao heart. Many cultivators were in deep thought. Another person said coldly, that's probably not Desolate Marshal's only intention. Desolate Marshal is also warning the living beings of the 10,000 races and all the experts of the world that his disciples can't be bullied. Otherwise, that's the outcome. Mahayana patriarchs are no exception. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon phoenix true body pushed matriarch Yuluo's head into 3 kowtows. With every single sound, the living beings of the 10,000 races shuddered. After 3 kowtows, matriarch Yuluo's forehead was already blood-red. Desolate Marshal! Matriarch Yuluo shrieked, "LL fight you!" She activated her secret skill and her essence spirit burned. An extremely domineering power burst forth from her body, and she was almost about to break free from the control of the dragon phoenix true body. That was a suicidal secret skill. She could obtain immense power in a short period of time by burning her essence spirit. Poof! Unfortunately, the dragon phoenix true body did not give her the chance. The moment matriarch Yuluo burned her essence spirit, the dragon phoenix true body had already extended his fingernails and pierced her head, assassinating her essence spirit. The 34th on the divine power ranking, the perfected Mahayana of Heavenly Dipper sect, matriarch Yuluo, died in Enigma Palace with endless resentment. The dragon phoenix true body stood up slowly and surveyed his surroundings. None of the remaining dozens of Mahayana patriarchs dared to meet his gaze. Enigma Palace was silent. All the living beings present were stunned by the powerful methods of the dragon phoenix true body. Patriarch Jin Yan's spirit consciousness moved, and he sent a voice transmission, as expected of a primordial taboo. His methods are way too ruthless. Thankfully, we have these patriarchs of the human race to take the blow for us. Otherwise, it won't be easy for the 5 of us to deal with it if we're suddenly faced with these attacks as well. Yes, let Long Mo kill these human patriarchs. The more intense their fight is, the more advantageous it will be for us, Patriarch Wu Tian said coldly. When Long Mo is almost done fighting with the remaining Mahayana patriarchs, he probably won't have many trump cards left. At that time, the 5 of us can kill him together. That's right. Patriarch Xin Yu smiled gently. Desolate Marshal, there might have been some misunderstandings earlier on. Patriarch Fei Duan coughed gently and cupped his fists. We're also here to facilitate the peace talks with the primordial 6 races. We don't have any intention of targeting you, fellow Taoist. That's right. The 10,000 races are gathered for this 10,000 race meet. It's better for everyone to sit down and discuss lest there's another massacre. Patriarch Su Jing said with an embarrassed smile. In the face of the taboo dragon phoenix, even the 2 perfected Mahayana patriarchs, Fei Dian and Su Jing, had to bow down. Although they had submitted to the primordial 6 races, they were no fools. If they continued fighting the Dragon Phoenix true body, it would only result in an internecine outcome. The reason why the 3 super sects chose to submit to the primordial 6 races was because they wanted to protect their sect's legacy and their lives. But now, their 3 major sects had suffered immense losses before the 10,000 race meet even began. Patriarch Xianxia and the others glared at Patriarch Fei Duan and the others with sharp gazes. However, the many patriarchs either lowered their heads or avoided their gazes, pretending to be ignorant. The gaze of the Dragon Phoenix true body swept past Patriarch Fei Duan, Patriarch Su Jing, and the others. After a moment, he nodded. "All right, since you guys want to sit and talk, behave yourselves and sit obediently. Nobody is allowed to leave Enigma Palace without my orders. That's not a problem." The many patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief and returned from afar. They wanted to see the final outcome of this 10,000 race meet as well. Patriarch Fei Duan and the others finally relaxed. If the Dragon Phoenix true body wanted to continue with a massacre, they would have to escape from this place. When they saw that, Patriarch Xianxia and the others frowned. Initially, they were waiting for the patriarchs of the 3 super sects and the Dragon Phoenix true body to continue fighting. It would be best if both parties were injured and they could reap the rewards. To think that both parties would stop. This caused the plans of Patriarch Xianxia and the other 4 to be overturned instantly. The moment the Dragon Phoenix true body descended, he went on a massacre and suppressed the patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect and the other 2 super sections. His aim was to intimidate and establish his dominance. He did not expect to make the 3 super sects submit single-handedly. However, at the very least, the 3 super sects would not become latent dangers for the human race at the 10,000 race meet. Now that he had accomplished his goal, it was time for him to stop. The Dragon Phoenix true body knew very well that his true enemies and the true threat of the human race were the primordial 6 races. "Man who?" Right then, Goddess Xiaoxiang stood out and asked in a deep voice, "Where's the firmament sovereign?" "He went to the barbarian race." "Why didn't he come with you?" When the battle broke out earlier on, she scanned the crowd continuously but could not find any traces of the firmament sovereign. Now that the battle was paused, she could not help but stand out. "This man who scratched his head with an awkward expression. He's dead." The Dragon Phoenix true body carried Baiming Shui and handed her to Long Shi. When he heard Goddess Xiaoxiang's question, he replied indifferently. What?" Goddess Xiaoxiang was slightly stunned as she glared at the Dragon Phoenix true body and grit her teeth. "Repeat yourself." The Dragon Phoenix true body turned around and walked towards the side of the god race with a calm expression, saying slowly, "Didn't you hear it clearly? I've already killed the firmament sovereign." Goddess Xiaoxiang shuddered as though she was struck by lightning. Young Master Arcane Ghost and the others were secretly speechless as they looked at Goddess Xiaoxiang with a strange gaze. Earlier on, she was still boasting about how the firmament sovereign shouldered the heavy responsibility of inviting the barbarian race over. From the looks of things now, it was uncertain whose side the barbarian race was on. Long mo. Goddess Xiaoxiang's eyes were filled with endless hatred as she glared at the Dragon Phoenix true body and said coldly, "Don't be smug. One day, my cultivation will definitely surpass you. I'll take revenge for the firmament sovereign personally and make you pay with blood. Why wait till then?" The Dragon Phoenix true body had a calm expression and did not stop walking. He was getting closer to Goddess Xiaoxiang and said indifferently, "Since you guys are so close, I'll send you on your way right now so that you can reunite." Before his sentence was finished, the Dragon Phoenix true body swayed and strode forward. Boom! Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. That single stride seemed to cross dozens of feet. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Phoenix true body had already arrived before Goddess Xiaoxiang and slapped down. "Watch out!" Patriarch Xianxia sensed that something was amiss and reminded hurriedly. However, it was too late. Goddess Xiaoxiang was only a half-martial ancestor. Against the Mahayana realm Dragon Phoenix true body right in front of her, she was completely helpless. "You..." Goddess Xiaoxiang only managed to utter a single word before the palm of the dragon phoenix true body slapped her on the head. Bang! Her peerlessly beautiful face was shattered by a single slap of the dragon phoenix true body, turning into a blood mist. Goddess Xiaoxiang's essence spirit was dispersed by that power and turned into nothingness. Goddess Xiaoxiang was dead. It was only then that the living beings of the 10,000 races realized what was happening as a series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Many cultivators were shocked as well. Nobody expected that the dragon phoenix true body would suddenly turn to the god race and kill Goddess Xiaoxiang on the spot after a ceasefire with Heavenly Dipper sect and the other two super sects. From the moment the dragon phoenix true body attacked till Goddess Xiaoxiang's death, it only took a single breath. Even Patriarch Xinyu and the others could not save her in time. Before the dragon phoenix true body descended, the primordial 6 races were the ones in control of the situation and killed wantonly. However, the arrival of the dragon phoenix true body suppressed the flames of the primordial 6 races completely. Desolate Marshal. Patriarch Xinyu had a cold expression as he glared at the dragon phoenix true body and said coldly, "Both parties have already stopped and you're still killing. I think you don't want to negotiate peace with the primordial 6 races." "Of course we can negotiate." The dragon phoenix true body glared at Patriarch Xinyu and did not conceal the killing intent in his heart as he said slowly, "However, I'll only talk to the primordial 5 races, not the god race." "What do you mean by that?" Patriarch Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. "My meaning is simple. Sure, we can negotiate, but the prerequisite is that the god race has to be killed first." The moment the dragon phoenix true body said that, he leaped up and charged towards Patriarch Xinyu. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were secretly alarmed when they saw that. Prior to this, the primordial 6 races had already revealed their supreme methods and were extremely powerful. To think that after the dragon phoenix true body descended, he was more than 10 times stronger than the primordial 6 races and was even more ferocious. Swoosh! The dragon phoenix true body flashed and arrived before Patriarch Xinyu instantly. Bang! Bang! Their blood chi burst forth and they reached the tsunami blood realm instantly. However, the power of Patriarch Xinyu's blood chi was still rising. An ancient and mysterious pyramid appeared beneath him with millions of living beings kneeling and praying with reverence on their faces. Kill! Naturally, Patriarch Wu Tian, Patriarch Zhongming, Patriarch Jin Yen, and Patriarch Liang would not stand by idly. They hollered and released 4 innate divine powers. Innate Curse, Eye of Storm, Sun Essence Fire, Hurricane Wings. A strange power descended in the consciousness of the dragon phoenix true body and enveloped the scarlet-haired essence spirit rapidly. The curse technique descended upon his consciousness out of nowhere and was impossible to defend against. However, the dragon phoenix true body ignored it. His consciousness was like a massive world. There was a vast land within with demon kings with terrifying auras. A wild bovine plowed the heavens and a divine elephant cried. Outside the land, there was a black ocean with a dragon king overlooking it. A gigantic spirit turtle was faintly visible in the surging waves. Even in the skies, there was a golden rock flapping its wings. Before the power of the curse could approach the scarlet-haired essence spirit, it was shattered into nothingness by the roars of the demon kings. Patriarch Zhongming's heavenly eye opened up and a violent storm was formed. There were electric arcs surging within, as though it could rip everything in the world into pieces. It was hard to imagine that the power of this divine power was conjured by a single eye. The heavenly eye opened and a storm descended. At the same time, Patriarch Jin Yen reared his head and howled into the skies, spitting out a stream of scorching golden flames that resembled the sun. Patriarch Liang released hurricane wings and his movement technique became even faster. He almost vanished from everyone's line of sight. Swoosh! He wielded 2 sabers and slashed towards the head of the dragon phoenix true body. Even though the dragon phoenix true body resolved the innate curse of Patriarch Wu Tian, there were still 3 divine powers that burst forth and were surging over. The dragon phoenix true body's spirit consciousness moved, and he waved his hands as the power of divine powers descended. A gigantic stone shield appeared in front of the dragon phoenix true body. Its surface was rough with complicated ravine patterns that were mysterious. It was the first of the 4 divine powers in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the spirit turtle shield. Buzz! The dragon phoenix true body condensed his spirit consciousness, and the ravines on the stone shield lit up, emitting a resplendent glow. Scram! The dragon phoenix true body covered his head with the stone shield and hollered. Boom! The storm, sun essence fire and patriarch Li Ying's twin sabers struck the gigantic stone shield at almost the same time and let out a loud bang. The storm surged and the flames raged on the stone shield, but they could not penetrate its defense. Clang! When patriarch Li Ying's sabers struck the stone shield, his body shuddered and he felt a terrifying recoil. He could not hold on to the 2 sabers with both hands and his palms were torn. The 2 sabers flew out of his hands. Patriarch Li Ying shrieked and retreated. Under the stone shield, the figure of the dragon phoenix true body had already vanished. After he released the divine power, he did not stop at all and arrived before Patriarch Xianxia. With a backhand slap, tidal might burst forth and his strength surged as he crushed down. Boom! 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 Patriarch Xianxia's body shuddered and swayed. The power released by the dragon phoenix true body was way too strong. The pyramid beneath his feet shattered and cracks appeared. It was already collapsing. Heavenly God descent. A power that came from the ancient era descended and golden lights burst forth from Patriarch Xianxia's body as his aura surged. Behind him, the phantom of a gigantic heavenly god appeared. It was indomitable and shone brightly as it looked down on the masses. At that moment, Patriarch Xianxia seemed like a true god. Humph! The dragon phoenix true body had a fearless expression as his blood chi surged. He reached out and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Instantly, his arm expanded and became thicker, one after another. His muscles bulged and knotted together like roots as a layer of scarlet scales grew on the surface of his skin. The human's palm had already vanished and was replaced by an incomparably menacing dragon phoenix claw. The moment the heavenly god phantom descended, it was crushed by the menacing dragon phoenix claw, and the phantom dissipated. Immediately after, the dragon phoenix claw descended with the momentum and grabbed towards Patriarch Xianxia. Patriarch Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He channeled his blood chi and wanted to escape from this place. However, the dragon phoenix true body was even faster and followed him like a shadow. The dragon phoenix claw was like a gigantic cage that enveloped his head the entire time. He could not break free at all. The next moment, Patriarch Xianxia's eyes dimmed. Under countless gazes, Patriarch Xianxia's head was crushed by the dragon phoenix claw and blood splattered everywhere. Before his essence spirit could escape, it was crushed by the dragon phoenix claw. The living beings of the 10,000 races widened their mouths in shock. The Mahayana patriarch of the god race was killed by the dragon phoenix true body just like that and was almost helpless. Thump! By the time Patriarch Wu Tian and the other 3 arrived, Patriarch Xianxia's headless corpse had already fallen to the ground without any life. The entire process happened too quickly. He did not give Patriarch Wu Tian and the others a second chance to attack. The dragon phoenix true body turned around slowly and glared at Patriarch Wu Tian and the other 3 coldly. The hearts of Patriarch Wu Tian and the other 3 turned cold. Unable to withstand the gaze of the dragon phoenix true body, they took half a step back instinctively, and their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. The dragon phoenix true body's tone was sinister as he said slowly, "If you guys dare to move, don't blame me for killing the 4 of you as well." It was a blatant threat. His tone was filled with disdain, as though he was going to crush for ants. Patriarch Wu Tian and the other 3 were stunned on the spot and did not dare to move. Although the primordial 6 races had joined forces, Patriarch Xianxia was already dead. There was no need for them to risk their lives for a dead man. Desolate Marshal, a mighty figure of the god race stood out and shouted, "You killed our sovereign, goddess, and even ancestor god. The god race will definitely tear you into pieces and make you pay with blood. Is that so?" The dragon phoenix true body was expressionless as he waved his hand. "Dragon race, listen up. Kill these god race beings. Leave no one alive. What? The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked and looked at the dragon phoenix true body with eyes widened in disbelief. Even the primordial 6 races and many god race beings present could not believe that the dragon phoenix true body would issue such an order, let alone them. The god race had sent more than 100 people for this 10,000 race meet. They suffered considerable losses after the battle with Desolate Marshal and the Supersex earlier on, and there were less than 100 people left. The remaining god race beings were all mighty figures and half-martial ancestors. Each of them was a core power of the god race. With that order, the feud between the dragon and god race would be irreconcilable. This was not as simple as killing a sovereign or goddess. He was bent on massacring them completely. Although the primordial 6 races had conflicts and massacres in the primordial era, they had reservations and were wary of one another. There had never been such an extreme situation. Desolate Marshal, how dare you? A god race half-martial ancestor hollered with eyes widened in disbelief. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. A gigantic divine dragon soared into the air with green scales that shone with a cold glint. With 5 claws beneath its abdomen, it roared into the skies with a rampant might. That's a 5-clawed divine dragon. The dragons of this generation are way too strong. There's a dragon phoenix and a 5-clawed divine dragon. Long Tsong transformed into his true form and circled in midair. He roared and swooped down, charging towards the god race half-martial ancestor. The god race half-martial ancestor was alarmed. Even at this moment, he could not believe that the dragon race would want to massacre the god race completely without reservations. The god race half-martial ancestor reacted slower and was devoured by Long Tsong. Golden blood splattered everywhere from the dragon's mouth and scattered in the void. A half-martial ancestor of the god race died on the spot. Roar! 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 A series of dragon roars sounded. The hundreds of divine dragons that followed the dragon phoenix true body transformed into their true forms and charged towards the god race without any mercy. The god race could not believe that the dragon phoenix true body had given such an order, but the dragons did not hesitate at all. Instantly, the dragons charged into the god race and a huge battle broke out. Those god race beings had expended a lot of energy in the battle against the green lotus true body, Extreme Fire, Azura, and the Supersex, and were injured. The sovereign and goddess that led them were all dead. However, not only were the dragons at their peak condition, they even overwhelmed the god race in terms of numbers. Under Long Tsong's lead, they crushed the god race camp with ease. Atriarchs Wu Tian, Jin Yen, Song Ming, and Liang frowned and hesitated slightly when they saw that. Under normal circumstances, the primordial 6 races should be joining forces to retaliate at this moment. However, the patriarch of the Bloodvine race was absorbed and refined by the Green Lotus true body and died a long time ago. Without a commander, the remaining Bloodvines did not dare to act rashly. Atriarch Wu Tian and the other 3 exchanged glances and looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body not far away without daring to do anything. Desolate Marshal, Atriarch Jin Yen said coldly. You've had your fun. The dragon race might have been able to protect you if you merely killed a sovereign and goddess. But now that you're bent on exterminating the god race, you'll definitely provoke the ancestor god experts of the god race. At that time, even the dragon race won't be able to protect you. Atriarch Wu Tian said coldly as well. The god race will definitely sense the death of so many god race beings. You're in big trouble. Is that so? The dragon phoenix true body sneered. Let's see what sort of figures from the god race will descend here. The battle was still ongoing. In just half an hour, the god race suffered immense losses. Ow! Ow! Monkey and the others could not hold it in any longer when they saw the dragons killing to their heart's content. They joined the battlefield with the spirit tiger and the others to help the dragons hunt down the god race. The cultivators of the supersex did not move. They were still wary. There were not many people who dared to behave recklessly like Monkey and the others. Suddenly, a massive energy fluctuation spread out above Enigma Palace. The void split open and released streams of blinding golden light that emanated an extremely terrifying aura. The situation on the side of the god race had finally alarmed the other ancestor gods. Two bedazzling golden figures walked out from the crack. The person on the left was a gray-haired old man who was hale and hearty with bright eyes. On the right was a middle-aged man with golden hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face that was almost perfect under the illumination of the golden light. Two ancestor gods had descended. "Desolate Marshal, you're finished." Patriarch Jin Yen looked at the two ancestor gods and sneered. "The old man on the left is Patriarch Divine Frost, and the one on the right is Patriarch Divine Duel. Both of them are at the mid-stage Mahayana realm. For the primordial races, a mid-stage Mahayana was equivalent to a human-perfected Mahayana who had comprehended many greater divine powers. In fact, they could even suppress perfected human Mahayanas." "Just reminded you," Wu Tian sneered as well. "You're in big trouble. If you had stopped earlier on, you might have been saved. But now, it's too late for regrets." Before he could finish, the dragon phoenix true body swayed and had already charged towards the two ancestor gods in midair with a murderous intent. "What is Desolate Marshal trying to do?" Patriarch Wu Tian and the other three widened their eyes in shock. "Is Desolate Marshal crazy? He's actually going to fight two mid-stage Mahayana ancestor gods. Even if he's the dragon phoenix taboo, isn't that way too arrogant? How many trump cards does he have left?" Patriarch Wu Tian and the others sneered internally. "Dragon race, you guys have a death wish." On the left, the old man from the god race, Patriarch Divine Frost, withdrew a gigantic golden spear from his storage ring. Pausing in midair, he hollered with a loud bang, "Mind your own business first." All right then, the dragon phoenix true body had already descended. He reached out and grabbed Patriarch Divine Frost's head. "Watch out!" Patriarch Divine Duel on the left reminded as the storage ring on his finger flashed. Instantly, a gigantic golden sword and shield appeared on his left hand. "Die!" Patriarch Divine Frost shook his gigantic spear and stabbed towards the dragon phoenix true body. Patriarch Divine Duel raised his gigantic golden sword and slashed down at the dragon phoenix true body as well. "Immobilize!" The dragon phoenix true body summoned the dragon soul saber and slashed in the direction of the two ancestor gods. The saber force changed instantly in midair and released sea calming. The lesser divine power, the body immobilization technique, descended on the two ancestor gods. Without the need for the two ancestor gods to defend intentionally, the blood chi in their bodies seemed to have been triggered and burst forth, surging with a golden glow. The body immobilization technique divine power dissipated instantly. The body immobilization technique had no effect on the two ancestor gods at all. Clang! The dragon soul saber struck the gigantic golden spear and gigantic golden sword, and sparks flew as an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. The dragon phoenix true body shuddered and took half a step back. The dragon soul saber was sent flying as well, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the crowd behind him. "You're the taboo dragon phoenix?" Patriarch Divine Frost chuckled. "Unfortunately, you've only just entered the Mahayana realm and are still too inexperienced." Patriarch Divine Duel's expression was grim as he said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you're Desolate Marshal or the dragon phoenix. You have to die if you dare to challenge the might of the god race." "Is that so?" The dragon phoenix true body had a cold expression and said murderously, "I'm going to suppress the god race today. Heavenly god descent." The two patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel, hollered at the same time. With the help of the ancient divine power, the aura in their bodies surged and a gigantic phantom appeared behind them. Roar! The blood chi within the dragon phoenix true body surged as he roared into the skies, letting out a deafening roar that caused the ears of the two patriarchs to buzz. The dragon phoenix true body's body expanded rapidly and scarlet scales grew on its surface. He wanted to take on his dragon phoenix form and attack with all his might. Great sealing technique. Suddenly, Patriarch Divine Frost's voice sounded. An extremely strange power descended on the dragon phoenix true body. Before he could transform into his true form, he reverted to his human form rapidly. The expression of the dragon phoenix true body changed. He could clearly sense that his blood chi was being suppressed, as though it was sealed by an extremely strange and powerful power. Not only that, the power even surged into his consciousness, wanting to seal his essence spirit. However, it was dispersed by the power of the 11 demon kings in his consciousness and failed. The Great Sealing Technique was a type of greater divine power. Once released, it could seal a cultivator's blood chi and essence spirit, decreasing their combat strength significantly. Although the Dragon Phoenix true body was only at the early stage Mahayana realm, he was a primordial taboo after all. His blood chi was strong, and the seal technique could not seal his blood chi completely. However, before the power of the greater divine power dissipated, it was difficult for the Dragon Phoenix true body to transform into his true form. This had a huge impact on the Dragon Phoenix true body. The power and speed of the Dragon Phoenix true body would decrease and his combat strength would be reduced by at least 30%. Humph! A cold smile appeared on Patriarch Divine Frost's slightly old face. Little cub, you're still far from your peak. A taboo that isn't at his peak is of no threat to us. Patriarch Divine Duel sneered as well. The blood chi of the two patriarchs burst forth and they arrived before the Dragon Phoenix true body instantly, attacking at the same time. Whoosh! The golden spear drew divine halos and tore the void into pieces. Its landing spot was difficult to locate and enveloped the Dragon Phoenix true body completely. Swoosh! The gigantic golden sword shone with a bedazzling divine light and descended from the skies with an unparalleled might. First, they used Heavenly God Descent to increase their burst power, coupled with the Great Sealing Technique used to seal the blood chi of the Dragon Phoenix true body. The latter could not transform into his true form and his combat strength was greatly diminished. The two of them joined forces and fought the Dragon Phoenix true body in melee combat. The series of attacks were fluid as water, suffocating and almost flawless. Swoosh! A streak of golden light flashed. It flew out from the impenetrable trap weaved by the dermic treasures of the two patriarchs by a hair's breadth. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Even though the living beings of the 10,000 races were fixated on the battlefield, not many people could clearly see what happened. By the time everyone realized, the Dragon Phoenix true body had already escaped from the attacks of the two patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel, and stood in midair. On the back of the Dragon Phoenix true body were two pairs of gigantic wings. One pair burned with scarlet flames and two firestorms could be created with every flap. The other pair was completely golden without any impurities and the wings were completely spread. They were even larger than the Dragon Phoenix wings and looked strong. Although the Dragon Phoenix true body could not conjure his true form, he could still release his Dragon Phoenix wings and extreme speed divine powers. With the help of his two trump cards, the Dragon Phoenix true body could break free from the encirclement of the two patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel. Interesting. Patriarch Divine Duel smirked in disapproval. Let's see how many times you can avoid our attacks. Kill! The two patriarchs wielded their weapons and charged forward once more. The Dragon Phoenix true body waved his hands and channeled his essence spirit, pointing at the firmaments. Boom! Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies as an ancient and thick stone pillar descended from the skies. A five-clawed divine dragon spiraled down with an endless might. The ancestral dragon divine pillar. Roar! The five-clawed divine dragon on the divine pillar suddenly came to life. With a long roar, it broke free from the stone pillar and a stone dragon lunged towards the two patriarchs of the god race. Puny tricks! Patriarch Divine Duel gripped his gigantic golden sword with both hands and slashed towards the incoming stone dragon. Boom! The gigantic golden sword struck the stone dragon. Instantly, the stone dragon stiffened and did not move at all. Cracks appeared on its body and the light in its eyes dimmed. Shatter! Patriarch Divine Frost's gray hair surged as he raised his golden spear and smashed it heavily against the ancestral dragon divine pillar above his head like a rod. Although Patriarch Divine Frost was already past his peak age, there was no sign of slumping in his twilight years. His blood chi was strong and he possessed invincible might. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, The ancestral dragon divine pillar and stone dragon began to collapse and countless rocks fell. This divine power could no longer be condensed and dissipated rapidly. Suddenly, a scarlet golden glow flashed and the dragon phoenix true body suddenly descended before Patriarch Divine Frost, hollering softly, "Baron!" Swoosh! Suddenly, a gray-colored ripple burst forth from the dragon phoenix true body's body and spread in all directions like a water ripple. Instantly, it enveloped Patriarch Divine Frost and Patriarch Divine Duel. Back when the dragon phoenix true body was at the conjoint body realm, the maximum rate of lifespan reduction at the center of Baron was 2,000 years per breath. But now that the dragon phoenix true body had entered the Mahayana realm, the might of Baron rose as well, reaching a reduction rate of 8,000 years per breath. How unimaginable was that? Against the shroud of Baron, one would lose 80,000 years of lifespan with 10 breaths. T was irreversible. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a human patriarch was only 100,000 years. However, most Mahayana patriarchs were more than 30,000 years old by the time they could cultivate to the Mahayana realm. In other words, almost no Mahayana patriarch could survive 10 breaths under the envelopment of Baron. TT was clear that Patriarch Divine Frost was beyond his peak. Baron could cause him immense damage. The Dragon Phoenix True Body could engage Patriarch Divine Frost in a battle in Baron. There was a high chance that the latter would be exhausted to death. Indeed, when Baron descended, the expressions of the two god race patriarchs changed when they sensed the decrease in their lifespans. But soon, the two ancestor gods calmed down. Even Patriarch Divine Frost's eyes flashed with mockery. "Is this Baron? It truly lives up to its reputation," he murmured softly. "Even now that we're at the mid-stage Mahayana realm, we can't defend against it." After a brief pause, he continued, "Unfortunately, you underestimate me. The lifespan of the god race is twice that of the human race. Although I look old, I still have 50,000 years left. 50,000 years of lifespan is enough to withstand 5 or 6 breaths of time. However, 3 breaths is all I need to kill you." Patriarch Divine Duel was slightly further away. Although he had fallen into Baron, he did not panic. He was at his peak and had more than 100,000 years to live. Although Baron reduced his lifespan rapidly, it was still within his tolerance. Whoosh! He swung the gigantic golden sword and slashed forward, breaking through the gray-colored ripples in front of him and approaching the Dragon Phoenix True Body rapidly. On the other side, Patriarch Divine Frost gripped his golden spear and thrust it towards the head of the Dragon Phoenix True Body, arriving instantly. Boom! An extremely powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from the Dragon Phoenix True Body, and a pair of jade-white elephant tusks gradually grew on both sides of his body. As the pair of elephant tusks grew, the power of the Dragon Phoenix True Body rose as well. The two patriarchs frowned slightly. Immediately after, another pair of elephant tusks grew beside the Dragon Phoenix True Body. For thick and sharp elephant tusks grew and were filled with an extremely terrifying divine power. The aura of the Dragon Phoenix True Body rose continuously. It was the innate divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the 6-tusk divine strength. After entering the Mahayana realm, the Dragon Phoenix True Body could already conjure 4 elephant tusks, and his power could increase by 4 times. Although the cultivation of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was still at early stage Mahayana, the power released by the 4 elephant tusks was no weaker than any greater divine power. The Dragon Phoenix True Body reached out and grabbed Patriarch Divine Frost's spear in his palm, gripping it tightly without budging at all. Patriarch Divine Frost's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that the Dragon Phoenix True Body could fight him after releasing that divine power. On the other side, Patriarch Divine Duel broke through the gray ripples and leaped up with the gigantic golden sword in his hands, slashing down at the head of the Dragon Phoenix True Body. God's Eye! At the same time, 2 golden beams of light burst forth from Patriarch Divine Duel's eyes, as though they could penetrate everything. A visual technique was released. The Dragon Phoenix True Body was long prepared. The moment Patriarch Divine Duel released his visual technique, Two scorching glows burst forth from his eyes. The eyes of the dragon phoenix true body seemed to have transformed into two blazing suns. The two visual techniques collided in midair and let out a loud bang, creating a gigantic ball of light that expanded continuously. Boom! The ball of light exploded in a blinding manner. A series of yells and tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Caught off guard, the lights blinded all the living beings of the 10,000 races. Some living beings with lower cultivation realms felt their eyes sting and cried continuously, falling into a momentary blindness. It was hard to imagine the impact the Dragon Phoenix True Body and Patriarch Divine duel at the center of the battlefield would endure. The Dragon Phoenix True Body was restrained by Patriarch Divine Frost, while Patriarch Divine Duel attacked and released his visual technique. Initially, Patriarch Divine Duel thought that this would be enough to kill the Dragon Phoenix True Body on the spot. To think that the visual technique of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was even more lethal than his. And this clash of visual techniques, he was the one disadvantaged and his eyes stung such that he could barely open them. Although the cultivation realm of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was low, there was an illumination stone in his eyes and the visual technique had long transformed. Even though the eyes of Patriarch Divine Duel were closed, he relied on his spirit consciousness to sense and did not stop moving. He gripped his sword with both hands and continued slashing in the direction of the Dragon Phoenix True Body. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. He could sense that the palm of the Dragon Phoenix True Body had already landed on his gigantic golden sword before it slashed down. The strange thing was that the palm was limp and boneless. It coiled, trembled and yanked. Patriarch Divine Duel's expression changed. He could clearly sense an extremely powerful ripping power released by the Dragon Phoenix True Body. If he continued holding the gigantic golden sword, his arm would be snapped. Because of that moment of hesitation, his palm was torn and fresh blood dripped. The gigantic golden sword flew out of his hands and was snatched away by the Dragon Phoenix True Body barehanded. After snatching the gigantic golden sword, the Dragon Phoenix True Body threw it back at Patriarch Divine Duel in midair without even looking. The series of events from the visual technique clash, sword snatch to the counterattack were perfect without any delays at all. Patriarch Divine Duel was swooping down when the gigantic golden sword transformed into a golden streak of light and stabbed towards him. After the baptism of the six-tusked divine strength, the Dragon Phoenix True Body's strength had increased by more than 4 times. Under such an burst, the gigantic golden sword was extremely fast and arrived instantly. Patriarch Divine Duel could not dodge at all. When Patriarch Divine Duel saw that he was about to be severely injured by his own dermic weapon, he suddenly extended his palm and channeled his spirit consciousness. The storage ring on his palm flashed. The gigantic golden sword that was approaching was absorbed by the storage ring on his finger. Su Zimo's counterattack was perfect. However, Patriarch Divine Duel's swift resolution of the situation shocked everyone as well. Patriarch Divine Duel did not stop and descended. Reaching out, his golden blood chi surged as he hollered and threw a punch towards the Dragon Phoenix True Body. The Dragon Phoenix True Body punched in reverse as well. Bang! When the fists collided, flesh and bones smashed as a jarring sound of defeat echoed. The Dragon Phoenix True Body shuddered and with a dull grunt, endured it. As for Patriarch Divine Duel, he flipped in midair and descended as well. Although the Dragon Phoenix True Body was slightly disadvantaged this time round, Patriarch Divine Duel was secretly alarmed. Right now, it was a combined attack from him and Patriarch Divine Frost. Furthermore, the Dragon Phoenix True Body's blood chi was sealed by the divine power of the Great Seal technique and could not transform into his true form. Even so, neither of them could suppress him completely. One could imagine that they would definitely be disadvantaged in terms of strength after the Dragon Phoenix True Body transformed into his true form. At that thought, the killing intent of Patriarch Divine Duel intensified. He had to kill the Dragon Phoenix True Body as soon as possible and not give the latter any chance. Although the fight between both parties was intense, in reality, it was only the duration of a single breath. Great dark technique. Right then, When Patriarch Divine Frost saw that he could not break through the defense of the Dragon Phoenix true body, he released another divine power. That greater divine power was extremely famous in the god race and was one of the strongest killing powers among the god race divine powers. It was on par with the Great Light Technique. A darkness appeared in front of Patriarch Divine Frost's chest and spun continuously, as though it had formed a gigantic dark vortex that could absorb all power and devour all living beings. The Dragon Phoenix true body felt his scalp tingle when the Great Dark Technique descended. He felt a sense of danger. Suddenly, when the Dragon Phoenix true body caught sight of the other end, his pupils constricted. The gray-colored ripples and fog created by the power of Baron he released could not escape the devouring power of the Great Dark Technique either. The gray fog around Patriarch Divine Frost was devoured by the dark vortex he released. Baron was dispelled. The Dragon Phoenix true body was alarmed. The power of Baron could not defend against the Great Dark Technique either, and was pulled continuously towards the gigantic pitch-black vortex. At the same time, the darkness enveloped the Dragon Phoenix true body. He could clearly sense his blood chi and essence spirit power being extracted from his body and surging towards the darkness. On the other side, Patriarch Divine Duel brought out his gigantic golden sword once more and charged. If this continued, the Dragon Phoenix true body would most likely be killed by two god race patriarchs in less than 3 breaths. A cold glint flashed through the Dragon Phoenix true body's eyes as he condensed his spirit consciousness. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon scale the size of a palm flew out from his glabella in the shape of a crescent. The entire void trembled when the dragon's scale appeared. The world seemed to have fallen into silence. Even the living beings of the 10,000 races who were afar sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the dragon's scale, let alone the two patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel, who were right in front of it. It was the reverse scale of a dragon. The two patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel, exchanged glances without hesitation. Both of them condensed their essence spirits right away and released their essence spirit secret skills. 2 golden beams burst forth and struck the dragon's scale instantly. Immediately after, the two patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel, shuddered and shrieked. Blood vessels appeared in their widened eyes and they had pained expressions. Blood drained from the faces of the two patriarchs. Patriarch Divine Duel's figure paused as well and he frowned. His features were contorted as though he was undergoing immense torture. Thin tears appeared on the essence spirits of the two patriarchs in their consciousnesses. Even Patriarch Divine Frost's Great Dark Technique nearly dissipated. Great Healing Technique. The two god race patriarchs growled and released another greater divine power. The moment the greater divine power descended, milky white beams of light shone from the two god race patriarchs with immense vitality. Their auras gradually stabilized under the milky white light. The Dragon Phoenix true body frowned slightly, feeling troubled. That was the benefit of comprehending many divine powers. The comprehension of an additional divine power would not only bring about a baptism for the body, bloodline, and essence spirit, causing a massive increase in strength, it can also avoid danger completely. If not for that great healing technique, there was a high chance that the essence spirits of the two god race beings would explode and they would die. And the consciousnesses of the two patriarchs, milky white powers enveloped their essence spirits, temporarily mending the tears on their essence spirits. However, it was extremely difficult to heal such wounds to the essence spirit. The great healing technique divine power could only save the two patriarchs and stabilize their injuries. In other words, although the two patriarchs of the god race survived, their essence spirits were severely injured and their cultivations could not advance in the future. Desolate Marshal. Endless hatred surged in Patriarch Divine Duel's eyes as he said coldly, "You destroyed my cultivation. I'm going to tear you to pieces." He was at his peak and had more than 100,000 years to live. If not for this accident, he would definitely advance to the late stage or perfected Mahayana realm in the future. There was a high chance that he could even become an emperor in the future. But now, the reverse scale of the Dragon Phoenix true body had severed his future hope. He comprehended a supreme divine power that could heal. It might be able to heal his essence spirit injuries. However, the problem was that his essence spirit was severely injured. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend a greater divine power, let alone a supreme divine power. "Kill him!" Atriarch Divine Frost narrowed his eyes and said hatefully as well. To begin with, he had already passed his peak and had less than 50,000 years to live. However, after experiencing the reduction of Baron and being severely injured by the reverse scale, he only had slightly more than 30,000 years to live. In that few breaths, he seemed like he had aged considerably. Atriarch Divine Frost channeled his great dark technique, and it enveloped the Dragon Phoenix true body. The Dragon Phoenix true body stood on the spot motionlessly with a lost expression. He was in deep thought and seemed like he had given up on resisting. When they saw that, Patriarch Wuxian and the others heaved a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Fufu. Desolate Marshal has already missed his final chance to escape. That's right. If Desolate Marshal retreated the moment he severely injured the two patriarchs after releasing his reverse scale, there would definitely be a chance for him to escape. It's already too late now. Even so, Desolate Marshal is indeed terrifying. Even two mid-stage Mahayana god race patriarchs nearly died despite possessing so many greater divine powers. On the battlefield, there was naturally no way the Dragon Phoenix true body would give up. He had merely entered a mysterious state. Up till this point of his comprehension of Baron, he had always been successful. This dermic art ignored one's cultivation realm and could reduce one's lifespan limitlessly. It was irreversible and was something that countless experts were wary of. However, at the end of the day, Baron was merely a dermic art. The power of Baron was already at the peak of dermic arts. At the end of the day, dermic arts could not reach the level of divine powers. In a fight between the Mahayana realm, Mahayana patriarchs could spare tens of thousands years of lifespan at any moment. In fact, some patriarchs of the primordial races could even expend hundreds of thousands years of lifespan. The impact of Baron on them was clearly diminished. Now, the greater divine power released by Patriarch Divine Frost had even devoured Baron's power. A look of disappointment flashed through the Dragon Phoenix true body's eyes when he looked at Baron that was gradually devoured. More than that, he was indignant. Even as a dermic art, Baron was so powerful that patriarchs had to be wary of it. If Baron could advance a step further and become a divine power, what sort of power would it release? In such a dangerous situation, it triggered all the potential of the Dragon Phoenix true body. All the comprehensions he had gained from cultivating Baron over the years surged into his mind. At the end of the day, Baron was a form of release and control of time power. TS Foundation was to speed up the flow of time on a cultivator. TT would cause a cultivator's lifespan to deplete rapidly in a short period of time. The Dragon Phoenix true body frowned. One after another, comprehensions revolved through his mind, and he was about to break through that barrier to enter another realm of power. However, he could not break through that barrier no matter what. It was not so easy to comprehend divine powers. Many cultivators might not be able to master a single divine power even if they comprehended, accumulated, and consolidated it for hundreds or even thousands of years. There's something missing. In a flash, the brain of the Dragon Phoenix true body spun rapidly as he recalled everything he had learned in his life. Everything flashed before his eyes like scenes. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the Dragon Phoenix true body's mind. Instantly, he seemed to have returned to the Tao inheritance ground and sat cross-legged beside the stone statue of half-martial ancestor Instant. There, he entered the void reversion realm. There, he received more than 30 inheritance stone statues and deduced the martial Tao. Time sped around the stone statue. A single day outside was equivalent to a year of cultivation there. Actually, that was also a power of time passing. Be it Tao lords, patriarchs, or emperors of history, none of them could defeat time and could not escape aging. Time was the fairest for all living beings. Something's not right. Atriarch Jin Yen looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body on the battlefield and suddenly said, "This state." Atriarch Wu Tian frowned slightly in deep thought. After pondering for a moment, he exclaimed, "Enlightenment. Desolate Marshal is in the midst of an enlightenment." The voice caused an uproar. Abadi expected the Dragon Phoenix true body to enter a state of enlightenment in such an intense battle. A state of enlightenment was extremely rare and could only be chanced upon. Under such circumstances, a cultivator's senses would become extremely sharp and they would be able to comprehend many deeper levels. However, that state would vanish the moment it was destroyed. Right now, the life of the Dragon Phoenix true body was hanging by a thread. No matter how rare a state of enlightenment was, he should give up and turn to flee right away. Patriarch Liang sneered. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. Is he still hoping to comprehend some divine power to reverse the situation? Alright then, under many gazes, the confusion in the Dragon Phoenix true body's eyes dissipated and clarity returned. The Dragon Phoenix true body extended both hands, and a gray fog surged between his palms without dissipating. As the hands of the Dragon Phoenix true body opened up, the gray fog gradually elongated and formed a gray saber. For some reason, the patriarchs present felt shudders and their expressions changed slightly when they saw the gray saber. Nobody knew what that gray saber was. However, all the Mahayana patriarchs wanted to distance themselves from the gray saber. An extremely terrifying divine power burst forth from the Dragon Phoenix true body like a storm and washed through his organs and 8 meridians, baptizing his body, blood chi and essence spirit. Crack, crack, crack. The power of the Great Seal technique within the Dragon Phoenix true body dissipated instantly against the baptism of the divine power storm. It was as though shackles had shattered and the Dragon Phoenix true body had broken free from the seal completely. That's a greater divine power. Patriarch Wu Tian's pupils constricted and his voice trembled. The power of that greater divine power made Patriarch Wu Tian and the others shudder. What divine power is that? I don't know. I've never seen a greater divine power with a gray saber before. The Mahayana patriarchs present conversed rapidly. I don't care what greater divine power that is. Patriarch Divine Frost channeled his essence spirit to its limits and hollered menacingly. Under the shroud of darkness, everything shall be destroyed. The gigantic dark vortex enveloped the Dragon Phoenix true body. Time is like a saber. The Dragon Phoenix true body had an indifferent expression as he chanted softly. The gray saber in his hands flew out and slashed towards the dark vortex before him. The gray saber descended and ignored the power of the dark vortex, penetrating it intact. Be it darkness or light, none of them could withstand the passage of time. Patriarch Divine Frost's expression changed and he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The gray saber struck him. This is bad. This is where I die. Patriarch Divine Frost lamented internally. However, before long, he realized that he was not injured at all. He felt nothing when the gray saber struck him. His body did not sway and he was not injured at all. I'm fine. Suddenly, Patriarch Divine Frost burst into laughter with an emotional expression. Ha 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 ha. I'm fine. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps because he was laughing too hurriedly, Patriarch Divine Frost even coughed twice. He looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body with a mocking expression and jeered. I thought that it was some incredible greater divine power. To think that it would be a joke. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Phoenix true body did not smile and merely looked at Patriarch Divine Frost quietly. None of the living beings of the 10,000 races smiled either. Unknowingly, the crowd around them had turned extremely quiet. Patriarch Divine Frost's laughter seemed extremely strange in this quiet environment. After laughing for a while, Patriarch Divine Frost realized that something was amiss and looked around instinctively. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were looking at him with complicated gazes. There was fear, shock, mockery, and pity. What are you guys looking at? He hollered and panted slightly. For some reason, he felt short of breath even though he merely laughed for a while. Divine Frost, your face. Alright then, Patriarch Divine Duel pointed at Patriarch Divine Frost's face with an inexplicable hint of fear in his voice. Indeed, there were no injuries on Patriarch Divine Frost's body when the gray saber descended. However, his initially gray hair had already turned white. Initially, there were only some wrinkles on his face. But now they had multiplied, like scars left behind by time. In an instant, Patriarch Divine Frost turned into an old man in his twilight years. His blood chi had already deteriorated and was lethargic. His life force became extremely weak as well. Even that short burst of laughter caused him to feel out of breath. In fact, his essence spirit was not enough to support the Great Dark technique. Before the greater divine power arrived before the Dragon Phoenix true body, it collapsed on its own. How could this be? How could this be? Patriarch Divine Frost glared and roared hysterically when he sensed the little lifespan left in his body. He had 50,000 years of lifespan left when he arrived at Enigma Palace. After being reduced by Baron and severely injured by the reverse scale, he had more than 30,000 years to live. But now, he only had a few thousand years left to live. Although a few thousand years of lifespan seemed long, for a Mahayana patriarch with a lifespan of 100,000 years, he was already in his twilight years. An entire 30,000 years of lifespan vanished into thin air at that instant. To be precise, it was not into thin air. It was taken away by the gray saber. 30,000 years of lifespan was cut away by that slash. Even patriarchs of the primordial races would not be able to withstand the impact of such a greater divine power, let alone patriarchs of the human race. Suddenly, Patriarch Divine Frost recalled what the Dragon Phoenix true body said when he released the divine power. Time was like a saber. This was the power of time. Time was the cruelest, and no one could defend against it. Most of the living beings of the 10,000 races merely wanted to live forever alongside the universe. However, throughout history, who could escape the sands of time? How do you possess such power? Patriarch Divine Frost's voice was trembling uncontrollably, hoarse and filled with fear. Immediately after, his eyes widened and his pupils constricted. Gray fog surged between the hands of the Dragon Phoenix true body, and another gray saber appeared, identical to the one earlier on. Time is like a saber. The Dragon Phoenix true body flung the gray saber in his hands towards Patriarch Divine Frost and murmured, "Every single strike causes one to age." The gray saber crossed the void and descended on Patriarch Divine Frost instantly, entering and vanishing. That single slash was another 30,000 years. Patriarch Divine Frost's lifespan of less than 10,000 years was depleted instantly. Every single strike causes one to age. That was the final voice Patriarch Divine Frost heard. The next moment, Patriarch Divine Frost's withered and dead corpse fell from midair right in front of many living beings. It fell withered like a dried leaf. It was dead silent throughout Enigma Palace. A mid-stage Mahayana patriarch of the primordial races was killed by the Dragon Phoenix true body just like that. The two slashes depleted his lifespan of tens of thousands of years instantly. That greater divine power unleashed the cruelty of time to its limits. Swoosh! Patriarch Divine Duel's figure flashed and his blood chi burst forth. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the Dragon Phoenix true body and raised his gigantic golden sword, slashing down. He knew very well that he could not let the Dragon Phoenix true body continue releasing that greater divine power. Although he still had more than 100,000 years of lifespan, he would not survive if he allowed the Dragon Phoenix true body to release the time as like a saber divine power. He wouldn't survive either after a few slashes. Notwithstanding a few slashes, even a single slash was an unbearable injury for him. A single slash was equivalent to 30,000 years. Time was truly like a saber in that sense, and every single slash aged one considerably. Patriarch Divine Duel had rich combat experience and was sharp. He could tell that although this greater divine power was terrifying, it was not without flaws. Each time that greater divine power was condensed, it could only condense a single time saber. There was a brief pause in between. In other words, as long as he could exert enough pressure on the Dragon Phoenix true body in melee combat such that the latter would not be able to release that greater divine power, he would be invincible. Therefore, Patriarch Divine Duel did not escape. Instead, he charged forward and his blood chi surged. A golden light burst forth from his body, with a torrential aura, as he chose to fight the Dragon Phoenix true body in melee combat. However, Patriarch Divine Duel missed something. After comprehending that greater divine power and experiencing the baptism of the divine power storm, the power of the Great Seal technique in the Dragon Phoenix true body had already vanished. The power of the Dragon Phoenix true body's body, blood chi and essence spirit surged. Furthermore, he could transform into his Dragon Phoenix true form at any moment and fight Patriarch Divine Duel. Slash! The gigantic golden sword slashed down. The Dragon Phoenix true body did not dodge or avoid. His gaze intensified as he suddenly extended his arm. Even in midair, his arm let out a series of crackling sounds and expanded instantly, spanning dozens of feet as it turned thick and menacing. The muscles on his arm bulged like spirit snakes, and scarlet dragon scales that resembled metal plates grew on them instantly. His palm had already transformed as well, turning into a gigantic, sharp dragon phoenix claw. Clang! The dragon phoenix claw grabbed the gigantic golden sword in his palm and sparks flew. The sharpness of the gigantic golden sword could not even break through the scales of the dragon phoenix. Patriarch Divine Duel retreated instinctively, wanting to retrieve his gigantic golden sword. His expression changed slightly. The gigantic golden sword was gripped tightly by the dragon phoenix claw and did not budge at all. Even when he released his full strength, he could not withdraw the gigantic golden sword. Both of them were extremely close and began to wrestle without letting go. The Dragon Phoenix true body's eyes were cold as he glared at Patriarch Divine Duel. The flames in the Dragon Phoenix claw intensified. Buzz! As though it was in immense pain, the gigantic golden sword began to tremble and let out a buzzing sound. The golden light on the sword began to dim. Not only that, the sword shone with a red light instead. The living beings of the 10,000 races focused their gazes and widened their mouths in shock. Under the scorching heat of the Dragon Phoenix flames, the gigantic golden sword gradually turned red and was almost transparent. It emitted a scorching heat and extended towards the hilt. The hilt of the sword began to turn red as well. Splash! Splash! White smoke steamed from Patriarch Divine Duel's palm that was burned. Patriarch Divine Duel had a menacing expression and his eyes widened. He was still enduring the pain and refused to let go. However, the power of the Dragon Phoenix true body rose continuously and the temperature of the Dragon Phoenix flames increased as well. The hilt of the sword burned his hands. In the end, Patriarch Divine Duel finally could not withstand it and released his palm. Humph! The Dragon Phoenix true body sneered and snatched the gigantic golden sword. He gripped the fiery red hilt of the sword and slashed down viciously at Patriarch Divine Duel. Patriarch Divine Duel raised the gigantic golden shield in his left hand hurriedly to defend. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard when the gigantic golden sword struck the gigantic shield. The gigantic golden sword was red from the Dragon Phoenix flames to begin with and became extremely fragile. Now that it collided with the gigantic shield, it broke into pieces and shards splintered everywhere. Patriarch Divine Duel shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. The power of the Dragon Phoenix true body was clearly much stronger than before, and he could not defend against it. Suddenly, Patriarch Divine Duel's expression changed starkly. He finally realized that the Dragon Phoenix true body could transform into his true form now that the seal technique had vanished. At that time, the latter's combat strength would increase once more. Then, a large shadow appeared above Patriarch Divine Duel's head. The temperature around him rose rapidly. TT was as though he had fallen into a gigantic volcano with raging flames surging around him. He was about to melt. He looked up instinctively. And the firmaments, a powerful living being blazing with raging flames, looked down at him. It had a dragon's head, Phoenix's tail, and 2 pairs of wings on its back. Beneath its wings, for jade-white elephant tusks could be faintly seen. Those eyes were cold and intimidating. The way they looked at him was as though they were looking at an ant without any emotions at all. The taboo Dragon Phoenix. Although Patriarch Divine Duel had cultivated to the mid-stage Mahayana realm, he felt a sense of insignificance after the descent of the Dragon Phoenix true body. This was an absolute suppression of bloodline. Even though the roots of the god race were not on this mainland, they still felt a deep fear against the taboos. Swoosh! The dragon phoenix true body swooped down with its massive body, descending with the terrifying might of a taboo. With nowhere to run, Patriarch Divine Duel could only defend with the gigantic golden shield once more. Boom! There was a loud bang. Patriarch Divine Duel's figure smashed onto the ground like a meteor, creating a huge pit. The gigantic golden shield was sent flying by the dragon phoenix true body as well and collapsed to the ground. Patriarch Divine Duel's tendons and bones felt like they were about to fall apart as he struggled to climb out of the pit. Alright then. A scarlet shadow loomed over. Boom! Boom! The dragon phoenix descended and pushed against Patriarch Divine Duel's body with his claws. Sharp claws pierced his body instantly and fresh blood spewed. Ah! Patriarch Divine Duel shrieked tragically and his body trembled in pain, almost convulsing. Every single claw was like a burning iron hook that stabbed into his body. Burning flames destroyed his life force continuously. Ah! Ah! Ab! He struggled continuously and let out tragic cries. How noisy! The voice of the dragon phoenix sounded with endless might. The dragon phoenix lowered his head slightly and suddenly opened his mouth, spewing out a stream of scarlet lava that splashed down on Patriarch Divine Duel's head. Shing! The scorching lava drowned the pit and Patriarch Divine Duel's figure instantly, causing green smoke to rise. Patriarch Divine Duel's cry came to an abrupt stop. Before long, his aura vanished completely into the lava without any corpse left. At this point of the battle, 2 mid-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the god race descended and were killed by the dragon phoenix true body. The remaining god race beings were no longer a threat and fled in all directions. Patriarch Wuxian and the others were pale with fright when they saw that. They knew very well that the god race was finished. It was a total annihilation. Patriarch Wuxian and the other 3 exchanged glances with lingering fear. When the dragon phoenix true body descended, they were still thinking of how to join forces and suppress him. Now that they thought about it, that thought was way too laughable and crazy. If they had persisted in attacking the dragon phoenix true body earlier on, they would have been 4 corpses by now. Can you guys sense that Desolate Marshal has an extremely strong enmity towards the god race? Patriarch Li Ying asked with a voice transmission. Patriarch Wu Tian nodded. I can sense it. Earlier on, Desolate Marshal also said something similar. He said that he could negotiate with us, but not the god race. That's a little strange. Patriarch Song Ming frowned slightly. Desolate Marshal had grudges with our primordial 6 races before. Why would he target the god race so specifically? I'm not sure. We can no longer call the shots for this 10,000 race meet, Patriarch Jin Yen said. I've already informed the clan leader and asked him to head over to settle this matter. Patriarch Wu Tian and the others had already informed their respective clan leaders. There were not many god race beings left in Enigma Palace, but they were still fighting desperately. The death of the 2 patriarchs, Divine Frost and Divine Duel, was a devastating blow to the god race. The dragon phoenix true body did not help. He did not even care if dragons were injured or even dead. This sort of fresh blood and life and death was something that the dragon race had to experience. This was the best training for the dragon race. All these years, the dragon race had not appeared in the Dragon Bone Valley, and it was difficult for them to kill one another in a spar within the race. Without the baptism of life and death and blood, these dragons would not truly grow. The god race at Enigma Palace was their whetstone. The dragon phoenix true body did not tell the truth of the primordial war. Even if he said it now, no one would believe him. That was because his understanding of the primordial war was only limited to some simple messages transmitted by the Green Lotus true body. The dragon phoenix true body did not know the details at all, and he had no proof. If he said it now, it would be unconvincing and he would only attract the suspicions and ridicule of the other primordial races. After all, the truth was way too terrifying and horrifying that it was completely unimaginable. Furthermore, even if Patriarch Wu Tian and the others believed it, it was useless. Up till this point of the 10,000 race meet, Patriarch Wu Tian and the others no longer had any say and could not make any decisions for the primordial races. When the true experts of the primordial 6 races descended and the Green Lotus true body revealed the truth, there was a chance of changing the situation and making the final decision. Furthermore, he might alert the enemy if he said it now. Right then, on the battlefield, the green and crystalline creation Green Lotus emanated rays of light that swayed gently. The aura of the Green Lotus true body gradually stabilized on the Lotus platform. The second tribulation of the 3 calamities of Taoism, the malevolent earth fire, had already passed. The Green Lotus true body was healing his injuries rapidly and recovering his vitality. It was clear that the malevolent earth fire tribulation did not affect the Green Lotus true body much. With just a slight rest, the state of the Green Lotus true body had already returned to his peak and the blood qi in his body was strong with immense vitality. This malevolent spirit fruit is truly a universal treasure. Apart from the fact that Desolate Marshal managed to survive the malevolent earth fire tribulation safely after devouring the malevolent spirit fruit, he did not suffer any harm. Definitely, most of the malevolent earth fire's power was neutralized by the power of the malevolent spirit fruit. The remaining power was of no threat to Desolate Marshal. More importantly, the better the condition one is in after the malevolent earth fire tribulation, the better their chances of surviving the 5 thunder tribulation later on. The malevolent spirit fruit is way too important for us half-martial ancestors. If anyone has a malevolent spirit fruit, I'll even risk my life for them, a half-martial ancestor murmured. There were many half-martial ancestors with that thought. That was because if they could not tide through the divine power tribulation, their lifespans would only be 20,000 years. If they failed the tribulation transcendence, they might even die. However, with the help of the malevolent spirit fruit, they could successfully advance to the Mahayana realm and their lifespans would increase to 100,000 years. The attraction of that was way too great for half-martial ancestors. Boom! 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 Right then, thunder sounded from the skies in a deep and powerful manner, as though it was reverberating in the hearts of all living beings. The skies were clear everywhere else. However, dark clouds filled the skies of Enigma Palace and gathered rapidly. The rumbling clouds seemed like they were splashed with ink. The final tribulation of the 3 calamities of Taoism is here, someone exclaimed softly. The final tribulation was the thunder tribulation. Those thunderbolts were not ordinary thunderbolts, but the 5 elements, Gung metal, Yi wood, Gui water, Bing fire and Wu earth divine thunders. The so-called struck by 5 thunders referred to the 5 elements divine thunder. Throughout history, there had been countless half-martial ancestor experts who died to the 5 elements divine thunder. If they failed the final tribulation, their souls would be dispersed. The dark clouds gathered and turned darker with lightning flashing within it emitted a shuddering might. The creation Green Lotus stood upright and soared into the skies. Against the dark clouds and the envelopment of thunder, there was no fear and it shone brightly. Snap! A gigantic thunderbolt descended with a blinding black brilliance, as though it wanted to penetrate everything. Gui water divine thunder. The strength of the 5 elements divine thunder was different and the Gui water divine thunder was relatively mild. The divine thunderbolt struck down heavily on Su Zimo's head and his body shuddered as streaks of lightning flashed. There was even a hint of mist mixed in the lightning. The flesh of the Green Lotus true body exploded instantly, forming a blood mist as cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. Even the mildest Gui water divine thunder could release such a terrifying power. The living beings of the 10,000 races were secretly alarmed. Su Zimo gritted his teeth and endured it emotionlessly. Before long, the lightning on the Green Lotus true body dissipated. Snap! Another thunder boomed. The 5 elements divine thunder would not give Su Zimo any time to recuperate as the second thunderbolt struck down. The 5 thunderbolts struck in succession without any breathing room. The 5 elements coexisted, water and wood. The second thunderbolt was the Yi wood divine thunder. When the divine thunderbolt descended, Su Zimo actually stood up from the creation lotus platform. His black hair danced as he roared into the skies, as though he was declaring war on the 5 elements divine thunder. When the Yi wood divine thunder struck Su Zimo, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. However, under the gazes of many living beings, not only did Su Zimo's aura not deteriorate at all, it was even rising rapidly. The wounds on Su Zimo's body healed at a visible speed. Not only did the divine thunderbolt fail to cause any damage to the Green Lotus true body, the power it contained was absorbed by the Green Lotus true body instead. The creation Green Lotus beneath Su Zimo shone brightly. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Throughout history, countless half-martial ancestors underwent tribulation transcendence, but there had never been such a situation. Someone exclaimed, "I got it! The creation Green Lotus is a god of the plants. Even the E-wood divine thunder can't suppress it. Instead, it became nourishment for it, as expected of the creation Green Lotus. It can even devour the E-wood divine thunder." Not only did the descent of the E-wood divine thunder fail to severely injure Su Zimo, it even nourished him and the creation Green Lotus beneath him. The injuries that the Gue water divine thunder caused to the Green Lotus true body were completely healed under the nourishment of the E-wood divine thunder. Su Zimo's aura rose continuously. Before long, the E-wood divine thunder was completely absorbed by the Green Lotus true body. Be it in terms of condition or strength, he had already reached his peak. A third divine thunderbolt descended. Fire was born from the wood. The third was the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. If the Gue Water Divine Thunder was the weakest in the 5 elements Divine Thunder, the Bing Fire Divine Thunder would be one of the strongest in the 5 elements Divine Thunder. Furthermore, the Bing Fire Divine Thunder dealt even greater damage to the Flora race. Snap! A scarlet thunderbolt descended from the dark clouds and struck Su Zimo. Swoosh! Instantly, Su Zimo's body was enveloped by streaks of scarlet lightning and raging flames even ignited. His figure was faintly visible within the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. The living beings of the 10,000 races could clearly see that Su Zimo's flesh was already split by the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. Before fresh blood flowed out, it evaporated and turned into ashes. Su Zimo trembled slightly, frowning with a pained expression. Even the aura of the creation Green Lotus was suppressed by the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. However, right from the beginning he did not make a single sound. His aura weakened continuously. In the end, it was even drowned in the Bing Fire Divine Thunder and almost disappeared. The experts of the primordial 6 races had conflicted expressions when they saw that. They knew very well that Su Zimo was at his weakest right now. Any conjoint body mighty figure or even Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could severely injure and kill him. However, all the experts of the primordial 6 races snuck glances at the other powerful figure in midair. The figure had scarlet hair that burned like flames and a searing gaze, emitting a violent and scorching might. With the Dragon Phoenix true body around, nobody dared to act. The Dragon Phoenix true body's expression was unchanged when he saw that, and he had no intention of interfering. One had to rely on their own strength for a tribulation transcendence as such. If anyone else interfered, it would only bring about an even more terrifying catastrophe. Amidst the flashes of lightning and fire, Su Zimo did not move at all. The blood chi in his body surged and released streams of tremendous life force to heal his injuries and defend against the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. The Bing Fire Divine Thunder destroyed, incinerated and rampaged repeatedly as the Green Lotus true body repaired itself continuously, nourishing and healing. Under the continuous tension and resistance, the Green Lotus true body became even purer and flawless. Furthermore, the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus true body became stronger and more terrifying. Finally, the Bing Fire Divine Thunder dissipated. On the Creation Lotus platform, Su Zimo was already unrecognizable and had been burned into a black human-shaped charcoal by the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. Suddenly, 2 divine lights burst forth from the human-shaped charcoal. Those were Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo opened his eyes. Accompanied by that slight movement, the charcoal on his body gradually fell off. His dead skin faded and his rotting flesh turned into ashes, revealing a layer of fair and tender skin. He was just like a newborn baby, and there was even a faint fragrance emanating from him. Su Zimo? body was filled with a jade-green glow that was crystal clear and flawless. His body was like a true creation green lotus. Snap! A fourth divine thunderbolt descended with a golden glow. Earth was born from the fire. It has the Wu Earth divine thunder. The golden thunder descended and Su Zimo shuddered, feeling an unbearable pressure that was almost suffocating. Even the creation green lotus beneath him could not withstand it and bent over slightly. The Wu Earth divine thunder possessed an extremely terrifying might. It was as though Su Zimo was not enduring a divine thunderbolt, but the entire ground. It was thick, vast, and extended endlessly. Su Zimo's body gradually bent over. Under the pressure of the situation, he had no choice but to bow down. He was bending over. Tulbi creation green lotus beneath him was bending as well. The power of the Wu Earth divine thunder did not stop and seemed boundless. Not only did the divine thunderbolt want to crush his body, it wanted to crush him and make him kneel down and submit to heaven and earth. If he was crushed, it would mean that the creation green lotus beneath him would be crushed as well. Su Zimo had long fused as one with the creation green lotus. They were bound together for good or ill. The Wu Earth divine thunder descended longer than all three divine thunderbolts combined. Furthermore, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the power within his body was still increasing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The ground was thick, vast, and unstoppable. The splitting of the earth could devour everything. The collapse of the earth could bury all living beings. However, the earth could also contain all living beings and nurture life. Although the power of the earth was enough to destroy everything, even the weakest grass could break out of the ground and grow. That thought shone brightly, and suddenly, Su Zimo felt the pressure on his body lessen. Under the gazes of the living beings of the 10,000 races, Su Zimo's body gradually straightened for some reason. The creation green lotus beneath him began to grow as well. They were like a green lotus that had broken out of the ground, emitting a vibrant life force with a peak aura. Snap! Thunder rumbled again. A fifth divine thunderbolt descended. Metal was born from the earth. Metal represented killing. The gung metal divine thunder was the strongest among the 5 elements and could penetrate everything. Its killing power was at its limits. A blazing thunderbolt descended with a bedazzling white light and struck Su Zimo's head instantly. Suddenly, Su Zimo's body froze and he did not move at all. Bang! Right after, in front of everyone, Su Zimo's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist that stained half the skies. Ah! Desolate Marshal failed his tribulation transcendence. The gung metal divine thunder is still so strong that it destroyed the green lotus true body. The crowd was in an uproar as a series of exclamations sounded. The experts of the primordial 6 races heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not say anything, they could not conceal the joy in their eyes. Su Zimo's green lotus true body was also a huge threat to them. Nobody knew what combat strength the green lotus true body would possess after entering the Mahayana realm. Something's not right. Patriarch Wu Tian's spirit consciousness was extremely powerful and his senses were sharp. He frowned. Desolate Marshal isn't dead. Right then, the ball of blood mist on the creation green lotus gradually gathered. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's green lotus true body was formed once more. Howling into the skies, Su Zimo's body shone with a resplendent glow. Along with his howl, the creation green lotus seemed to have sensed something and soared into the skies. Its gigantic lotus leaves danced and its lotus platform swayed. The dark clouds hovering above Su Zimo's head were crushed by the creation green lotus and dissipated gradually. The divine power tribulation was passed safely. Su Zimo's aura seemed to have broken through some sort of a barrier and was rising rapidly. He broke free of the shackles of heaven and earth once more and his lifespan extended. The green lotus true body had entered the Mahayana realm. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and did not leave immediately. He had just entered the Mahayana realm and had to continue cultivating and comprehending to stabilize this realm. Middle Continent, Astral Mountain Range. This mountain range was famous in the cultivation world because many years ago, A supreme expert left behind his inheritance and established a sect here. Later on, that sect was established as one of the immortal sects and was Astral Sect. 20,000 years ago, Astral Sect split into two supersects, Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect. Right now, the Astral Mountain Range was where Heavenly Dipper Sect was located. This day, a person arrived in the Astral Mountain Range. The person wore purple robes and his black hair draped over his shoulders. He had refined features, and although he was young, he exuded an unstoppable aura. If cultivators of Enigma Palace saw his appearance, they would definitely be shocked. That was because this person's appearance was identical to Desolate Marshal and Su Zimo. Everyone knew that Desolate Marshal had two true bodies. At that moment, both of Desolate Marshal's true bodies were in Enigma Palace. In that case, who was this person? The purple-robed man looked at the Astral Mountain Range with a deep gaze. After pondering for a moment, he extended his finger and tapped his glabella gently. Instantly, a layer of mist covered the purple-robed man's face and disguised his appearance. This was Desolate Marshal's third true body, the Marshal Dao Prime Body. After cultivating for 100 years, the Marshal Dao Prime Body had already entered the half-Marshal ancestor realm. He did not choose to head to Enigma Palace. The Dragon Phoenix true body had already told him about the situation over there. According to his calculations, there was a high chance that the top experts of the primordial races would arrive one after another. Even if he rushed over, it would be useless. At the end of the 10,000 race meet, there was a high chance that it would be a fight between emperors. The Marshal Dao Prime Body chose to come to the middle continent, Heavenly Dipper Sect. He advanced and arrived at the entrance of Heavenly Dipper Sect before long. On both sides of the mountain gate of Heavenly Dipper Sect, the disciples guarding it were not weak. There were two nascent souls. "Who are you?" The two nascent souls could not help but frown when they saw the Marshal Dao Prime Body from afar and asked loudly. The Marshal Dao Prime Body ignored them and continued forward without looking sideways. "Halt! If you get closer, don't blame us for killing you here." The eyes of the two nascent souls shone coldly. They summoned their flying sword dermic weapons that hovered before their chests as they glared at the Marshal Dao Prime Body with hostile expressions. Given their cultivation, they could not tell the cultivation realm of the Marshal Dao Prime Body at all. However, when the Marshal Dao Prime Body approached, the two nascent souls felt suffocated as though their hearts were grabbed by a gigantic hand of the five elements. The two nascent souls did not move at all, and a layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads instantly. "Danger! Extreme danger! Humph!" One of the nascent souls mustered his courage and said in a fierce manner, "This is Heavenly Dipper Sect and you're not allowed to be impudent. I don't believe that you'll dare to hurt us in front of our sect." The Marshal Dao Prime Body ignored them and continued forward, passing by the two nascent souls without stopping at all. The two nascent souls had ugly expressions. Although they wanted to attack countless times, they did not dare to and could only watch helplessly as the Marshal Dao Prime Body passed through the entrance. The entrance of Heavenly Dipper Sect was made from a true meteor in the firmaments. It was grand and ancient with streaks of starlight shimmering on it in an extremely mysterious manner. Under normal circumstances, if one did not have a sect badge of Heavenly Dipper Sect when they crossed the mountain gate, the starlight would definitely shine on them. If the countless starlight spewed down, any intruders would definitely be killed. But now, when the Marshal Dao Prime Body walked through the mountain gate, the entire mountain gate shattered before the starlight could even form. "Go!" The two nascent souls made a prompt decision and summoned their flying swords, piercing towards the back of the Marshal Dao Prime Body's head. At the same time, the two of them conjured hand seals and conjured a dermic art, prepared to release it. The Marshal Dao Prime Body did not turn back still and merely continued forward. The moment the flying swords left their hands, they froze in midair. Right in front of the two nascent souls, they shattered into countless shards that scattered onto the ground. The two nascent souls did not get to release their dermic art either. Both of them had lost expressions and stood motionlessly on the spot. The next moment, both of them exploded into blood mists without any corpse left. Before long, the Marshal Dao Prime Body arrived above Heavenly Dipper Sect and looked down. There were 36 main peaks in Heavenly Dipper sect that corresponded to the 36 Heavenly Dipper stars. The martial Tao prime body spread his massive spirit consciousness and it enveloped down, scanning Heavenly Dipper sect from head to toe, in and out. Nothing, cultivators or secrets, could be hidden from the spirit consciousness detection of the martial Tao prime body. As expected of a super sect, the martial Tao prime body smiled gently and murmured, "Although so many mighty figures and half-martial ancestors went to the 10,000 race meet, there are still so many experts hidden here. Who's there? Audacious! How dare you barge into Heavenly Dipper sect and even release your spirit consciousness to probe our secrets brazenly?" Bang! 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 Many powerful auras burst forth from the 36 main peaks as figures soared into the air with murderous auras and charged towards the martial Tao prime body. Most of those figures were Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, and there were even a few conjoint body mighty figures. Swoosh! 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 Before those figures arrived, Dharmic weapons tore through the air one after another. Many Dharmic arts descended as well, covering the skies. The martial Tao prime body remained silent, and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. He stood motionlessly with his hands behind his back and merely released a tremendous spirit consciousness to suppress everything. Instantly, all the figures that charged forward froze in midair. All of those Heavenly Dipper sect cultivators widened their eyes in fear. At that moment, be it Dharma-characteristic Tao lords or conjoint body mighty figures, they felt as though the apocalypse had arrived and the firmament seemed to have collapsed, about to drown everyone. Poof! 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 Figures exploded in midair one after another, turning into blood mists. Even conjoint body mighty figures were not spared. They merely managed to endure for a moment more before their bodies split into pieces. The moment their essence spirits were exposed, they were destroyed and drowned by the vast spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body. The half-martial ancestor realm martial Tao prime body merely had to release his spirit consciousness to suppress those Tao lords and mighty figures. Sect protection formation. Activate. Right then, a deep and authoritative voice sounded from the depths of a mountain peak of Heavenly Dipper sect. Whoosh! 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 The 36 mountains swayed and released streams of bedazzling starlight, gathering into a single spot in midair. At the same time, stars appeared in daylight above the firmaments. The true 36 Heavenly Dipper stars appeared and starlight descended into the void of Heavenly Dipper sect. The formation connected heaven and earth. Ancient stars condensed around the martial Tao prime body, emanating a terrifying might. The formation seemed to be able to conjure true stars in the firmaments. In fact, even the void could not withstand the pressure and trembled continuously, letting out strange sounds as though it was crying. Every single star condensed the power of the Heavenly Dipper formation and borrowed the power of the 36 Heavenly Dipper stars in the firmaments continuously, causing the auras and power of the stars to increase. If the 36 stars were formed and released their impact at the same time, even Mahayana patriarchs would have to avoid them. Shatter! Right then, the martial Tao prime body looked at the gigantic star that hovered around him with a calm expression. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and hollered. Although the voice was neither loud nor soft, it gave off an extremely terrifying impact. Crack! 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 The light on the 36 ancient stars floating beside him dimmed instantly and cracks appeared on the surface of the stars. Boom! The next moment, all 36 stars exploded into countless meteors that flew in all directions, turning into Dharmic powers that returned to the world. What is that sound domain secret skill? The Heavenly Dipper sect cultivators were shocked. The sect protection formation was shattered by a single roar of the purple-robed, mysterious man. The 36 Heavenly Dipper stars above the firmaments vanished once more. Boom! 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 The power released by the voice did not stop. The 36 main peaks swayed continuously as well and the mountains cracked. The astral mountain range shook as well and shocked countless birds and beasts. This was a true change of weather and the mountains quaked. That voice seemed to have suppressed the aura of the entire Heavenly Dipper sect. Many Heavenly Dipper sect disciples looked at the martial Tao prime body in the skies with shock and deep fear in their eyes. Even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and conjoint body mighty figures shuddered, let alone low-level foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores. They had never seen such terrifying methods before. A single spirit consciousness suppressed all the cultivators present. A single roar was all it took to dispel the ancient sect protection formation of Heavenly Dipper sect. Could this purple-robed, mysterious man be a Mahayana patriarch? None of the cultivators of Heavenly Dipper sect could make out the appearance of the martial Tao prime body. In their eyes, the face of the martial Tao prime body was shrouded by a layer of fog the entire time, and their spirit consciousnesses could not penetrate it. Right then, a loud bang sounded from the 6 main peaks as 6 figures rose slowly. Every single figure emitted an extremely powerful aura. 6 half-martial ancestors of Heavenly Dipper sect had broken out of seclusion. I'm Elder Zhan Long of Heavenly Dipper sect, and I'm in charge of discipline in the sect. May I know your name and sect, fellow Taoist? An old man of Heavenly Dipper sect asked in a deep voice. Humph! Another half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect sneered. I wonder where this rat came from. He's hiding and doesn't even dare to reveal his true appearance. You sure are bold to call me a rat. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body landed on that person as he walked slowly towards the ladder. MMM? The half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect's heart skipped a beat as he focused his attention and said in a deep voice. If I'm not wrong, your cultivation realm is only at the half-martial ancestor realm as well. This is Heavenly Dipper sect. It's not a place where a half-martial ancestor like you is allowed to be insolent. The martial Tao prime body nodded and said indifferently, I'm a half-martial ancestor, but it's enough to kill you. The moment he said that, the martial Tao prime body had already arrived before the person. Kill! The glabella of the half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect shone, and a cold glint flashed instantly. It was a flying sword that stabbed towards the face of the martial Tao prime body. 2 half-martial ancestors beside that half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect attacked as well, releasing dermic arts that descended. Furthermore, there was a wisp of divine power in those dermic arts. The 3 half-martial ancestors knew that they had encountered a powerful enemy as well. The moment they attacked, they released their trump cards and full strength without testing the waters. Fu! The martial Tao prime body laughed. That laugh contained extreme disdain. The martial Tao prime body did not stop. However, he suddenly extended his palm and grabbed forward. That simple action caused the dermic arts released by the 3 half-martial ancestors to explode in midair before they even descended. It was as though the martial Tao prime body had broken the dermic arts of the 3 half-martial ancestors through the void. At the same time, as though they were drawn in by something, the 2 flying swords and a heavy sword converged towards the martial Tao prime body's palm. The expressions of the 5 half-martial ancestors changed. At that moment, they had already lost control of their destiny dermic weapons. In the blink of an eye, the 3 destiny dermic weapons landed in the hands of the martial Tao prime body. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body retracted his palm. Crack, crack, crack. A shuddering crack sounded from his palm. Right in front of everyone, the 3 half-martial ancestor dermic weapons were shattered by the palm of the martial Tao prime body and turned into many tiny shards. Those were half-martial ancestor dermic weapons that were imbued with a trace of divine power. But now they were shattered by the martial Tao prime body barehanded. It was not over yet. The martial Tao prime body held the shards in his palm and rubbed them gently with both hands. The shards were rolled into an iron ball the size of a fist by the palm of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body rubbed his hands together and the iron ball scattered like sand. Broop, broop. Sounds of gulping could be heard from the crowd. He ground the metal into mud. Even Elder Zhan Long and the other half-martial ancestors were scared out of their wits, let alone the low-level cultivators of Heavenly Dipper sect. What sort of power could do that? While the 6 half-martial ancestors were shocked, the martial Tao prime body had already arrived before that half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect. He extended his finger and tapped the latter's glabella gently. Poof! Instantly, a bloodied hole appeared on the glabella of the half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect. Blood flowed and his essence spirit was destroyed. After insulting the martial Tao prime body, that person was killed by a single finger from him in less than 10 breaths. The martial Tao prime body slapped another half-martial ancestor on the cheek. Poof! The head of the half-martial ancestor exploded from a single slap of the martial Tao prime body, and his essence spirit exploded, dying on the spot. The figure of the martial Tao prime body had long vanished from the spot and arrived before the third half-martial ancestor without being tainted by any blood. Ah! The half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect reacted and roared in fear. He took out a large number of protection talismans from his storage bag and tore them apart. A series of light barriers appeared on the body of the half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect. The martial Tao prime body ignored the protection talismans and punched over. Poof! 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 Against the fist of the martial Tao prime body, those protection talismans were like paper. Almost without any resistance, the martial Tao prime body punched the person, and the immense power turned the latter's body into dust, destroying his essence spirit. A finger poke, a palm strike, and a punch. 3 half-martial ancestors of Heavenly Dipper sect were dead. Half-martial ancestor Zhan Long of Heavenly Dipper sect and the other 2 stood on the spot, completely dumbfounded. Earlier on, they were slightly further away and hesitated for a moment. Before they could attack, the 3 half-martial ancestors were already dead. Were at that moment, half-martial ancestor Zhan Long and the other 2 were so scared that they did not dare to move, let alone attack the martial Tao prime body. The massive number of Heavenly Dipper sect cultivators were silent out of fear as well. Fellow Taoist. Elder Zhan Long's face was pale and his voice trembled uncontrollably. He forced a smile. I don't think Heavenly Dipper sect has any feud with you, right? Why are you here? He could tell that the purple-robed mysterious man did not seem like someone who would kill the innocent. At the very least, if the cultivators of Heavenly Dipper sect stayed obediently and did not provoke him, that person would not come looking for them. The martial Tao prime body said, I want to take away all the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Heavenly Dipper sect. How can that do? Elder Zhan Long shuddered and exclaimed. The cultivation techniques and secret skills of every sect were the foundation of their sect. Outsiders were not allowed to read them, let alone take them away. Furthermore, the purple-robed mysterious man did not say that he was going to take away 1 or 2 cultivation techniques. He was going to take away all of them. This was practically severing the legacy of Heavenly Dipper sect. That's right, another elder said in a deep voice. These cultivation techniques and secret skills are the foundation of Heavenly Dipper sect, and we won't allow outsiders to lay their hands on them. The third elder grit his teeth as well. How is Heavenly Dipper sect going to continue passing down our legacy if you take away all our cultivation techniques and secret skills? I'm not discussing with you guys, the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. I'm merely elaborating something to you guys. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Although his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable power. For a moment, the 3 of them did not know how to refute. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on Tiankue peak of the 36 main peaks, descending slowly. Elder Zhan Long's expression changed as he looked at the back of the martial Tao prime body. His eyes flashed intermittently with killing intent and hesitation at times. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body paused and glanced sideways, saying softly, Right, let me remind you guys not to try and provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you guys on your way to the afterlife. As for the legacy of Heavenly Dipper sect, the martial Tao prime body paused for a moment and smiled mockingly. If it ends, so be it. There's nothing to pity. Heavenly Dipper sect is not worthy of being ranked as an immortal sect. With that said, the martial Tao prime body continued descending towards Tiankue peak. The martial Tao prime body comprehended 100 sutras and smelted all dermic arts. The best way to break through was to fuse even more cultivation techniques and secret skills into the martial Tao furnace continuously. Back then, after the martial Tao prime body killed Defan, half-martial ancestor Diju and the others, He obtained some cultivation techniques and secret skills, including powerful cultivation techniques such as the Great Chaos Essence Palm and Earth-Slaying Sword Art. The smelting of those cultivation techniques helped him in raising his cultivation immensely. At that time, the martial Dao Prime Body discovered this method. However, all these years, he was still smelting some of the cultivation techniques and secret skills he had obtained previously and did not make any moves. Now that the 10,000 race meet was held, the martial Dao Prime Body arrived at Heavenly Dipper Sect after knowing about some things that happened during the meet, prepared to take away all the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Heavenly Dipper Sect. Since Heavenly Dipper Sect chose to submit to the primordial 6 races, the martial Dao Prime Body would take away their cultivation techniques and secret skills and sever their legacy completely. The martial Dao Prime Body did not go on a massacre. That was because not all Heavenly Dipper Sect cultivators were evil. Most of the disciples of Heavenly Dipper Sect might not know that the sect master, patriarchs, and the others of Heavenly Dipper Sect had already chosen to submit to the primordial 6 races. There was no need for him to punish ordinary cultivators of Heavenly Dipper Sect because of this. Elder Zhan Long, what should we do? A half-martial ancestor looked at the departing back of the martial Dao Prime Body and frowned. We should hurry and inform the sect master. If we really let him take away all the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the sect, it'll be equivalent to a calamity of annihilation. Wait a while more, Elder Zhan Long said in a deep voice. The sect master and many patriarchs are taking part in the 10,000 race meet at Enigma Palace. I'm afraid they won't be able to leave. After a brief pause, he sneered and looked at the library of Tiankue Peak, sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Do you really think that our sect doesn't have a patriarch guarding such an important place? Ah! A half-martial ancestor at the side exclaimed and shut his mouth hurriedly, sending a voice transmission secretly. Shouldn't the Mahayana patriarchs be comprehending divine powers in the ancient battlefield? Why would anyone be guarding the sect? There's a Mahayana patriarch in the sect? Why didn't I know about it? Another half-martial ancestor revealed a shocked expression as well. Hee. Elder Zhan Long gave a strange laugh. All of you have seen that person before as well. We have. The 2 half-martial ancestors were even more surprised. Elder Zhan Long raised his head slightly and looked at the library. In there. Library. A half-martial ancestor's expression changed as he probed. Elder Son who's guarding the library? Isn't he a conjoint body mighty figure? Elder Zhan Long glanced at that person. Do you think any nobody is qualified to guard an important place like the library? Elder Son has been a Mahayana patriarch since a long time ago. His lifespan was almost up and he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything even if he lingered in the ancient battlefield. Therefore, he chose to return to the sect to guard the library. The other 2 half-martial ancestors revealed enlightened expressions. Elder Zhan Long crossed his arms and gloated. When that mysterious person enters the library, he'll discover that there's a huge surprise waiting for him. The library of Heavenly Dipper Sect was on Tiankue Peak of the 36 main peaks. The library was extremely ancient and was 100 feet tall. There were a total of 7 levels and it was filled with ancient books and secret skills that had been passed down for a long time. The martial Dao Prime Body arrived before the library and pushed the door open without hesitation. The door opened and an ancient aura that was covered in dust surged over. The martial Dao Prime Body entered the library and his figure disappeared into the darkness. The door behind him closed slowly and disappeared from the line of sight of Elder Zhan Long and the others. The martial Dao Prime Body entered the first level of the library and was in no hurry to move. He scanned the hall and eventually looked at a dark corner. Cough, cough. A moment later, a hoarse cough sounded from that dark corner, as though someone had stood up slowly from the ground. A dust cloud rose and walked out from the darkness. It was an old man with a white beard. He was not tall, was skinny and hunched. At most, he could only reach the waist of the martial Dao Prime Body. The old man wielded a bare, curved wooden staff and staggered with a lowered head. His disheveled hair fell to his forehead as he panted slightly. What sort of books do you want to read? I'm not reading them. The martial Dao Prime Body looked at the old man and said with a fake smile, I'm going to take away all the books here. Sigh. The old man sighed. Young people are just too greedy. If you really want to read these ancient books, you can come at any time. However, if you want to take them away, you won't be able to do it alone. Young man, listen to my advice. That greed is going to cost your life. The martial Tao prime body smiled gently. Old man, let me give you a piece of advice as well. You're already old and should go enjoy your later years. If you're nosy, it's going to cost your life as well. After the martial Tao prime body said that, the entire library fell into silence. A long time later, a sinister laughter sounded from the library. The old man raised his head slowly and revealed a pair of hazy eyes. Grinning, he revealed a yellow tooth and his face was filled with wrinkles. With a menacing smile, he looked like a malevolent ghost. Young man, do you know who you're talking to? The old man glared at the face of the martial Tao prime body and asked slowly. Although the old man was already in his twilight years, his gaze was still sharp and he wanted to see through the fog on the face of the martial Tao prime body. However, the fog was extremely mysterious and he could not see through it no matter what. A patriarch on the brink of death. The martial Tao prime body replied blandly. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he asked with a narrowed gaze. You're able to see through my cultivation? He had been hiding his cultivation realm the entire time. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just an ordinary conjoint body mighty figure. To think that his background would be exposed by a single sentence of the martial Tao prime body. Actually, the moment the martial Tao prime body descended above heavenly dipper sect and released his spirit consciousness, he had already discovered the patriarch hidden in the library. To be precise, after the martial Tao prime body released his spirit consciousness and scanned the place, he knew how many half-martial ancestors and conjoint body mighty figures heavenly dipper sect had. In fact, he even knew how many of them were in seclusion. Nothing about heavenly dipper sect could be hidden from the eyes and spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body. Who are you? The old man's gaze turned increasingly cold as he asked slowly. I'm Desolate Martial. The martial Tao prime body replied blandly. Impossible. The old man said resolutely. I heard that Desolate Martial's two true bodies are already gathered at Enigma Palace and can't escape at all. How can you be him? The martial Tao prime body smiled and ignored it. His spirit consciousness moved and he was prepared to collect all the ancient books in the place. Suddenly, the old man hollered softly, Astral illumination! A powerful divine power spread and a gigantic star appeared above the old man's head. It descended with a bedazzling starlight and stabbed towards the martial Tao prime body. Fu! The martial Tao prime body chuckled and shook his head. You truly have a death wish. Against the descending starlight, the martial Tao prime body reached out against the starlight and grabbed towards the firmaments. A massive hand blanketed the skies, threatening to disrupt the galaxies. Piak! The next moment, the heavenly encompassing palm grabbed the star above the old man's head and yanked it down from the firmaments. The old man's eyes were widened with deep shock. In his heart, while the martial Tao prime body was mysterious, he was only a half-martial ancestor. Although he was old, if he released his divine power, he would definitely be able to severely injure the purple-robed mysterious man or even kill him. However, the old man had not expected that his divine power would be destroyed by this mysterious person barehanded. The destiny star that he cultivated was captured from the firmaments by this mysterious person. Most importantly, the technique released by that mysterious person earlier on was clearly the strongest secret skill of Heavenly Dipper sect, the star-plucking hand. Only a half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect was qualified to cultivate the star-plucking hand. How did this purple-robed, mysterious man know about it? Back then, D-Fan, half-martial ancestor D-Ju, and the others went to Pingyang Town to take revenge on Desolate Martial. However, they were all killed by the martial Tao prime body. Among them was a half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect, Illumination. That secret skill was obtained by the martial Tao prime body from the storage bag of half-martial ancestor Illumination. The reason why the star-plucking hand was the strongest secret skill of Heavenly Dipper sect was not merely because of how strong it was. More than that, It was because a supreme divine power was hidden in the star-plucking hand. If one were to cultivate the star-plucking hand to its peak, they might be able to comprehend the supreme divine power, the true star-plucking hand. When released, that supreme divine power could truly pluck the stars in the firmaments and use them as his weapons to fight against enemies. Why you? The old man was already speechless and his expression was dark. His lifespan was about to end and his essence spirit became extremely weak after releasing that divine power. To think that the divine power would be destroyed by the martial Tao prime body with ease. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression. After plucking the star that the old man condensed, he exerted strength in his palm. Snap! The star was crushed by the martial Tao prime body in front of the old man. The old man shuddered as though he was struck by lightning, and his expression turned even more terrible as his life force drained rapidly. His remaining lifespan could not sustain the consecutive losses and attacks. This Mahayana patriarch was going to die even without the martial Tao prime body attacking. Outside the library, above Tian Kue Peak, Elder Zhanlong and the other two half-martial ancestors did not leave and waited for the final outcome patiently. Before long, a shuddering aura spread out from the library. Even through the tightly shut door, the three half-martial ancestors in midair could sense the fluctuation of the divine powers in the library. Elder Sun has attacked. Elder Zhanlong was delighted and could not help but laugh. Another half-martial ancestor heaved a sigh of relief as well. No matter how strong that purple-robed mysterious man is, he's only a half-martial ancestor. He'll definitely die against the descent of a divine power. True enough, after a fight broke out in the library, everything returned to normal and there were no signs of life. Let's go down and see just who that purple-robed mysterious man is. Elder Zhanlong smiled gently and descended in front of the library with the two half-martial ancestors beside him. Creak. The moment the three of them arrived at the entrance, the door to the library opened on its own. The library was dark and deep, exuding a sinister and calm aura that even the spirit consciousnesses of Elder Zhanlong and the other two could not penetrate. Suddenly, the figure flew out. Watch out! The expressions of Elder Zhanlong and the other two changed. They did not dare to take it head-on and retreated one after another to dodge. Bang! The figure fell to the ground motionlessly. The door to the library closed once more, shutting slowly. The three of them focused their gazes and saw that the figure lying on the ground was the Mahayana patriarch of the library, Elder Sun. At that moment, Elder Sun's eyes were widened with endless fear in them. There was no longer any life within his body and he could not rest in peace. Dead. The Mahayana patriarch guarding the library was dead. Ah! Elder Zhanlong and the other two exclaimed as they felt chills run down their spines. Hurry and inform the sect master, a half-martial ancestor said hurriedly with a trembling voice. Even without his reminder, Elder Zhanlong had already slapped his storage bag. He withdrew a talisman, ripping it apart. The talisman shattered and a beam of light shot into the void, vanishing. This was a distress talisman for reinforcements from the sect and would definitely not be used unless the sect was at risk of being annihilated. Enigma Palace. The encirclement of the god race was coming to an end. All the sects and factions, including the Witch, Heavenly Eye, Golden Crow, Bloodvine and Rakshasa races, were stunned by the methods of the Dragon Phoenix True Body and did not dare to act rashly. Many sects and factions took their seats once more. Right then, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect frowned slightly. As though he sensed something, he slapped his storage bag and withdrew a shattered talisman that shocked him. Once that talisman was shattered, it would mean that the sect was about to undergo a massive change. That talisman would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect took a deep breath and looked around, sending a voice transmission to some patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect beside him. Patriarch Xianxia. Something huge has happened to the sect. Please hurry back with a few patriarchs and check things out. Got it? Patriarch Xianxia stood up slowly without any emotions. Everyone, it's enough for Heavenly Dipper sect to leave behind a few patriarchs for the 10,000 race meet. I'll take my leave first with some of my fellow sect mates." As he said that, Patriarch Xianguang and a few Heavenly Dipper patriarchs stood up. "Farewell." He cupped his fists towards the surrounding cultivators and primordial races and nodded. The major sects and factions did not say anything either. By this point of the 10,000 race meet, it was clear that the few patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect were no longer enough to affect the situation. Their departure would not be missed. "Sit down." Right then, the Dragon Phoenix true body said slowly and coldly. Although it was only 2 words, there was a resolute determination that could not be denied. Patriarch Xian Guang's expression changed slightly as he smiled at the Dragon Phoenix true body. "What can I do for you, fellow Taoist desolate marshal? Since you're here, stay here obediently," the Dragon Phoenix true body said indifferently. "Is this 10,000 race meet something that you guys can come and go as you please?" The expressions of Patriarch Xian Guang and the others turned extremely terrible, but no one dared to refute. The living beings of the 10,000 races lamented. Those were Mahayana patriarchs and were almost at the top of Tianhuang mainland. But now, they were scolded by the Dragon Phoenix true body like children. The Dragon Phoenix true body had the intimidation power. Even the perfected Mahayana of Heavenly Dipper sect, Matriarch Yu Luo, was killed by the Dragon Phoenix true body. Which of the other patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect would dare to clash head-on with the Dragon Phoenix true body? Patriarch Xian Guang and the others exchanged glances and could only sit down once more. Right then, a Mahayana patriarch's expression changed as he swiped his storage bag and took out another shattered talisman. 2 distressed talismans of the sect had shattered in succession. Furthermore, the second message was sent to a Mahayana patriarch directly. Heavenly Dipper sect must have met with an extremely serious calamity. Patriarch Xian Guang could not sit still any longer. He stood up once more and forced a smile. "Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, it's unsure how long more the 10,000 race meet will continue for. However, Matriarch Yu Luo's corpse has yet to go cold. We want to bring her corpse back to the sect and bury it so that she can rest in peace. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, please grant us our wish." "I've told you." The gaze of the Dragon Phoenix true body shifted to Patriarch Xian Guang as he said slowly, "Without my orders, no one is to leave Enigma Palace. Anyone who leaves without permission shall be killed without mercy." Patriarch Xian Guang and the others shuddered. At that moment, they truly sensed the killing intent of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Between the sect and their own lives, those patriarchs chose the latter and sat back obediently. The Dragon Phoenix true body knew every single move of the Martial Dao Prime body and would naturally not let Patriarch Xian Guang and the others return. After all, the Martial Dao Prime body was only a half-martial ancestor. There were 2 reasons why he was able to kill Elder Sun in the library. On the one hand, it was because Elder Sun's blood chi was weak and he was on the brink of death. On the other hand, Elder Sun's cultivation was only at the early stage Mahayana realm. However, Patriarch Xian Guang and the others were not only at mid-stage Mahayana, but also late stage. If those Mahayana patriarchs were to return to Heavenly Dipper sect, even the Martial Dao Prime body would have to avoid them. With the Dragon Phoenix true body here, those Heavenly Dipper sect patriarchs could no longer harbor thoughts about returning to the sect. Heavenly Dipper sect. Elder Zhanlong was lost when he saw that no one returned despite him tearing 2 distressed talismans. The 2 half-martial ancestors beside him were even more flustered. "Elder Zhanlong, what's going on? Why hasn't anyone returned yet?" one of the half-martial ancestors urged with an anxious expression. "If nobody returns, our Heavenly Dipper sect's library will be emptied out by that purple-robed, mysterious man." "There's no reaction," Elder Zhanlong said. "My few talismans have already been used up. Be it the sect master or the few patriarchs." None of them replied. "Inform the emperor of the sect then," a half-martial ancestor said. "Once the emperor returns, we'll be able to crush that mysterious person with a single finger." Elder Zhanlong was so furious that he nearly fainted. He scolded, "How the fuck am I qualified to contact the emperor? Are you stupid? Will the Chi refinement warriors and golden cores of the sect be able to contact us?" The half-martial ancestor gradually calmed down after being scolded badly. Given their status, they could only contact some early-stage Mahayana patriarchs at most and were not qualified or possessed the methods to communicate with the emperor directly. This was the most basic rule of the major sects and factions. For the Qi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators at the lowest rungs, the most they would report to would be golden cores and nascent souls. It was one level at a time. If Qi refinement warriors could communicate with the mighty figures and patriarchs of the sect would be in chaos. I'll make a move now and head to Enigma Palace to inform them about this matter, one of the half-martial ancestors said in a deep voice. Elder Zhanlong rolled his eyes and grit his teeth. Before you even arrive at Enigma Palace, our library will be emptied out. Right then, the door to the library opened once more. The martial Dao prime body walked out slowly and looked at Elder Zhanlong and the others. He nodded slightly and praised, as expected of one of the immortal sections. Such a foundation is truly admirable. With that said, the martial Dao prime body leaped and transformed into a streak of light in a flash, speeding into the distance and disappearing into the horizon before long. Hurry! Hurry and go take a look! Elder Zhanlong and the other two rushed into the library hurriedly. Upon entering the library, Elder Zhanlong and the other two were stunned on the spot with ashen expressions, as though they had lost their souls. The library was 100 feet tall and had 7 levels. There were at least 10,000 cultivation techniques, ancient books, secret skills and dermic arts about core formation, talismans, weapon refinement, array formations. Everything was wiped clean. The massive library was empty, leaving only dust. Not a single strand of hair was left behind. Let's take a look inside. Suddenly, Elder Zhanlong reacted and said hurriedly, "There's another secret passage on the first floor of the library that leads underground. Our sect's true secret skills are placed there." Elder Zhanlong quickened his steps and arrived at the depths of the library. He paused as well with a dull gaze. The secret passage had already been destroyed and the secret underground chamber was empty. What a sin! How ruthless! Elder Zhanlong collapsed and wanted to cry. Enigma Palace. The formation of the god race had fallen and the dragons were cleaning the battlefield up. The commotion that happened on the side of Heavenly Dipper sect earlier on did not cause much of a stir. Although the Green Lotus true body had already broken through to the Mahayana realm, he did not awaken and was still immersed in comprehending and stabilizing his cultivation realm. The process was extremely important. If one could not stabilize their cultivation realm after breaking through to the Mahayana realm, there was a high chance they would fall. The Dragon Phoenix true body stood guard at the side. Suddenly, the sect master of Malevolent Earth sect's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he slapped his storage bag and swept his spirit consciousness within. Instantly, his expression changed. A talisman in his storage bag shattered. The destruction of the talisman meant that the sect had met with great misfortune. The sect master of Malevolent Earth sect hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Patriarch Fei Duan beside him with his spirit consciousness. "Patriarch, something has happened to the sect. The exact situation is unknown, but the sect's distress talisman has shattered." Patriarch Fei Duan frowned slightly and could not help but recall what happened earlier on. It was as though Heavenly Dipper sect had encountered a massive change as well. Was it just a coincidence? Could someone be targeting them at this moment? Patriarch Fei Duan was expressionless as he looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body not far away. If he stood up and bid farewell, the Dragon Phoenix true body would definitely stop him. At that time, it would be inevitable that a conflict would break out and it was unknown if he could leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have to do it suddenly. Given the capabilities of Mahayana patriarchs, they could tear through the void and travel through it freely. As long as the Dragon Phoenix true body reacted slower, he would be able to leave this place. The Dragon Phoenix true body had to protect his Green Lotus true body and could not chase after him to leave. Patriarch Fei Duan's eyes were half opened and looked like he was resting. However, in reality, he was observing the activity of everyone around him. The most important thing was the Dragon Phoenix true body. To Patriarch Fei Duan's senses, the Dragon Phoenix true body's eyes were closed. as though he was recuperating in silence and did not notice him at all. A vicious glint flashed through Patriarch Fei Duan's eyes as he made up his mind. Suddenly, Patriarch Fei Duan stood up and extended his palm, slashing across the void beside him. Xing! The void at the side was like a gigantic cloth, and a massive crack was sliced by Patriarch Fei Duan's palm. A sinister wind gusted inside, dark and deep. The crack was right beside Patriarch Fei Duan. In a flash, Patriarch Fei Duan strode in. His action was without any warning, and many cultivators only reacted when Patriarch Fei Duan vanished from his original position. The entire process was fluid as water as he tore through the void and leaped in. It happened almost at the same time without any pauses. Roar! Right then, an earth-shaking roar sounded from Enigma Palace. It resembled a dragon and a phoenix and contained endless might and rage. Unknowingly, the dragon phoenix true body had already arrived before the void crack. The surrounding malevolent earth sect patriarchs were caught off guard. Those closest to the dragon phoenix true body felt their ears hurt from the roar. Some of the malevolent earth sect patriarchs had pained expressions as they clutched their eyes and knelt on the ground. Blood spurted out from their ears and noses. Even Patriarch Fei Duan, who was in the void, shuddered and froze, let alone them. The reaction of the dragon phoenix true body was way too fast. That reaction had completely exceeded his expectations. Right then, the voice of the dragon phoenix true body sounded in Patriarch Fei Duan's ears once more. Time is like a saber. It was that terrifying greater divine power. Patriarch Fei Duan was alarmed. Under normal circumstances, since he had already made a move first and entered the void, he would definitely be able to avoid the killing power of that greater divine power. However, the roar of the dragon phoenix true body caused him to pause. That momentary pause changed the entire situation and even decided his life and death. In a fight between top-tier experts, an instant was everything. A gray saber entered the void crack and struck Patriarch Fei Duan. Ugh! Although Patriarch Fei Duan was not injured at all by the slash, he grunted. Time was like a saber, cutting 30,000 years with a single slash. Patriarch Fei Duan had already cultivated to the perfected Mahayana realm and was now more than 60,000 years old. He still had more than 30,000 years of lifespan. He was almost killed by that slash. Although only Patriarch Fei Duan's lifespan was severed, that was not the only impact it had on him. Initially, Patriarch Fei Duan was at his peak. His blood chi was powerful and his movement technique and even combat strength were at their peak condition. But now, with that slash, Patriarch Fei Duan was instantly in his twilight years. From a lifespan of more than 30,000 years, he now had a lifespan of a few thousand years remaining. His blood chi deteriorated rapidly. His face became old and his movement technique, combat strength, and even the power of his essence spirit were failing. Even Patriarch Fei Duan could not withstand and adapt to such an instantaneous difference. He staggered. Right then, a menacing gigantic claw extended from the crack and arrived behind Patriarch Fei Duan in the blink of an eye. That was the Dragon Phoenix Claw. The Dragon Phoenix Claw penetrated Patriarch Fei Duan's body. The raging flames almost burned away the life force in Patriarch Fei Duan's body. Ah! Patriarch Fei Duan shrieked. Enigma Palace. Under the gazes of the living beings of the 10,000 races, Patriarch Fei Duan suddenly tore through the void and left. The Dragon Phoenix true body slashed down and extended his Dragon Phoenix claw into the void, capturing Patriarch Fei Duan directly. Ah! Patriarch Fei Duan's body was completely penetrated by the Dragon Phoenix claw as he struggled and howled in extreme pain. If it was 2 or 3 breaths ago, he would have had the strength to break free and even fight the Dragon Phoenix true body. But now that his lifespan, essence spirit, and blood chi were depleted, his combat strength was greatly reduced, and he could not even escape the shackles and restrictions of the Dragon Phoenix claw. I've already said that anyone who leaves without my permission will be killed without mercy, the Dragon Phoenix true body said coldly as he closed his claws and squeezed. Right in front of everyone. The dignified perfected Mahayana Patriarch Fei Duan was crushed by the Dragon Phoenix claw and turned into a blood mist. Before the blood mist scattered in midair, it was burned into nothingness by the dragon phoenix flames. Patriarch Fei Duan was dead. Desolate Marshal is truly way too ruthless. Desolate Marshal's two true bodies are one more ruthless than the other. I heard that some top-tier cloning secret skills can cultivate 3 clones. Thankfully, Desolate Marshal did not cultivate any 3 true bodies. Otherwise, who knows what sort of a bloodbath he would cause. The 3 super sects, Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect, and Penglai Island, were the first to send Mahayana patriarchs. In fact, 3 of them were even at the perfected Mahayana realm and wanted to kill Desolate Marshal. To think that 2 of the 3 perfected Mahayanas were already dead. Right now, the only one left was Patriarch Su Jing of Penglai Island. Patriarch Su Jing had a terrible expression and remained silent. The death of Patriarch Fei Duan caused the living beings of the 10,000 races present to calm down. Some of the patriarchs who were initially restless did not dare to act rashly anymore. Patriarch Wu Tian, Patriarch Jin Yen, and the others were even more motionless, waiting for the experts of the sects to descend and host the 10,000 race meet. Patriarch Su Jing made up his mind as well. No matter what happens, I can't leave this place and I can't give Desolate Marshal any reason to attack. He could tell that, at the very least, the Dragon Phoenix true body would not kill indiscriminately without reason. As long as they stayed here obediently, the Dragon Phoenix true body would not cause trouble for them. Another hour passed. The island master of Penglai Island felt something and secretly opened his storage bag, glancing inside. Not good. The island master of Penglai Island was alarmed and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Patriarch Su Jing. Something has happened to the sect. Here it comes. Patriarch Su Jing thought to himself. He had already guessed this. He had witnessed everything that happened at the side of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect earlier on. In his opinion, this was most likely not a coincidence. This should be a calamity targeted at their 3 sects. However, he could not guess where the faction behind this attack came from. He had not expected it to be Penglai Island's turn this quickly as well. The lesson was displayed right before him. No matter how much Patriarch Su Jing cared about his sect, he would not leave this place or attract the killing intent of the Dragon Phoenix true body. He reached into his storage bag stealthily. He had a talisman in his storage bag that could inform the Emperor of Penglai Island directly. He would not choose to leave, but he could inform the Emperor of Penglai Island. No matter the sect or faction that was targeting Penglai Island, the arrival of an emperor was enough to suppress everything. Su Jing was expressionless and his palm had already made contact with his storage bag. Su Jing, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Patriarch Su Jing's ears. Pest! Patriarch Su Jing gasped and looked up instinctively. Unknowingly, the Dragon Phoenix true body had already arrived before him and was looking down at him with a burning gaze and a sinister tone. Patriarch Su Jing was almost scared out of his wits when he met with that gaze. His palm trembled and he retracted it hurriedly. And nothing. His voice was trembling. He was not like Patriarch Fei Duan, who could still endure a single-time saber strike from the Dragon Phoenix true body. His remaining lifespan was less than 30,000 years. He would die after a single slash. Behave yourself, the Dragon Phoenix true body said coldly. If there's a next time. He did not continue. A gray fog surrounded his hands and a gray saber was vaguely formed. And no more. Patriarch Su Jing's heart seemed to have stopped beating and his eyes were filled with fear. In his eyes, the gray saber was not the time saber, but the death saber. It was not a saber that would age someone. It would take his life instead. The Dragon Phoenix true body ignored Patriarch Su Jing and turned to leave. He returned to the creation Green Lotus and sat down, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. Sister. Among the Kuan race, Carefree shrugged his shoulders and nudged Lan beside him gently. How is my master? Incredible, right? Even though you're both early-stage Mahayanas, you won't be able to defeat my master, Carefree said proudly with slight excitement. Humph. Lan harumphed coldly and did not refute. She was prideful and was a paragon of the Kuan race. She had never submitted to anyone of the same cultivation realm. However, at that moment, she could not help but admit that Carefree was speaking the truth. If the Dragon Phoenix true body merely relied on his taboo bloodline, Inlan would not be truly impressed. However, the bloodline phenomenons released by the Dragon Phoenix true body and the Grey Saber convinced her. The Kuan race had some records of the taboo Dragon Phoenix. However, they never mentioned such powerful means. Laughing, Carefree sent another voice transmission secretly. Sister, do you want me to be your matchmaker and introduce you to my master? Fuck. What nonsense are you spouting, child? Inlan spat softly, but her heart skipped a beat. However, she calmed down quickly. Don't be smug. The true test is still behind. If I'm not wrong, the clan leaders of the primordial races should be arriving soon. East Sea, Penglai Island. In midair, streaks of divine light shone and countless dermic weapons tore through the air, interweaving into an impenetrable trap that struck a purple-robed figure in midair. Corpses were strewn all over the island and the flames of war raged everywhere. The surroundings of Penglai Island were dyed red with blood. Who are you? A half-martial ancestor of Penglai Island hollered. Leave behind the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Penglai Island. Otherwise, even if I have to die here, I won't let you leave. I'll fulfill your wish. The martial Dao prime body replied blandly. Boom! He took a step forward and seemed to cross the endless void. The martial Dao prime body arrived before the half-martial ancestor and punched out. That punch was as violent as fire. It was like the power of the martial Dao furnace when it suddenly exploded. The half-martial ancestor could not defend against it at all. Even his destiny dermic weapon was shattered by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body, turning into dust that scattered down. Kill him! Some cultivators of Penglai Island were still fearless as they charged towards the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body had already obtained all the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Penglai Island. Initially, he wanted to leave, but he was blocked by the cultivators of Penglai Island. The martial Dao prime body had already shown mercy when he did not destroy Penglai Island despite their submission to the primordial 6 races. Since those Penglai Island cultivators did not know what was good for them, the martial Dao prime body naturally did not have to hold back. Kill! The martial Dao prime body conjured his sword finger and slashed forward gently. A shuddering killing intent burst forth and the world shook. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Roar! Pest! The martial Dao prime body's sword finger slashed down and the ground of Penglai Island trembled. The ground split open and a gigantic soaring serpent slithered out. It burned with flames and soared into the air. A dragon roar sounded from the skies. A 5-clawed divine dragon swooped down and charged into the crowd, killing in all directions. The slash of the martial Dao prime body slashed out a dragon snake. Even the half-martial ancestors of Penglai Island could not defend against the killing power of the 5-clawed divine dragon and primordial soaring serpent. Blood flowed from the skies and the ground was scarlet for thousands of miles. Lava splashed down from Penglai Island and a fire rain filled the skies. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived and many half-martial ancestors and mighty figures fell from midair without any life. Finally, the cultivators of Penglai Island were afraid. Many cultivators began to break down and flee in all directions. Nobody dared to stop this mysterious purple-robed man anymore. Right then, the martial Dao prime body frowned slightly, as though he sensed something. After pondering for a moment, his expression changed. There were truly not many things in the world that could cause the martial Dao prime body's expression to change. The martial Dao prime body extended his palm and swiped in front of him, tearing a crack in the void. He leaped in and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. Tearing the void was a method that only Mahayana patriarchs could possess. However, the martial Dao prime body already had control of it at the half-martial ancestor realm. The moment the martial Dao prime body left, a crack appeared in the skies of Penglai Island and a terrifying aura descended. No figure appeared from the void crack and it merely with a dark light. It was as though an eye had appeared in the skies and was surveying the entire Penglai Island. However, the martial Tao prime body had already left and the eye did not discover the figure of the martial Tao prime body. It merely stared in the direction where the martial Tao prime body left for a moment. A moment later, a series of lights burst forth from the crack and the five-clawed divine dragon and primordial soaring serpent on Penglai Island vanished instantly. Thereafter, the eye retracted and the crack closed. A small boat floated on the East Sea. On the small boat laid a fisherman in a woven rush raincoat. A fishnet was casually stacked beneath his feet and a green straw hat covered his face. The fisherman removed the green straw hat from his face and revealed a slovenly face that shone with a strange blood glint. He was none other than Hermit. What keen senses! He sensed danger and escaped first. Hermit sat up slowly and murmured, "That's the earth-slaying sword art." Hermit mulled deeply. It was someone from Sword Sect? Someone from Sword Sect actually managed to cultivate the earth-slaying sword art to that level. Strange. He frowned slightly again. There's no divine power aura on Penglai Island at all. The person who came wasn't a Mahayana patriarch. However, if he's not a Mahayana patriarch, how could he suppress Penglai Island and tear through the void to leave? Hermit thought for a moment and chuckled again. I don't believe that you can escape from my grasp. As he said that, he waved his hands in front of him and drew mysterious runes in midair with his fingertips. Thereafter, the scenes from Penglai Island flashed before Hermit's eyes rapidly. However, when he saw that, he frowned once more. Among the scenes, he could only see a purple figure. The figure's face seemed to be shrouded by a fog, and he could not see it clearly. I don't believe that I can't divine your background. A fog appeared in Hermit's eyes as his hand seals changed even more mysteriously. He was already surrounded by many runes. A moment later, Hermit's body shuddered and the fog in his eyes dissipated. The surrounding runes shattered and dissipated into the world as well. He had failed. Hermit narrowed his eyes and a blood glint flashed. However, not long after, he laughed and stood up. He scattered the fishnet beneath his feet into the ocean and murmured, "Interesting. To think that there would be someone in Tianhuang mainland who could escape from my heavenly net. Enigma Palace. Due to the arrival of the Dragon Phoenix true body and the domineering suppression of the god race, Enigma Palace fell into a momentary silence. No sect or faction dared to act rashly at this moment. However, everyone knew that this was only the calm before the storm. There was a high chance that Enigma Palace would endure a violent storm next. The descent of the storm might even drown Enigma Palace. Suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in the void and blinding golden light burst forth from within. Immediately after, more than 10 figures appeared. A terrifying might descended and the living beings of the 10,000 races were silent as they looked at the dozens of figures in the firmaments with frightened expressions. Those figures stood in midair like true gods. In fact, the living beings of the 10,000 races could not even see the faces of the figures clearly. All they could see were divine lights. Although the faces of the figures could not be seen clearly, all the living beings of the 10,000 races knew that the god race had arrived. While there were only slightly more than 10 god race beings this time round, every single one of them was stronger than the god race beings who died in the hands of the Dragon Phoenix true body. The true test has arrived. Yin Lan sent a voice transmission to Carefree. Their leader is the clan leader of the god race, a perfected Mahayana. The 13 god race beings beside him are all late-stage Mahayanas as well. Carefree was alarmed. He knew very well that any late-stage Mahayana god race being was enough to kill the Dragon Phoenix true body, let alone the god clan leader who was at the perfected Mahayana realm. They were on completely different levels. If the primordial races were to grow to the late-stage Mahayana realm, it would mean that their bloodline, physique, essence, spirit, and various powers would be comparable to emperors of the human race who had comprehended a supreme divine power. In fact, many times, because of the powerful bloodline of the primordial races, late-stage Mahayana primordial races could suppress emperors who only comprehended a single supreme divine power. 10,000 years ago, Long Ran, the red-headed ghost, was actually at the late-stage Mahayana realm. A single late-stage Mahayana ancestral dragon created a massive catastrophe. An empire of the North region was reduced to ruins overnight. The super sects of the 2 Buddhist monasteries were destroyed as well. That was the destructive power of a late-stage Mahayana ancestral dragon. But now, there were 13 late-stage Mahayana ancestor gods as well as a perfected Mahayana god clan leader. Carefree could not help but feel shocked by such a terrifying lineup. Patriarch Wuxian and the others were finally relieved when they saw that. As long as the clan leaders of the primordial races descended, the Dragon Phoenix true body would not be able to cause any trouble. As for Enigma Palace, it was even less of a threat. A perfected Mahayana ancestor god's strength was equivalent to an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 2 supreme divine powers. Because of the bloodline and physique of the god race, only emperors of the human race who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers could fight against them. The mystic emperor of Enigma Palace had indeed comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. However, the mystic emperor was only a single person and wasn't enough of a threat. "Sister, hurry and get the clan leader here," Carefree urged. "What for?" Inlan shook her head gently. "If your master doesn't have any sufficient reason backing him, our Kuan race won't take the risk with him. Look at the attitude of the barbarian race. It's the same. The reason why the barbarian race hasn't made a move or made any stance clear is because they're waiting for Desolate Marshal to see what trump cards he has. The god clan leader looked down from above and could not help but bark with a dark expression. "Who did this?" "It's him." Patriarch Wuxian and the others stood out hurriedly and recounted everything that happened in detail. Before Patriarch Wuxian and the others could finish, an ancestor god could not help but attack all of a sudden. This ancestor god was at the late-stage Mahayana realm. Rubbing his hands in front of him, a blinding gigantic golden sword was formed instantly and slashed down at the creation Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix true body. The void trembled when the sword descended. He wanted to kill Desolate Marshal's 2 true bodies here. The power of that slash had completely exceeded what the Dragon Phoenix true body could withstand. The Dragon Phoenix true body's expression was unchanged as he waved his hands in a mysterious trajectory. He channeled his essence spirit and summoned the spirit turtle shield. At the same time, a bronze square tripod that was more than 10 feet tall flew out from his glabella. The bronze square tripod emitted an ancient aura and was filled with cracks, as though it would shatter into scrap metal with a single smash. The spirit turtle shield alone could not defend against the power of this late-stage Mahayana ancestor god. The Dragon Phoenix true body was prepared to hide in the bronze square tripod with the Green Lotus true body. Humph! Right then, a cold harumph sounded from the void. SV immediately after, before the gigantic golden sword descended. The void split apart and a scarlet figure charged out, shattering the gigantic golden sword. The figure was tall and strong, wearing blood-stained battle armor and coiled with thick chains. His face was rough and he exuded a heroic aura. He emitted a violent and scorching aura and his eyes seemed to burn with 2 balls of flames as he glared at the god race beings with a murderous intent. "Long Ran, is that you?" The god clan leader glared at the figure and frowned slightly. Long Ran was the red-headed ghost. "That's me." The red-headed ghost grinned. "The god race sure is shameless. To think that a late-stage Mahayana ancestor god would try to kill an early-stage Mahayana young master of our dragon race." "Humph," the god clan leader said coldly. "What young master of the dragon race? He's a human. If you, Long Ran, want to protect a human, you'll harm the entire dragon race. Can you bear the responsibility? To hell with you." The red-headed ghost's temper was as fiery as fire and he spoke without any reservations. Cursing, "Long Mo is a taboo dragon phoenix. Are you fucking blind? How can you say that he's human?" The living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded. Nobody expected that this expert from the dragon race would not have the slightest bit of the demeanor of an expert and speak like a hooligan in the marketplace. "You?" The god clan leader's expression darkened and he sneered. "Get your dragon clan leader out. You're just a useless dragon who was locked in captivity for 10,000 years. You're not worthy of talking to me. I'm the clan leader of the dragon race." The red-headed ghost burst into laughter. The god clan leader frowned. Right then, The void behind the red-headed ghost tore and powerful figures walked out. They were all elders of the dragon race who were in seclusion. Even the weakest of those elders was at the late-stage Mahayana realm. Furthermore, there were more than 20 of them. That was twice of the god race beings. Long Ran is the clan leader of the dragon race. All his decisions are equivalent to the dragon race's decisions. A dragon elder said in a deep voice. The god clan leader had a terrible expression. He had not expected that Long Ran would not be ostracized after being imprisoned at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 10,000 years. Instead, he became the clan leader of the dragon race. Fufu, what a joke! An ancestor god sneered. A group of dragons without a leader actually allowed a crippled dragon that was imprisoned for 10,000 years to become the clan leader. The dragon race is doomed. Ha 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 ha. The red-headed ghost reared his head in laughter and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. The god race has said that I'm a useless dragon. Today, I'll make sure the god race will not get to return. Kill! The red-headed ghost hollered with a murderous aura and howled, transforming into his dragon form right away. The dragon body that was a few thousand feet long tore through the air. The dragon scales on his body were lined tightly and shone with a cold glint. His body burned with flames and his claws and teeth were sharp as he charged towards the ancestor god who spoke earlier on. Roar! Roar! Behind the red-headed ghost, the 20-odd ancestral dragons reverted to their dragon forms as well. Instantly, 20 gigantic divine dragons circled above Enigma Palace. Their gigantic bodies coiled and almost covered the skies as their might rumbled and shocked the 10,000 races. The god clan leader's face changed starkly. He had not expected that Long Ran would attack and wanted to kill them all after just a few words. This was no casual spar. The dragon race had even reverted to their true forms. There was no room for negotiation. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked as well when they saw that. Patriarch Wu Tian and the others were dumbfounded. They had not expected that this seemingly crazy dragon clan leader would be even more aggressive and domineering than Desolate Marshal. After just a few words, he wanted to kill more than 10 ancestor gods on the other end. Long Ran, you're crazy, the god clan leader shouted. Boom! The god clan leader wielded his gigantic golden shield and blocked the red-headed ghost's dragon tail. His body shuddered and he staggered 3 steps back with a changed expression. The power released by the red-headed ghost was far beyond his imagination. To his knowledge, the red-headed ghost was only at the late-stage Mahayana realm. In the Battle of the Catastrophe, the red-headed ghost was severely injured and imprisoned for 10,000 years. He thought that there was no way the red-headed ghost would be imprisoned at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley for 10,000 years if the latter's combat strength was still present. However, he had not expected that after 10,000 years, the red-headed ghost would return and advance to the perfected Mahayana realm. The latter's combat strength had increased exponentially such that even he could not defend against it. Waving his tail, the red-headed ghost pushed the god clan leader away and opened his gigantic dragon mouth, spewing out a scorching flame. The fire rain descended and many ancestor gods dodged with all their might. However, the fire rain was extremely dense and those ancestor gods could not dodge completely. Bloodied holes were burned out of any of them who were tainted by the fire rain. Ah! 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 The 13 ancestor gods let out tragic cries. The red-headed ghost swooped down and descended before the ancestor god who mocked him earlier on. Sword of Misfortune. The ancestor god did not dare to hesitate and condensed a gigantic sword with both hands. Surrounded by darkness, it was extremely similar to what Su Zimo had seen in the Kunlun ruins. That was a supreme divine power of the god race. Shatter! The red-headed ghost hollered and extended his menacing dragon claw, grabbing the sword of misfortune and crushing it. The flames burned brightly and incinerated the power of darkness. The red-headed ghost extended his dragon head and devoured the ancestor god in a single mouthful. The dragon's mouth closed. Golden blood splattered from the gaps between the red-headed ghost's teeth in a shocking manner. Every single drop of blood possessed an extremely terrifying aura that descended upon the void and even caused it to tremble. The living beings of the 10,000 races retreated hurriedly, afraid that they would be tainted by the golden blood. That was the blood of a late-stage Mahayana ancestor god. That single drop could even severely injure conjoint body mighty figures. The essence spirit of the ancestor god was devoured by the red-headed ghost. Even if fresh blood flowed out, he could not use blood rebirth and died on the spot. Long ran. "How dare you kill my ancestor god?" The god clan leader said sternly. "Are you declaring war against the god race? Does the dragon race wish to endure the wrath of God and the other 5 primordial races?" "Wrath your mother!" Long ran cursed. "You're still trying to scare me? I'm going to slaughter you today." In Enigma Palace, divine power spread and the world shook. Above the firmaments, divine dragons coiled and fought against the ancestor gods that shone with divine lights, letting out earth-shaking explosions. Golden blood splattered continuously. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked as they looked at everything. The dragon race did not test the waters at all and wanted to kill the god race as though they had a deep feud. The number of ancestor gods was small to begin with. As for the god clan leader, he could not defend against the killing power of the red-headed ghost at all. With that, more than 10 ancestor gods were crushed by the dragons almost completely. If not for the fact that they were all late-stage Mahayana ancestor gods with powerful combat strength and exuberant vitality, they would have long been drowned in the killing power of the dragons. There were a total of 14 ancestor gods with the god clan leader included. Even so, 5 of them had already died in less than half an hour. Those were no ordinary god race beings, they were ancestor gods. Furthermore, they were top-tier ancestor gods. But now they were encircled by the dragons just like that. The god clan leader's eyes widened and he roared, "Wu Feng, Golden Glow, Dark Crow, why aren't you guys coming out? How long are you guys going to wait?" The moment that voice sounded, the firmaments began to tremble. Shing, shing, a jarring sound echoed, as though the entire skies had been ripped apart by countless powerful living beings. The first to arrive were more than 20 cultivators in dark green robes. Their leader had a scrawny face, thin hair and dark green eyes that shone faintly as he wielded a white bone staff. Wu Feng, a perfected Mahayana and the clan leader of the witch race. The 20-odd witches behind him were also at late-stage or mid-stage Mahayana realm. On the other side, balls of blazing golden flames descended and hovered in midair like more than 10 blazing suns, illuminating Enigma Palace. The temperature of the entire heaven-expanding mountain range rose suddenly. Many trees started burning. Countless living beings in the mountain range turned into ashes at that moment. The weakest among the living beings of the 10,000 races at Enigma Palace were Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords. Even then, they were all drenched in sweat at the moment. The blazing suns hovered in the skies as though it was the apocalypse. Gradually, the blazing suns extended slowly and reverted to their true forms. However, they were more than 10 three-legged golden crows that took on human form once more. It was only then that the temperature of Enigma Palace gradually returned to normal. Their leader was Golden Glow, the perfected Mahayana clan leader of the Golden Crow race. After the Golden Crow race, many dark lights suddenly descended from the skies. They were densely packed and streaked through the air, shouting continuously. There were more than 50 of them. The Rakshasa race had arrived. The clan leader of the Rakshasa race, the perfected Mahayana Rakshasa Dark Crow. Among the Rakshasas there were early, mid, and late-stage Mahayanas. On the other side, thick blood vines weaved into an impenetrable trap in midair. The entire Enigma Palace was covered in blood, and every single blood vine was dripping with sticky blood. The stench of blood spread and was nauseating. The blood vine race had descended. There were more than 20 blood vine patriarchs that transformed. Finally, more than 10 patriarchs of the Heavenly Eye race arrived, and the Heavenly Eye on their glabella seemed like it was about to open, releasing a shuddering power. At that moment, the clan leaders and many patriarchs of the primordial 6 races, the God, Witch, Golden Crow, Rakshasa, Bloodvine, and Heavenly Eye races arrived. Patriarch Wu Tian and the others were invigorated. Ever since the Dragon Phoenix true body descended, they had been suppressed by the Dragon Phoenix true body the entire time. All of them were scared out of their wits and did not dare to act rashly. It was only now that they truly heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Desolate Marshal was a taboo Dragon Phoenix, he could not interfere in a fight of this level. If the dragon race wanted to fight against the primordial 6 races, they were courting death. Long Ran, the witch clan leader, said coldly, "Stop, Fufu." The Rakshasa clan leader gave a strange laugh. Long Ran, your temper hasn't changed despite being locked up for 10,000 years. The Golden Crow clan leader's expression was cold as he said slowly, Long Ran, don't force us to join forces and kill you and these dragons. If it was just the dragon race against the god race, the dragon race would have an absolute advantage. But now, apart from the god race, the situation reversed instantly with the arrival of the clan leaders and late-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the other 5 primordial races. All the clan leaders of the primordial races were at the perfected Mahayana realm with torrential combat strength. Notwithstanding the clan leaders, even the patriarchs of the primordial races behind them added up to more than 100. With a grim expression, the red-headed ghost waved his hand and retreated. The red-headed ghost was domineering and seemed reckless, but he was extremely sober and calm. Under such circumstances, if he continued to fight the god race recklessly, he would only attract trouble and all the dragons would die here. At the red-headed ghost's signal, the dragons gradually retreated. Even so, the red-headed ghost shielded the creation Green Lotus and the Dragon Phoenix true body behind him. Everyone, the God Clan leader's expression was cold as he said coldly, "Follow me and kill this group of dragons. These bugs have gone mad. They clearly want to be enemies with our primordial 6 races." "Fufu," the red-headed ghost chuckled. "You're wrong. I merely want to kill the god race. It has nothing to do with the other primordial races." "You're wrong," the witch clan leader said. "Our primordial 6 races have already joined forces and are on the same side. If you want to deal with the god race, you'll be going against our primordial 6 races." "Wu Feng, Golden Glow, I advise you guys to be careful," the red-headed ghost sneered. "You guys might end up with a huge loss if you join forces with the god race." "What do you mean?" The Golden Crow clan leader frowned slightly. The Heavenly Eye clan leader added, "Long Ran, if you have anything to say, just say it. There's no need to be secretive." Long Ran chuckled and remained silent. It was not that he did not want to say it. Rather, it was useless even if he did and no one would believe him. He knew less than the Dragon Phoenix true body. The Green Lotus true body was the only one who could explain this. But now, the Green Lotus true body was still on the Creation Lotus platform undergoing a final comprehension and could not awaken. The Heavenly Eye clan leader and the others did not think too much about what Long Ran said earlier on. However, the gaze of the God clan leader flickered as he vaguely sensed something. "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense," the God clan leader said in a deep voice. "This taboo Dragon Phoenix is one of Desolate Marshal's true bodies. Now that his 2 true bodies are right before us, let's kill them first." "All right," the Blood Vine clan leader said sinisterly. "Desolate Marshal killed 2 young masters and countless clansmen of ours. We'll make him pay with his life today. I'm going to personally suck his bloodline dry without a single drop left. This is bad." Among the Kuan race, Inlan suddenly said to Carefree, "These primordial races want to touch your master. However, these dragons alone won't be able to defend against them at all. Sister, hurry and inform the clan leader. Get him to appear and help," Carefree urged with an anxious expression. Inlan shook her head and said firmly, "The situation is currently unknown and the Kuan race doesn't have sufficient reason to stand on the side of the dragon race and fight against the primordial 6 races. Furthermore, even if the clan leader arrives with the patriarchs and joins forces with the dragon race, they won't be able to defend against the attacks of the primordial 6 races." "Long Ran," the Golden Crow clan leader said coldly, "make way. We've already taken a step back and we haven't killed the taboo Dragon Phoenix yet. We just want to kill the human Desolate Marshal." The Witch clan leader said coldly as well, "Long Ran, Our primordial 6 races joined forces and released the killing badges. We must kill Desolate Marshal today. If you still want to protect this human, don't blame us for not taking into account our past relationship. As a dragon, you can't defend against the killing power of our primordial 6 races. The red-headed ghost had a grim expression. He knew very well that the witch clan leader was not wrong. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the dragon race. There was sufficient reason for the dragon race to protect the dragon phoenix true body. However, there was no reason for them to protect the green lotus true body. That was also the reason why the Kuan and barbarian races did not express anything. If the primordial 6 races wanted to join forces to deal with the taboo dragon phoenix, the Kuan race would definitely stand with the dragon race less carefree was targeted in the future. But now, the primordial 6 races wanted to destroy the green lotus true body. The Kuan and barbarian races did not want to risk their lives against the primordial 6 races just for a single human. Everyone, the red-headed ghost looked at Wu Feng, Golden Glow, and the other clan leaders of the primordial 5 races before chuckling. Why are you in a hurry if you want to kill Desolate Marshal? He's right here and won't be able to escape even if he wants to. Why don't we wait for him to awaken before attacking? Humph! The God Clan leader sneered. Long Ran, you're just trying to stall for time. Even if I'm stalling for time, what are you afraid of? The red-headed ghost asked instead. The God Clan leader had a calm expression and said coldly, the God race has nothing to fear. However, anyone the God race wishes to kill will definitely die. Cut the crap. Make way. The Heavenly Eye clan leader hollered, and the heavenly eye on his glabella seemed like it was about to open. Rays of light spilled out from it. He said coldly, Long Ran, our primordial 6 races have already given you face by not attempting to kill the taboo dragon phoenix. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for joining forces to destroy your dragon race as well. The red-headed ghost could not let the primordial 6 races kill the green lotus true body. That was because only the green lotus true body knew the truth of the primordial war. Man Feng, aren't you coming out? Suddenly, the red-headed ghost shouted. Sigh! The void cracked and a deep sigh sounded from within. A massive figure that was more than 30 feet tall walked out. With a rough appearance and a dignified gaze, he arrived at Enigma Palace like a gigantic mountain. The perfected Mahayana barbarian clan leader, Man Feng. After Man Feng came out, the tear in the void behind him closed gradually, but many experts could sense that there were still many experts in the depths of the void. However, none of those experts followed Man Feng out. Why? Does the barbarian race want to get involved in this as well? The God Clan leader shifted his gaze towards Man Feng and asked slowly, Don't forget, I haven't settled things with the barbarian race for the fact that the young master of the God race died in your barbarian race. Man Feng was silent and merely stood shoulder to shoulder with the red-headed ghost. Why are you alone? The red-headed ghost widened his eyes. Where are the patriarchs of the barbarian race? Are all of them fucking dead? With an embarrassed expression, Man Feng chuckled bitterly and sent a voice transmission. The elders of the barbarian race discussed it and don't want to have a conflict with the primordial 6 races because of a single human. Of course, if what you said is true about the primordial war, the barbarian race will definitely stand on the side of the dragon race and destroy the god race. It's definitely true. The red-headed ghost pointed at the green lotus true body. He saw it with his own eyes and has proof. The truth will be revealed once he awakens. Man Feng was silent and hesitated. The red-headed ghost sneered and raised his brow. Why? Does the barbarian race suspect me? It's not that we suspect you. It's more like we don't believe Desolate Marshal, Man Feng said. He's only a human after all. Furthermore, the so-called truth that he revealed was way too shocking. The barbarian race has no choice but to be careful. Long Ran, those old fogies are worried for a reason. After pondering for a moment, Man Feng sent another voice transmission. If Desolate Marshal made up the so-called truth himself, it's possible that his motive was to sow discord between us and the primordial 6 races to resolve this crisis of the human race. When he heard that, the red-headed ghost went silent as well. He could understand the worries of the barbarian race. The Kuan race should have the same reservations. No matter the truth of the primordial war, the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses in the battle against the taboos. As such, their fortune was depleted and they were suppressed by the human race for so long. The barbarian and Kuan races did not want to repeat the same mistake. The 2 races would definitely not want to leave their fates in the hands of a single human. The red-headed ghost watched Su Zimo grow bit by bit. The 2 of them had a deep relationship and he understood Su Zimo's character. If not for that, he would have been suspicious as well. He would not entrust the fate of the dragon race to a human either. At that thought, the red-headed ghost understood internally. However, he refused to let Man Feng off on the surface and mocked. "You sure are a worthless clan leader. You don't even have a single lackey with you." "I'm no longer the barbarian clan leader," Man Feng smiled. "MMM?" The red-headed ghost frowned. Right then, the Bloodvine clan leader's blood chi spread as he asked murderously, "Man Feng, is the barbarian race going to break off ties with our primordial 6 races over a single human as well?" "I'm no longer the barbarian clan leader. My future actions have nothing to do with the barbarian race," Man Feng declared. "Today's battle is my personal decision." When he heard that, the red-headed ghost shuddered and looked at Man Feng in disbelief. He felt his blood pump and his eyes reddened. The barbarian race was unwilling to believe him or appear. However, Man Feng stood out still. Man Feng gave up his identity and status. Although he knew that he was bound to lose this battle, he still rushed over without hesitation to fight alongside Long Ran. "Today's battle is my personal decision and has nothing to do with the barbarian race." Although that sentence seemed simple, it sounded grand to the red-headed ghost. "What are you looking at?" Man Feng grinned. "We're brothers. Even if the world doesn't believe you, I'll definitely believe you." "All right." Long Ran's heart skipped a beat as he nodded and shouted, "Brother!" A commotion broke out in the crowd. Inlan sighed with a conflicted expression. Some experts of the primordial races knew that Man Feng and Long Ran had a deep relationship. However, none of them expected that the 2 of them would be so close that they could abandon their lives and disregard everything just to be called one another's brother. In the cruel and merciless cultivation world, such a relationship seemed exceptionally special and precious. The dragon phoenix true body, monkey, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching, night spirit, little fox, golden lion, and the other siblings exchanged glances as well. The 7 siblings smiled at one another from the depths of their hearts. It was the same between them. "Fufu," the god clan leader sneered. "The 2 of you and more than 30 ancestral dragons alone think that you can stop the alliance of our primordial 6 races?" The difference in strength between them was too great, and there was no way to change the situation despite Man Feng rushing over. "Long Ran, Man Feng." Suddenly, the witch clan leader chuckled. "The 2 of you are truly interesting. Desolate Marshal is clearly a paragon of the human race. Yet, the 2 of you are the ones protecting his life instead of the patriarchs of the human race. Why go through the trouble?" "Ha-ha!" The Rakshasa clan leader grinned. "Patriarchs of the human race are all as cowardly as rats. They're so scared that they're hiding in the ancient battlefield and don't dare to come out at all. Patriarchs of the human race are nothing but food for us." The Bloodvine clan leader laughed as well. "These foods merely managed to take advantage of the situation during the ancient war. Do they really think they're qualified to be the masters of Tianhuang mainland?" Long Ran. "These ancestral dragons are all top-tier experts of the dragon race," Wu Tian said with a fake smile. "Why do you have to send these ancestral dragons behind you to their deaths for the sake of a human? Instead of protecting a monster incarnate of their race, these human patriarchs want you dragons to die. What a joke." Wu Tian's words were more terrifying than any divine power. Although the dragons could risk their lives to protect the taboo dragon phoenix, they were not so determined to protect the Green Lotus true body. When he said that, the 30-odd ancestral dragons behind Long Ran revealed strange expressions as they exchanged glances, as though they were sending voice transmissions. "Clan leader, there's no need for us to risk our lives for Desolate Marshal's human clone, right?" "That's right. Desolate Marshall's human clone should be protected by the patriarchs of the human race. Some ancestral dragons began to grumble as well. Long Rant's expression was terrible. Patriarch Wu Hua took a deep breath and stood out, cupping his fists. Everyone, the 10,000 race meet is held in Enigma Palace this time round. Can't we sit down and discuss it now that all of you experts have arrived? The flames of war raged on Tianhuang mainland and blood flowed like rivers. Enigma Palace doesn't want to see the tragic scene of the ancient era repeat itself either. Before Patriarch Wu Hua could finish, a dark light streaked through the air. "Watch out!" The dragon phoenix true body exclaimed softly. "Eft!" Suddenly, a blood beam burst forth from the crowd. A gigantic head flew into the air. From its appearance, it was Patriarch Wu Hua of Enigma Palace. Earlier on, Patriarch Wu Hua was still speaking. However, in the blink of an eye, his head was severed. It was too fast. The Rakshasa clan leader had attacked. The combat strength of a perfected Mahayana Rakshasa was equivalent to comprehending two supreme divine powers. Even ordinary emperors of the human race would die here, let alone the early-stage Mahayana Patriarch Wu Hua. He was completely defenseless. The dragon phoenix true body merely managed to sense danger with his terrifying spirit perception. However, Patriarch Wu Hua did not manage to react the entire time. Poof! A gigantic blood vine tore through the air and pierced Patriarch Wu Hua's head, splattering blood everywhere. Before Patriarch Wu Hua's essence spirit could escape, it was killed by the Blood Vine clan leader. Patriarch Wu Hua's corpse fell with a thud. The crowd was in an uproar. It was only now that the living beings of the 10,000 races reacted. The Rakshasa clan leader laughed menacingly. "How can the human race negotiate peace with our primordial 6 races? You guys are just a bunch of ants. What rights do you have?" "Foo-foo." The Blood Vine clan leader laughed as well. "The emperors of the human race are all a bunch of rats that hide in the ancient battlefield and don't dare to come out. Do you still expect to negotiate with our primordial 6 races? Audacious! Emperors are not to be humiliated." The patriarchs of Enigma Palace could not help but holler. Many cultivators were furious as well. No matter what, emperors of the human race had an extremely noble status in the cultivation world and must not be humiliated. But now, the dignity of the emperors were trampled mercilessly by the primordial 6 races. Humph! The Heavenly Eye clan leader opened his heavenly eye and a beam of light burst forth, piercing a human patriarch instantly. The body of the human patriarch exploded into a blood mist. He died on the spot with his essence spirit destroyed. The witch clan leader chanted an incantation secretly as well. A human patriarch's gaze suddenly froze and his expression stiffened. The life force in his body decreased as he collapsed stiffly. Although there were no injuries on the body of the human patriarch, his essence spirit was already dead. A wisp of green mist floated out from the top of his head towards the witch clan leader. The witch clan leader opened his mouth slightly and swallowed the mist. He smacked his lips and sighed. "Truly too weak. Perhaps it might be interesting if I devour the essence spirit of a human emperor." Just like that, 3 human patriarchs died in succession. Mahayana patriarchs of the human race were almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, in the hands of these primordial race clan leaders, they were like ants. They could be crushed with ease. Long ran. The witch clan leader smiled gently. "There are so many humans. Is the dragon race going to protect all of them?" The Golden Crow clan leader flapped his wings and grabbed a human patriarch in midair, tearing him into pieces as he sneered. "Does the dragon race want to join forces with the human race? Ha ha ha. Interesting. The dragon race wants to join forces with a group of ants." Long Ran was silent. Man Feng sent a voice transmission. "Long Ran, should we give up? The fortune of the human race is depleted in this generation. There's no way we can defend against the rise of the primordial races. This is the fate of the human race." The eyes of many cultivators spewed with rage. However, at that moment no one could step forward. Even human patriarchs could not defend against a single move from the clan leaders of the primordial races. If they stood out, they would only be sending themselves to death. Angry, a Rakshasa patriarch sneered. There's no use getting angry. The human emperors of this generation are all trash. Many cultivators were silent. Although the dignity of the human race was trampled mercilessly by the primordial races, no emperors of the human race appeared. The anger in the eyes of many cultivators gradually disappeared, turning into disappointment, sadness, and finally confusion. So what if emperors of the human race were here? Ordinary emperors of the human race could not defend against the experts of the primordial races at all. More importantly, the emperors of the primordial races had yet to appear. If emperors of the primordial races appeared, who could defend against them? Perhaps the emperors of the human race had already given up on the human race of Tianhuang mainland. Perhaps the emperors of the human race were already prepared to undergo tribulations in the ancient battlefield and leave this land. Perhaps this was the fate of the human race. Cultivators of the major sects and factions stood in Enigma Palace with dull gazes and deep despair in their eyes. Only the dragon Phoenix True Body clenched his fists. He did not believe that all emperors of the human race would abandon all living beings in the world. Someone would definitely step forward. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. Suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in the firmaments of Enigma Palace and blinding golden light burst forth from within, enveloping the entire heaven-expanding mountain range. An extremely terrifying might descended. Even the clan leaders of the primordial races present were shocked. The aura of an emperor? Impossible! How does the human race possess such a powerful emperor? The clan leaders of the primordial races were astonished and looked up instinctively. A gigantic scroll dozens of feet long flew out from the crack and shone with a golden light. There were even names that appeared faintly on the scroll. The dozens of feet long scroll hovered above Enigma Palace like an emperor descending personally with a rampant might that suppressed the 8 desolates. Even the experts of the primordial races were pale beneath the gigantic scroll. Divine power ranking. Some patriarchs of Enigma Palace exclaimed in joy. The divine power ranking had descended. The experts of the primordial races narrowed their eyes and channeled their blood chi to defend against the might of the divine power ranking with ferocious gazes. The divine power ranking was a ranking list in the ancient battlefield and was established by Fairy Linglong. However, it was refined by the human emperor personally. The divine power ranking was a true emperor weapon. The divine power ranking had always been guarding the ancient battlefield. Apart from the fact that there was an extremely powerful seal in the ancient battlefield, another reason why the experts of the primordial races could not enter the ancient battlefield was also because of the existence of this divine power ranking. Ever since the ancient war, the divine power ranking had never left the ancient battlefield. Nobody expected the divine power ranking to leave the ancient battlefield and descend in Enigma Palace at such a juncture. The dragon Phoenix True Body was invigorated and thought to himself, could this be the trump card of Enigma Palace? Right from the beginning, the storyteller had not appeared. The dragon Phoenix True Body believed that even if all the emperors abandoned the human race, the storyteller would definitely not. How dare a lousy ranking try to suppress our primordial 6 races? How laughable! A Rakshasa patriarch hollered and his figure flashed. The wings behind his back extended and he transformed into a dark light. Wielding 2 sabers in his hands, he charged towards the divine power ranking. Buzz! The divine power ranking vibrated and released a streak of golden light that struck the dark light. The figure of the Rakshasa patriarch appeared instantly. Right in front of everyone. The Rakshasa patriarch's body exploded into a blood mist. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The Rakshasa patriarch was a late-stage Mahayana. His strength was equivalent emperors of the human race who had comprehended a single supreme divine power. However, that Rakshasa patriarch was sliced into a blood mist by a golden beam of light from the divine power ranking. Swoosh! The essence spirit of the Rakshasa patriarch flew out and channeled blood rebirth to swiftly form his body with lingering fear. It was lucky that he reacted fast enough. Otherwise, he might have been killed by the golden light earlier on. Buzz! The divine power ranking vibrated once more. Another golden light descended. The The Rakshasa patriarch had just conjured his body. However, before he could react, he was pierced by the golden light. His body shattered and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. A late-stage Mahayana Rakshasa patriarch was dead. Many cultivators cheered with excitement in their eyes. They had been suppressed by the auras of the patriarchs of the primordial races for too long and could barely breathe. Now that the Emperor weapon, the divine power ranking, had descended, they were invigorated. A bunch of ants. What are you shouting for? A bloodvine patriarch was enraged and channeled hundreds of bloodvines that charged towards the cultivators of the major sections. Buzz. The divine power ranking shook and golden lights shone down. The golden lights rained down densely and enveloped the experts of the primordial 6 races with an extremely terrifying aura. Bang! 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 Many patriarchs of the primordial races released their dermic treasures hurriedly and channeled their blood chi, releasing their divine powers to fight against the golden light. The void trembled. Some of the primordial races could not defend against it and were killed on the spot by the golden light of the divine power ranking. Although some of the patriarchs of the primordial races managed to avoid the calamity, their bodies were pierced by the golden light as well. Their essence spirits escaped and they had to restructure their bodies once again, causing them to turn frightfully pale. The primordial 6 races were in chaos. The dragon phoenix true body was excited as well when he saw that. The red-headed ghost said sternly, "Someone should be controlling the divine power ranking. If I'm not wrong, it should be an emperor of your human race." "Yes," Manfeng nodded. "The attacks by the divine power ranking were clearly targeted and did not aim us. The power of the divine power ranking is way too strong." Long Ran sensed for a moment and suddenly said, "I reckon that 10 emperors are required to control this emperor weapon. Unfortunately, this divine power ranking alone is not enough." Manfeng shook his head gently. The divine power ranking shook continuously and rays of golden light descended. The clan leaders of the primordial 6 races joined forces and channeled their innate divine powers to defend against most of the attacks. They were already on par with the divine power ranking and were not disadvantaged. The Golden Crow clan leader said coldly, "No wonder the emperors of the human race did not appear. They were hiding in the dark and summoned that emperor weapon." "Humph!" The witch clan leader sneered. "This emperor weapon was left behind by the human emperor back then. The emperors of the human race in this generation are not strong enough to control it. Let's see how long more you emperors of the human race can last." The clan leaders of the primordial races joined forces and counterattacked, releasing powerful divine lights that struck the divine power ranking continuously. The glow on the divine power ranking trembled and its power did not seem as terrifying as before. Right then, a phantom appeared above the divine power ranking. It was filled with an ancient aura and had its back facing the living beings of the 10,000 races. When they saw that back view, the experts of the primordial races shuddered with bewildered expressions, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. This aura? Right then, the figure turned back slowly and glared at the experts of the primordial 6 races. Its eyes were deep and contained a supreme will. The moment the figure turned back, silence ensued. The eyeballs of the experts of the primordial 6 races constricted violently. Many late-stage Mahayana experts of the primordial races were so scared that they could not control their bodies and fell from midair, smashing heavily onto the ground. Even Long Ran and Manfeng shuddered and their eyes were filled with endless shock as they murmured, "Eternal Human Emperor." The dragon phoenix true body looked at the phantom as well with disbelief in his eyes. He had seen drawings of the human emperor in many ancient books. But now, the eternal human emperor had truly appeared before him and was 10,000 times more shocking than the drawings. Many cultivators knelt down emotionally. Thud! Thud! The human cultivators were not the only ones. The living beings of the 10,000 races knelt on the ground as well. The primordial 6 races could not withstand the pressure of the human emperor's phantom either and knelt on the ground. This was only a phantom after all and was definitely not the true body of the eternal human emperor. Even so, The phantom was indomitable and looked down on all life. Its gaze was deep and contained the incomparably powerful might of an emperor. That pressure was definitely not something that an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 2 or 3 supreme divine powers could release. This was the true might of the human emperor. The human emperor ruled over the emperors. Against the might of the human emperor, be it the emperors of the human race or the primordial races, all of them had to bow down. The descent of the divine power ranking alone was not enough to suppress the experts of the primordial 6 races. However, after the human emperor's phantom appeared, even the clan leaders of the primordial 6 races revealed endless fear in their eyes and shuddered. That phantom awakened the fear in the depths of the memories of the experts of the primordial races. In the ancient books of the primordial races, there were also many legends about the eternal human emperor. For the primordial races, the eternal human emperor was even more terrifying than the taboos. In the ancient war back then, the human emperor suppressed the emperors of the primordial races and managed to turn the tides single-handedly. To the primordial races, the eternal human emperor was a nightmare that could not be dispersed. Even though experts of the primordial races had never seen the human emperor or fought him in this generation, their fear of him had long seeped into their souls. Thud, thud. The experts of the primordial races knelt on the ground with frightened expressions. Among the primordial races, the only ones who could stand were the clan leaders. How could this be? That's the aura of the eternal human emperor. There's no mistake about it. The minds of the clan leaders of the primordial races were in chaos and their faces were pale. Although they could still stand, they did not dare to look up at that tall and honorable figure, let alone meet his gaze. The human emperor isn't dead. The human emperor was a supreme expert of the ancient era, and it had been a long time since then. To think that the human emperor would still be alive. More importantly, the commotion of the 10,000 race meet seemed to have alarmed the human emperor such that a phantom descended and shocked the world. Although it was just a phantom, nobody dared to act rashly. Throughout history, everyone feared the might of the human emperor. In a palace in the depths of Enigma Palace, 6 figures sat in a lotus position within and channeled their essence spirits. They exuded a powerful aura and the might of emperors emanated. They were 6 emperors of the human race. One of them was the storyteller of Enigma Palace. Apart from the storyteller, the robes of the other 5 emperors were different. It was clear that they came from different sections. Beside the 6 emperors stood a pale-faced, beardless gray-robed cultivator. It was Lin Xuanji. At that moment, the 6 emperors channeled their essence spirits at the same time and released secret skills through the void, controlling the divine power ranking above Enigma Palace. The divine power ranking was brought out of the ancient battlefield by the storyteller and the others. The 6 emperors were pale and drenched in sweat, trembling slightly. The divine power ranking was an emperor weapon refined by the human emperor. Under normal circumstances, it would require at least 10 emperors of the human race to control the divine power ranking. Although the human race was weakened and their fortune was weak in this generation, there were still around 30 emperors. However, not every emperor was willing to abandon their lives and choose to fight against the primordial 6 races with no reservations. All of them had already cultivated to the realm of emperors. A single step more and they would be able to leave Tianhuang mainland. However, they had no chance of winning against the primordial races. If they were severely injured, there would definitely be no hope of them passing the tribulation transcendence. If they were to die in this battle, their years of cultivation would be destroyed overnight. It was easy to make a choice between which was more important. Actually, even in the ancient era, not all emperors could gather and fight against the primordial races. It was only because the eternal human emperor appeared out of nowhere and shocked Tianhuang mainland with his supreme combat strength that the emperors were able to join forces. In this generation, the storyteller clearly did not have the prestige of the eternal human emperor. Even so, over these few years, there had been 5 emperors of the human race who were willing to stand out and fight for the faint hope of the human race. The storyteller knew very well that if the human race were to fight against the primordial races in this generation, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat without any chance of winning in this 10,000 race meet. there were only 6 emperors added together. The moment they appeared, they would definitely be surrounded by emperors of the primordial races. That was the reason why the storyteller imparted this secret skill to the 5 emperors, so that they could summon the divine power ranking together to suppress the strong foes. It was an extremely immense burden for the 6 emperors controlling the divine power ranking. They were already at their limits holding out against the experts of the primordial races for a moment. If they were to continue controlling the divine power ranking forcefully and release their divine powers, the essence spirits of the 6 emperors might crack first, leading to severe injuries. Lin Xuanji rubbed his hands at the side, looking anxious but unable to help. Right then, a commotion happened above Enigma Palace as a gigantic phantom descended. It looked down at the world and its might swept through the 9 heavens, causing the world to tremble. When they saw that phantom, the storyteller and the other emperors shuddered and almost cried emotionally. Eternal human emperor. Could the human emperor have sensed the danger of the human race and released his immortal tracks to descend upon Tianhuang mainland to save all living beings? That must be the case. The human race is saved. The emperors were emotional and soared into the air. Something's not right. Right then, the storyteller gradually calmed down and shook his head. Indeed, that's the phantom of the human emperor. However, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. How can it be unrelated to the human emperor? An emperor shouted. I can sense that the aura released by that phantom is the aura of the eternal human emperor. Apart from the human emperor, who else can conjure his figure with an identical aura? Who else apart from the human emperor can release that might and bearing? The other emperors nodded as well. Something's still not right. The storyteller frowned slightly and shook his head. The aura released by that phantom is identical to the eternal human emperor. However, it doesn't seem to have the Tao and dermic techniques of the human emperor. Furthermore, if the human emperor had truly appeared, he would have suppressed the primordial races a long time ago. Why would he stand there motionlessly? The emperors frowned as well. Although the human emperor's phantom descended with an incomparably powerful might that shocked the 10,000 races, he did not attack the entire time. That was indeed strange. However, if not for the methods of the human emperor, who could conjure the phantom of the human emperor? Furthermore, it's so realistic that even its aura is identical. An emperor asked. The storyteller pondered for a moment. There's a treasure that can indeed cause such a scene. Ever since the ancient era, the human emperor's palace has appeared 8 times. In its 8th appearance, which occurred in this generation, the successors were Desolate Marshal and the pure maiden of the fiend sex, Jiaoyan. When the human emperor's palace descended for the 7th time around 40,000 years ago, a treasure that was passed down in it was the human emperor's mirror. Human emperor's mirror? The emperors frowned slightly in deep thought. One of the emperors said, I've heard of that treasure before. You mean to say that the successor of the human emperor's palace summoned the human emperor's mirror and conjured the phantom of the human emperor above Enigma Palace? That's possible. The storyteller paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, the successor who obtained the human emperor's mirror 40,000 years ago should be dead. Who is that? The titular disciple of Daming Monastery, Monk Daming. Oh, him. He has indeed died for many years, an emperor continued. In that case, this treasure must have fallen into the hands of others by some freak coincidence. Another person said, no matter who is in control of the human emperor's mirror, the fact that he's able to stand out to help the human race at this critical juncture shows that he's much stronger than the emperors who hid themselves. I'm worried about something else, the storyteller said worriedly. Since it's a phantom conjured by the human emperor's mirror, it means that there's no combat strength at all. If I can see through it, the emperors of the primordial races can as well. The sudden descent of the human emperor's phantom suppressed the primordial races for the time being. However, nobody knows how long this situation can last. Sigh! Another emperor sighed. Any bit of delay counts, I guess. What if emperors of the primordial races descend? Another emperor suddenly asked. Instantly, the hall fell into silence. A moment later, The storyteller smiled, as though he had made up his mind about something, and beckoned to Lin Xuanji. From now on, you'll be this generation's storyteller. Old man, you... Lin Xuanji had already realized something and seemed like he wanted to persuade. However, he was interrupted by the storyteller before he could finish. There's no need to say more. I've already made up my mind. This might be the last hope of the human race. Enigma Palace. The living beings of the 10,000 races knelt on the ground with frightened expressions, not daring to look at the figure in the skies. On the other hand, the clan leaders of the primordial races could stand and channel their blood chi to defend against the powerful might of the human emperor's phantom. This phantom of the human emperor. However, after a while, the red-headed ghost stole a glance and frowned slightly, as though he sensed that something was amiss. The emperors of the primordial 6 races looked up as well. The human emperor isn't dead. The human emperor was the one who sensed the danger of Enigma Palace and revealed his clone to descend on Tianhuang mainland. The descent of the divine power ranking was done by the human emperor. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd, causing an uproar. Initially, the living beings of the 10,000 races were at a loss as to what was up with the phantom of the human emperor. That voice lit up the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races. The clan leaders of the primordial races were shocked. Initially, they thought that the divine power ranking was done by the emperors of the human race. However, they did not expect that it was done by the human emperor. In the crowd, only the dragon phoenix true body became suspicious when he heard the voice. That was because he could tell that it was Lin Xuanji's voice. What Lin Xuanji said was definitely not the truth. Right then, Lin Xuanji changed his position and hollered with an altered voice. "How dare all of you? Why aren't you kneeling down upon the sight of the human emperor?" Perhaps because it heard Lin Xuanji's words, the majestic figure in midair actually moved and took a step forward. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. A supreme divine might descended and the divine power ranking shone with divine lights once more. The clan leaders of the primordial races raised their heads instinctively. When they met with the human emperor's gaze, their expressions changed and they were scared out of their wits. Against the aura and pressure of the human emperor, they could not withstand it at all and knelt on the ground one after another. Even the red-headed ghost and Manfeng knelt down. The ferocity of the human emperor was way too immense. Even after countless years, nobody dared to underestimate a phantom that appeared. If that phantom inherited the Tao and dermic techniques of the human emperor, it could probably kill all the experts of the primordial races present with a single finger. Who dares to say that the human race isn't qualified? Lin Xuanji roared. The reason why peace could not be negotiated at the 10,000 race meet was because in the hearts of the primordial 6 races, none of them accepted the human race as a qualified opponent. In the eyes of the primordial 6 races, humans were ants and were not qualified. But now that the human emperor's phantom had appeared and arrived at Enigma Palace, all the experts of the primordial races that mocked the human race earlier on had to kneel on the ground. Lin Xuanji knew when to stop and did not continue pushing. In a flash, he arrived beside the dragon phoenix true body. "Brother Lin, were you the one who created this phantom of the human emperor?" The dragon phoenix true body asked with a voice transmission. "No." Lin Xuanji shook his head gently. "I don't think it will be able to hold out for much longer. It can only delay a while more at most." Humph! Right then, a cold harumph sounded from the void. A figure that was filled with a resplendent divine light appeared in the skies of Enigma Palace out of thin air, facing the phantom of the human emperor with an extremely terrifying aura. The figure's golden blood chi surged and his body shone with a divine light like a god that could not be ignored. An emperor of the god race. The commotion at Enigma Palace had finally provoked an emperor of the god race. Even the most ordinary emperors of the primordial races were equivalent to emperors of the human race who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers in terms of strength. His actual combat strength was even more terrifying. "It's over." When Lin Xuanji saw that, he grimaced. "I'm afraid we won't be able to fake it any longer." The emperor of the god race faced off against the human emperor's phantom without any fear and was not disadvantaged in terms of aura. Stop acting. The God Race Emperor glared at the human emperor's phantom for a long time. After ensuring that there was no danger, he sneered and attacked all of a sudden. Boom! He arrived before the phantom of the human emperor and punched out, shattering it. Many cultivators turned over instinctively. They watched helplessly as the majestic figure of the human emperor was shattered into nothingness by a single punch from the God Race Emperor. The hearts of many cultivators sank gradually. The light in their eyes gradually dimmed as well. That punch seemed to have shattered the final hope of the human race. How embarrassing! The God Race Emperor looked down at the many primordial races kneeling and hollered, "All of you, stand up! To think that you would be scared to such an extent over a trick meant to confuse you guys." Although he said that, in reality, he was shocked the moment the human emperor's phantom descended and almost knelt on the ground as well. The moment the human emperor's phantom shattered, in a secret cave in the heaven-expanding mountain range, a man with long hair swayed and grunted. "Sigh!" The long-haired man sighed gently and his long hair swayed, revealing a blood scar on his glabella. He lowered an ancient mirror in his hands slowly and murmured, "I've already tried my best. The rest is up to fate." The skies above Enigma Palace. When the Emperor of the God Race descended, the 10,000 races submitted in reverence. Many cultivators were in despair. Enigma Palace had already caused such a huge commotion and even brought out the divine power ranking from the ancient battlefield. Even the phantom of the human emperor was revealed, but it was shattered mercilessly by the God Race Emperor. Was the human race going to be suppressed by the primordial 6 races in this generation after all? Was the human race going to return to the tragic times of being enslaved by the primordial 6 races as food in the primordial era? Greetings, Howling World God Emperor. Many God Race experts shouted. The Howling World God Emperor walked down slowly from the firmament step by step. However, no one dared to rush him with impatient expressions. "Humph," he harumphed coldly. "You guys sure are capable. All of you ended in such a sorry state and failed to even suppress a group of human ants." Howling World God Emperor. The God Clan leader pointed at the red-headed ghost hurriedly. "It's not that we're useless. It's that the dragon race stepped in and created a massacre. Otherwise, we would have suppressed those humans long ago." Dragon race. The gaze of the Howling World God Emperor shifted to the red-headed ghost and he said slowly, "Since the dragon race is determined to wage war against the primordial 6 races, that's fine. Today, I'll destroy your dragon race first." The red-headed ghost shook his head with a mocking expression. A mere 10,000 race meat caused such a huge commotion that even emperors were alarmed. Primordial 6 races, how many more emperors do you guys have left in the vicinity? Why don't you all show yourselves? Since I'm here, there's no need for any other emperors of the primordial 6 races to appear. The Howling World God Emperor said indifferently. "I alone am enough to sweep through all the emperors of the human race. I'll kill anyone who dares to come forth." The tone of the Howling World God Emperor was filled with immense confidence as he declared proudly, "Today, even the sacred ground of the human race, Enigma Palace, will have to submit to me." It was dead silent throughout Enigma Palace. Nobody dared to refute or question him. The God race definitely had more than one emperor. The Howling World God Emperor was not the strongest emperor in the God race either. Even so, his combat strength was enough to suppress all the emperors of the human race and nobody could go against him. Many cultivators lowered their heads with lost expressions. They knew in their hearts that from this day forth, the human race might very well return to the dark period of the primordial era. There was a high chance that the outcome of the human race would be even worse because of the ancient war. How arrogant! Right then, an old voice sounded. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. Someone actually dared to say something like that against the powerful might of the Howling World God Emperor. Who was qualified to do that? Even the mystic emperor of this generation's human race might not dare to use such a tone to converse with the Howling World God Emperor. MMM? The gaze of the Howling World God Emperor focused as he said coldly, "Who was the one who spoke?" Get the hell out. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening boom shook the entire heaven-expanding mountain range. The living beings of the 10,000 races could not steady themselves and their bodies swayed. A gigantic crack appeared on the ground of the heaven-expanding mountain range, emitting a terrifying and ancient aura. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a gigantic divine dragon charged out from beneath the heaven-expanding mountain range. Shrugging its body that was thousands of feet long, countless gravel fell and dust billowed. The divine dragon hovered above Enigma Palace and released a shuddering supreme divine might that even suppressed the aura of the howling world god emperor, an emperor of the dragon race. This is... The dragons widened their eyes in disbelief. Even they did not know that such a terrifying divine dragon was sleeping beneath Enigma Palace. Little Fatty, Demoness G, and the others naturally knew about it. Back when they fought outside Enigma Palace, this old dragon appeared once. However, the divine dragon looked a little old and had lived for a long time. Although its beard had turned white, its eyes still shone brightly with a divine light. "Who are you?" The howling world god emperor frowned as well and hollered. The lifespan of the dragon race was even longer than the god race. Even with the experience of the howling world god emperor, he could not recognize this old dragon. "You don't have to know who I am," the old dragon said slowly. "All you have to know is that as long as I'm still in Enigma Palace, you have to be obedient, let alone flatten Enigma Palace." Although the old dragon's tone was calm, its words were even more domineering than the howling world god emperor. "Old thing, your blood chi is weak. How much lifespan do you have left?" The howling world god emperor sneered. "Let me advise you to return and lie down obediently. Don't be a busybody. Otherwise, your old bones are going to fall apart." "Hee hee." The old dragon laughed as well. "If it was your heavenly god emperor of the god race, he might be qualified to say that to me. Kid, you're far from that." The face of the howling world god emperor darkened. As an emperor, he naturally felt humiliated when someone referred to him as a kid in front of everyone. "Old thing," he said slowly, "mind your words. Don't force me to kill a dragon personally." "Is that so?" The old dragon sighed gently. "It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like that." Before his sentence was finished, the old dragon swayed its body that was thousands of feet tall and suddenly swooped down. An incomparably tragic aura surged over as a huge shadow descended, and the expression of the howling world god emperor changed. He did not dare to be careless and channeled his blood chi hurriedly. Stomping his feet on the ground, he leaped up and charged towards the old dragon. Boom! The howling world god emperor and the old man collided with a loud bang. Heaven and earth trembled. The living beings of the 10,000 races retreated continuously away from the battlefield. The aftershock of the power released by the two emperors was enough to crush all living beings into dust. Even Mahayana patriarchs would have difficulty coming out alive if they were embroiled by accident. Bang! Right after, under countless gazes, a figure smashed onto the ground, creating a huge pit with dust and gravel flying everywhere. In that head-on clash, the howling world god emperor was the one disadvantaged. To think that there would be such a powerful emperor in our dragon race. An ancestral dragon said softly, "Why haven't we heard of this old dragon before? This old dragon is probably even older than your grandpa." The red-headed ghost pondered for a moment. "I'm guessing that he's an expert from the same generation as the Chun Dragon Emperor of our dragon race." The dragons were alarmed. The Chun Dragon Emperor was an ancient name and a powerful existence that even many dragons did not know about. However, many ancestral dragons knew that the Chun Dragon Emperor was the strongest emperor in this generation's dragon race. The Heavenly God Emperor of the God race, Golden Crow Fire Emperor of the Golden Crow race, and the Hell Witch Emperor of the Witch race were the strongest emperors in this generation. However, the Chun Dragon Emperor was an existence who could go against the three of them. Boom! The human-shaped pit exploded and the howling world god emperor charged out. He channeled his bloodline phenomenon and created a gigantic pyramid, charging towards the old dragon. Bang! The old dragon swayed its thick dragon tail that was filled with dragon scales and whipped the bloodline phenomenon of the Howling World God Emperor heavily, shattering it. The Howling World God Emperor shuddered and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Swoosh! The old dragon's claws descended and its sharp claws sliced through the void a few times, grabbing towards the head of the Howling World God Emperor. A divine light shone on the finger of the Howling World God Emperor, and a gigantic golden shield flew out from his storage ring. Clang! In a flash, the Howling World God Emperor channeled his divine power and triggered the power of the gigantic golden shield, sending forth divine lights above his head. The dragon claws and gigantic golden shield collided with a metallic sound. Buzz! Buzz! The old dragon's sharp claws swiped across the gigantic golden shield, leaving white scars and ear-piercing sounds. The living beings of the 10,000 races revealed pained expressions and clutched their ears at the sound of that. Right then, the old dragon reared its head and roared. Roar! Although the dragon roar was extremely old, it contained a terrifying sound domain power that shook the world and reverberated relentlessly. Thankfully, the living beings of the 10,000 races covered their ears in advance. Otherwise, that dragon roar would have injured many of them. The Howling World God Emperor frowned and felt an unbearable pain in his ears as blood flowed out. The divine blood in his body surged and rumbled as he suppressed the pain swiftly and stopped the bleeding. Slay! He summoned a golden sword and slashed casually, releasing an extremely terrifying divine power that slashed towards the old dragon's neck. The old dragon's body was thousands of feet long and possessed terrifying strength. However, given its massive body, it was definitely not as agile. It was impossible for the old dragon to avoid the slash completely. The old dragon had a calm expression as it swayed its dragon head slightly. The pair of dragon horns on its head blocked the golden sword. Clang! The golden sword stood on the dragon horns and bounced high instead of cutting in. The palm of the Howling World God Emperor was torn and fresh blood dripped. He nearly lost his grip on the golden sword and it flew from his hands. A divine light burst forth from the old dragon's eyes and it charged towards the Howling World God Emperor. Visual technique. When released by the old dragon, the visual technique contained a powerful divine power that tore through the void and arrived instantly. God's Eye. While the Howling World God Emperor's reaction was extremely fast as two blinding golden beams shot out from his eyes, colliding against the old dragon's visual technique. The two visual techniques collided and released a resplendent glow in midair that spread in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield and almost drowning the figure of the Howling World God Emperor. Even half of the old dragon's body was moving through the beautiful light, faintly visible. Bang! 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 The sound of the two emperors colliding echoed repeatedly, and the void was riddled with holes by their strength. The living beings of the 10,000 races were emotional. Some cultivators might not even get to witness a fight between emperors in their entire lives. Bang! Before long, a figure darted out of the light and smashed onto the ground once more. It was the Howling World God Emperor. The Howling World God Emperor was suppressed by the old dragon of Enigma Palace once more. This time round, by the time the Howling World God Emperor stood up, he was already in a wretched state, panting and covered in injuries. He no longer had the arrogance and disdain he had when he arrived at Enigma Palace earlier on, nor did he have the peerless grace of an emperor. This senior of the dragon race must have comprehended more than one supreme divine power, the red-headed ghost murmured. Many ancestral dragons nodded. Although the Howling World God Emperor comprehended a supreme divine power and became an emperor, his combat strength was equivalent to that of an emperor of the human race who comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. If the old dragon of Enigma Palace comprehended 2 supreme divine powers, its combat strength would be equivalent to an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. Back then, the Buddha Emperor, Thunder Emperor, and Saber Emperor of the human race merely comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. However, these emperors of the human race were outstanding. Although they only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers, with their many powerful trump cards, they were able to suppress ordinary emperors of the primordial races. While the old dragon of Enigma Palace was old and its lifespan was almost up, The reason why it could defeat the Howling World God Emperor so badly was because it had comprehended an additional supreme divine power. If the old dragon of Enigma Palace was at its peak, it might have killed the Howling World God Emperor in that short period of time. Old thing. The Howling World God Emperor had a terrible expression as he said hatefully, "Do you think that you're able to stop the appearance of our primordial 6 races with just you alone?" "Of course I can't stop it," the old dragon said indifferently. "It's not just me. Enigma Palace and the Cultivation world have never thought of stopping the primordial 6 races from appearing either." "What do you mean?" the Howling World God Emperor asked. "The reason why Enigma Palace held the 10,000 race meet this time round was because we wanted to negotiate peace with the primordial races," the old dragon of Enigma Palace said. "From now on, the 10,000 races will coexist in Tianhuang mainland. The primordial races don't have to live ignobly in the forbidden grounds and can come out completely. However, you primordial races have to guarantee that you won't invade the cultivation world of the human race on your own accord and massacre the 10,000 races and human cultivators wantonly. If a huge battle breaks out, neither party would stand to gain. It'll only cause misery and suffering for the living beings of Tianhuang mainland, bringing forth rivers of blood. Many races will die as a result. Countless races were wiped out in the primordial and ancient wars. There were even more races that withered. The Howling World God Emperor fell silent. The old dragon of Enigma Palace continued, "If the primordial races and the human race were to fight again, both parties would only suffer losses. At that time, other living beings will probably rise in Tianhuang mainland. By then, the primordial races and the human race will be the ones suppressed mercilessly." The dragon phoenix true body praised internally. This old dragon of Enigma Palace was a truly wise elderly with foresight. He did not know the truth of the primordial war, nor did he know that there was indeed another massive faction that coveted Tianhuang mainland and could invade at any moment. However, he anticipated the possible danger. If this battle were to break out and both parties were severely injured, God's mainland would definitely invade and Tianhuang mainland would definitely be ruled by the God race. Be it the primordial races, humans, or living beings of the 10,000 races, they would all be suppressed by the God race. Beneath the pyramid of the God race, millions of servants with blank, pious expressions knelt on the ground. The old dragon of Enigma Palace had good intentions, but he chose the wrong person. The Howling World God Emperor was from the God race. He wanted to see a huge battle break out between the human and primordial races so that both parties would suffer immense losses. That way, God's mainland would have a chance of invading. Fufu. Right then, a mocking voice sounded. "How is the human race qualified to produce an internecine outcome against our primordial 6 races?" That was not said by the Howling World God Emperor, but someone else. The old dragon of Enigma Palace glared at the void not far away with a grim expression and a bright gaze. The void split apart and a tall man in a pure gold Taoist robe walked out. His golden hair fell to his shoulders and his eyes were blue, bright as gemstones. The man was extremely handsome and a faint glow shrouded his back. Just by standing in midair with his hands behind his back, all the living beings of the 10,000 races wanted to prostrate and kowtow. This was an almost perfect man. What was even more frightening was that the aura released by the man was something that even the Howling World God Emperor and the old man of Enigma Palace could not compare to. Heavenly God Emperor of the God race. Greetings, Heavenly God Emperor. Many God race beings knelt and kowtowed in unison. Even an expert like the Howling World God Emperor knelt on one knee. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked and could not withstand the pressure, kneeling one after another. "Sister, who is that? What a terrifying aura!" Carefree sent a voice transmission with a horrified expression. "I can't even move my finger in front of this person. That's the Heavenly God Emperor." Lan sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "He should be the strongest expert of this generation's God race. Furthermore, there's a high chance he's the strongest God race being in history. I heard that he comprehended 4 supreme divine powers." When the God race comprehended 4 supreme divine powers, Their combat strength was equivalent to the emperors of the human race comprehending 6 supreme divine powers. How unimaginable was that? Even the eternal human emperor back then only comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. This was a terrifying existence that was equivalent to the eternal human emperor. Carefree was secretly speechless and asked hurriedly, "Sister, among the strongest emperors of our Kuan race, did any of them comprehend for supreme divine powers?" "No," Inlan said. "From what I know, the strongest emperor of the Kuan race only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers." Carefree asked in disappointment, "Not a single one? Do you think that it's so easy to comprehend a supreme divine power?" Inlan said, "Throughout history, there have been extremely few monster incarnates like the heavenly god emperor. You can count them with your fingers. Do you know why I don't think highly of your master and the fate of the human race?" Inlan asked again. "Why?" Carefree asked. Inlan said, "It's because apart from the heavenly god emperor, there are 2 other terrifying emperors of the primordial 6 races who comprehended 4 supreme divine powers in this generation. They are from the Golden Crow race, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the Witch race, the Hell Witch Emperor. The rise of the primordial races in this generation is a trend that no one can stop. Even if the human race gives birth to a supreme expert like the eternal human emperor, they might not be able to resolve this crisis." "Ah!" Carefree was alarmed and asked, "Doesn't that mean that every single one of the 3 primordial races is stronger than the Kuan race?" "That's right," Inlan said. "That's why our race has never made the stance to stand on the side of the human race. Furthermore, the clan leader has instructed repeatedly that while we can let you come, you must not expose your bloodline and identity. The 3 top emperors are with the primordial 6 races," Carefree said worriedly. "Doesn't that mean that Master and the others won't stand a chance at all?" "Of course they still stand a chance, but it's a slim one," Inlan said. "The only way they can still fight is if your master's 2 true bodies and the taboo divine home manages to grow. However, that's way too difficult. The primordial 6 races won't give your master much time." Carefree fell silent. Inlan continued, "With the arrival of the heavenly god emperor, it's hard to say if your master can survive today. I reckon that the emperors of the other primordial races should be nearby and are about to appear. Brother heavenly god, to think that you would arrive first." Right then, another void opened up and a figure walked out. The figure was extremely burly. Although he transformed into a human, he still had a green face and bared fangs that were extremely ugly. Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor. Led by the Rakshasa clan leader, many Rakshasas knelt on the ground and cried out emotionally. An emperor of the Rakshasa race had arrived. Arriving before the heavenly god emperor, the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor cupped his fists and took the initiative to greet with a smile. Although they were both emperors, the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor was clearly beneath the heavenly god emperor. The heavenly god emperor nodded slightly to the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, his gaze shifted and he smiled gently. "Since you're already here, why aren't you coming out to meet me, Brother Witch?" Suddenly, a figure appeared where the heavenly god emperor's gaze landed. The cultivator looked to be only middle-aged and wore a dark green robe. His ghastly green eyes were extremely striking on his pale cheeks. The pair of ghastly green eyes seemed to exude a strange demonic power. Many cultivators merely stared at that pair of eyes for a moment more before their gazes froze, as though they had lost their souls. Among the Kuan race, even Carefree widened his eyes and glared into the eyes of the witch race cultivator instinctively. In his eyes, it was as though everything and all living beings had vanished, leaving only that pair of ghastly green eyes in his mind. In Carefree's eyes, he watched helplessly as the pair of eyes closed in continuously, as though it was about to barge into his consciousness. He knew that something was amiss, but he could not control it. "Don't look!" Right then, a soft shout sounded in Carefree's ears. Someone swayed his body. Carefree shuddered and closed his eyes without hesitation. After calming down, Carefree opened his eyes once more and did not dare to raise his head to look at the witch race cultivator. Instead, he looked around wildly. That single look shocked Carefree. In that short period of time, many living beings of the 10,000 races stood on the spot motionlessly. Although they did not have any injuries on the surface, there was no longer any life in their bodies. There were even ancestor realm experts among them. All of them were dead. All it took were those few breaths. "What's going on?" Carefree asked instinctively with a pale expression. Inlan said in a deep voice, "That was the Hell Witch Emperor." These living beings did not know how powerful the Hell Witch Emperor is and even dared to stare into his eyes. Their souls were drawn in by him and they're all dead. Carefree was shocked and felt a sense of trepidation. If Inlan had not reminded him earlier on, he would have been reduced to a corpse like those living beings. It was useless even though he possessed the bloodline of a taboo. It was only at that moment that Carefree truly experienced the terror of those top emperors. Although he was a taboo, before he grew further, he was nothing but an ant that could be killed with ease in the eyes of those powerful emperors. Nobody noticed that just as Carefree woke up after escaping the calamity, the Hell Witch Emperor who was in midair frowned slightly with a green glint in his eyes. He looked at Carefree meaningfully without saying anything. Right then, before the living beings of the 10,000 races could recover from the sinister fear of the Hell Witch Emperor, they felt a sudden heat. It was too hot. It felt as though everyone was in a gigantic furnace and could not break free. The temperature of the living beings of the 10,000 races rose suddenly, and some of them with lower cultivation realms fainted on the spot. The other living beings were drenched in sweat as well. Furthermore, this was within Enigma Palace that was isolated by many restrictions and formations. Outside Enigma Palace, raging flames were already blazing in the massive heaven-expanding mountain range. The mountains collapsed and endless lava gushed out from underground, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Outside Enigma Palace, it was almost like a world of boiling lava that wanted to refine all living beings. Many cultivators looked up instinctively and saw two suns that emitted light with the same intensity hanging in the firmaments. A figure slowly walked out from the second sun and released a powerful might that was not weaker than the Heavenly God Emperor and Hell Witch Emperor present. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor had descended. Long Ran had a grim expression and the dragons were shocked as well. The three strongest emperors of the primordial races of the current era had arrived at Enigma Palace. They felt immense pressure. In fact, many dragons even wanted to retreat. The auras released by the three emperors were way too terrifying. Although they were ancestral dragons, they did not even have the courage to attack against such an aura. Many cultivators looked despaired. It was only at that moment that they truly understood why the emperors of the human race had not appeared and avoided meeting them. Against such experts, any emperor of the human race would be suppressed mercilessly the moment they appeared. Many emperors had already cultivated to this realm and were a step away from ascending the heavens. Who would give up their lives for nothing? Even the old dragon of Enigma Palace looked worried and sighed internally. Or even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to defend against the Heavenly God Emperor and the others, let alone the fact that he was old. There was no solution. This was a doomed situation. Fufu, you guys sure are early. I was prepared to wait and see what other trump cards the human race has. A white-robed man walked over slowly. His face was rosy and elegant. He was extraordinarily handsome and looked even more graceful than most of the human cultivators present. However, many experts of the primordial races knew that this was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eyelid. The Blood Emperor of the Bloodvine race. Almost all the bloodvines were filled with blood chi after taking on human form. However, there was no blood chi emanating from the Blood Emperor and he looked like a normal cultivator. However, the more that was the case, the more terrifying the Blood Emperor was. "I'm here too." On the other side, a black-robed man walked over. His eyes were clear, but what made the living beings of the 10,000 races shudder was a black vertical eye on the glabella of the black-robed man. The blood scar emitted a destructive aura and everywhere it passed. The void trembled and the world was shocked. The Black Eye Emperor of the Heavenly Eye race. All the top emperors of the primordial 6 races had arrived. Under normal circumstances, the malevolent wind Rakshasa, blood and black eye emperors had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers, and their combat strength was equivalent to emperors of the human race with 5 supreme divine powers. Those 3 emperors were already at the peak of Tianhuang mainland and were enough to sweep through everything and suppress the 10,000 races. However, because of the arrival of the heavenly god, Hell Witch and Golden Crow Fire Emperors, the light of the 3 emperors dimmed slightly. The appearance of the 6 emperors suppressed the auras of the Kuan, dragon and barbarian races completely, let alone the cultivators present. The 6 emperors surveyed their surroundings. They lingered for a moment on the creation green lotus before landing on the dragon phoenix true body. The 6 emperors had unchanged expressions and did not attack. However, there was a hint of disdain and mockery in their eyes. Su Zimo's 2 true bodies, the creation green lotus and the taboo dragon phoenix, had unlimited potential. However, in the eyes of the 6 emperors, they were of no threat at all. As long as they wanted to, they could kill Su Zimo's 2 true bodies at any moment. A single finger was enough. To put it simply, even the old dragon of Enigma Palace was nothing in the eyes of the 6 emperors. "I'm really old now," the old dragon of Enigma Palace sighed. Although he was far older than the 6 emperors, each of them was enough to suppress him with ease. "Old thing, you're interfering too much," the heavenly god emperor said indifferently. "Since you wish to die earlier, I'll send you on your way." The moment he said that, the heavenly god emperor suddenly extended a finger. The finger released an endless divine light and expanded rapidly, suppressing the old dragon of Enigma Palace like a heavenly piercing divine pillar. Boom! The old dragon of Enigma Palace leaped up and collided heavily against the heavenly piercing divine pillar with a loud bang. Snap! The horns on the head of the old dragon of Enigma Palace snapped instantly. The old dragon shuddered and a deep pain surged in his eyes. However, he did not make a single sound. The pair of dragon horns were like the 3rd leg of the Golden Crow race and the heavenly eye of the heavenly eye race. It was difficult for them to heal once they were severed. Given his age, there was no way he could recover from such a serious injury. Against this impact, the old dragon of Enigma Palace seemed to have aged considerably. However, the power of the heavenly god emperor did not stop and seemed endless. Boom! Boom! Under many gazes, the 1,000-feet-long body of the old dragon of Enigma Palace was suppressed heavily and smashed to the ground. The heavenly god emperor had truly just used a single finger. However, that finger pinned the old dragon of Enigma Palace to the ground, and he could not break free no matter how he struggled. The 10,000 races were silent. Many cultivators were ashen. This was the power of the heavenly god emperor. If the heavenly god emperor were to slap down, the entire Enigma Palace would be turned into ruins, let alone the living cultivators present. Cough! Right then, an old and hoarse cough sounded. Above Enigma Palace, an old man in his twilight years hunched over with a broom in his hands. He walked over slowly, looking like he could die at any moment. The old man's appearance was sudden and the living beings of the 10,000 races could not sense anything yet. However, the emperors of the primordial 6 races, such as the heavenly god emperor, narrowed their eyes and their expressions froze. "Let go!" The old man raised the broom in his hands and swept towards the dazzling finger of the heavenly god emperor, saying softly, "Boom! Boom!" That gentle sweep caused the heavenly god emperor's body to tremble, and the divine light on his finger flickered before dissipating rapidly. His finger retracted instinctively as well. "Senior, you're here." The dragon phoenix true body bowed hurriedly. This senior was none other than the old man from the dragon race who was sweeping the tomb in the depths of the ancestral dragon ground. "Greetings, Chun Dragon Emperor." When Long Ran and the others saw the old man, they revealed respectful expressions and bowed their heads one after another, shouting, "Chun Dragon Emperor." Carefree asked hurriedly, "How is this Chun Dragon Emperor compared to the heavenly god emperor and the others?" Lan said, "From what I know, the Chun Dragon Emperor is ranked alongside the heavenly god, Hell Witch and Golden Crow Fire Emperors and has comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. His combat strength is equivalent to emperors of the human race who have comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. However, even you can tell that the Chun Dragon Emperor is old and his blood chi is weak. He is no longer at his peak and is definitely not a match for the Heavenly God Emperor and the others. When Carefree heard that, the hope that he had just felt was destroyed once more. In that case, it's useless even with the descent of the Chun Dragon Emperor. Once the Heavenly God Emperor and the other 5 join forces, he's definitely not a match for them. Inlan said, even so, you have to understand that the Chun Dragon Emperor has comprehended 4 supreme divine powers after all. Even if the 6 emperors join forces, they will have to pay a huge price to kill him as well. At their cultivation realm, they are only a step away from ascending the skies. If they were to fail the tribulation transcendence because they suffered a severe injury here, it would be a greater loss than what they would stand to gain. Therefore, I'm guessing that the Heavenly God Emperor and the others are wary of the Dragon Emperor Chun as well. Just as Carefree and his sister were conversing in secret, the Chun Dragon Emperor had already arrived beside the old dragon of Enigma Palace. He tapped his finger gently and a divine power entered the old dragon's body. The old dragon's injuries stopped for the time being and he reverted to his human form, looking much taller and burly than the Chun Dragon Emperor. However, the 2 old men had white beards and faces filled with wrinkles. The 2 of them exchanged glances with conflicted expressions. You're here, the old dragon of Enigma Palace said. The Chun Dragon Emperor nodded and lamented. It's been a long time since we last met as well. Now that we're at this age, let's forget our grudges from before. The living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded. Even the dragon Phoenix True Body was shocked. The lifespan of an ancestral dragon was 4 times that of an emperor of the human race. The Chun Dragon Emperor was almost 400,000 years old. The old dragon of Enigma Palace was a dragon from the same era as the Chun Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, the 2 of them had some grudges and entanglements in the past. It was extremely likely that the old dragon of Enigma Palace left the Dragon Bone Valley because of those grudges and had not returned for many years. The old dragon of Enigma Palace smiled. What grudges are there to talk about between 2 old men who are about to die? The 2 old men exchanged glances and smiled. Instantly, all the grudges of the past vanished into thin air. The 2 of them were probably the only ones who would know about those grudges. Chun Dragon Emperor, you're already at this age. What are you doing here instead of staying at the Dragon Bone Valley obediently? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor chuckled with a mocking tone. Since all of you juniors have appeared, I naturally can't sit still either. That's why I came over to stretch my muscles. The Chun Dragon Emperor replied. Stop beating around the bush. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor sneered. Let's get straight to the point. Is the dragon race bent on interfering with this matter? What's bad about the 10,000 races coexisting? The Chun Dragon Emperor did not reply and asked instead, isn't the lesson learned from the primordial and ancient wars enough? Humph! The Heavenly God Emperor said murderously, Old Chun, you're old now. You're not my match even if we fight one-on-one. If the 6 of us join forces, we'll be able to kill you. The Chun Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment before nodding. You're right, I'm old now. I might not even be able to defeat you in a one-on-one fight. Pausing for a moment, he raised his head slowly and 2 divine lights burst forth from his eyes as he said resolutely, however, if I risk my life, I'll definitely be able to severely injure 1 or 2 of you guys. Sev 0, the 6 of you. Anyone who doesn't wish to ascend after the tribulation transcendence, feel free to attack now. Although the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others were expressionless, they were wary in their hearts. At his age, almost 400,000 years old, nobody knew what powerful trump cards the Chun Dragon Emperor had. A centipede dies but never falls completely. Furthermore, the Chun Dragon Emperor was not dead and was a top emperor that was not weaker than them. Barbarian Emperor. Kuan Empress. Come on out. Right then, the Hell Witch Emperor suddenly said, given the situation, why hide at the side? There was a momentary silence. The void above the firmaments cracked and 2 figures walked out. One of them was tall and mighty, resembling a mountain peak. His upper body was bare and his limbs were thick, emanating an ancient aura. The barbarian emperor had descended. On the other side, a beautiful middle-aged woman with black hair and black robes appeared. Although she was a female, the beautiful middle-aged woman exuded an extremely terrifying and vast blood chi with immense vitality. Among the primordial 9 races, the barbarian race's physique was the number 1. As for the Kuan race, they were the strongest in blood chi and had an even longer lifespan than the dragon race. The lifespan of an ancestral Kuan was 500,000 years. The Kuan Empress had descended. At that moment, the top emperors of the primordial 9 races were already gathered at Enigma Palace. Such a grand formation had never appeared since the ancient war. Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, what do you think? The Hell Witch Emperor asked indifferently. Are you guys going to join forces with the dragon race to fight against our primordial 6 races? The Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress exchanged glances and shook their heads. Does that mean that you guys want to join forces with our primordial 6 races? The Blood Emperor smiled gently and spread his arms. The primordial 9 races are meant to coexist to begin with. Welcome. The Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress shook their heads again. The expressions of the Heavenly God Emperor and the others darkened. Eventually, the Barbarian Emperor was the first to speak and said cautiously, "This matter is a little complicated. We have to wait a little more." Wait for what? What's there to wait for? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor could not help but berate. We're waiting for a truth, the Kuan Empress said slowly. What truth? The Hell Witch Emperor and the others frowned. The truth about the primordial war, the Kuan Empress said sternly. The Heavenly God Emperor frowned and the killing intent in his eyes surged. However, it was retracted quickly and he said expressionlessly, "Everyone knows what happened during the primordial war. What truth can there be?" Exactly. The Blood Emperor smiled as well. Speaking of the primordial war, even when we faced a terrifying existence like the taboo Divine Ho, the primordial 9 races did not retreat and joined forces to defend. Why are you guys hesitating today against a group of human ants? Upon hearing that, Night Spirit's eyes flashed with hatred as he gripped his fists gently. Suddenly, the Chun Dragon Emperor said, "I remember that we were the primordial 8 races back then, right? The God race only rose gradually after the primordial war." The Heavenly God Emperor's expression turned cold. What does that have to do with the primordial war? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor was puzzled. Right then, the creation Green Lotus behind the Chun Dragon Emperor swayed gently and released rays of light. Su Zimo opened his eyes and rose. The creation Green Lotus beneath him transformed into rays of light and entered his body. "I'll tell you guys the truth about the primordial war," Su Zimo said word by word. "Fu!" The Heavenly God Emperor smiled in disdain and his eyes shone fiercely as he said coldly, "What does a junior who is not even 1,000 years old know about the primordial war? You must be spreading falsehoods to confuse the masses." Before his sentence was finished, 2 bedazzling divine lights burst forth from his eyes. The power of the visual technique was way too fast and arrived instantly. Although Su Zimo had advanced to the Mahayana realm and possessed the Nether Glow Eye, there was no way he could defend against the Heavenly God Emperor's visual technique. The divine power contained by that visual technique could even kill the old dragon of Enigma Palace. Swoosh! However, just as the power of the visual technique was about to collide with Su Zimo, 2 streaks of flames burst forth from the side and struck the 2 divine lights. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Chun Dragon Emperor attacked and released his visual technique, blocking the God's eye of the Heavenly God Emperor. His body was hunched and looked skinny. However, he shielded Su Zimo and blocked the power released by the collision of the 2 visual techniques completely. Heavenly God Emperor, aren't you being too anxious? The Chun Dragon Emperor shielded Su Zimo behind him and said indifferently, "He hasn't said anything yet. How is he spreading falsehoods to confuse the masses?" All the cultivators present, especially the emperors, had lived for so long that they were no fools. Even if the Chun Dragon Emperor did not say it, The Hell Witch Emperor and the others could tell that there was indeed something unusual with the Heavenly God Emperor's actions. The Heavenly God Emperor calmed down quickly and said coldly, "Desolate Marshal killed so many clansmen of our primordial 6 races. He deserved to die a long time ago. Is that so?" The Chun Dragon Emperor looked at the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. "I think there's no harm listening to him talk. What do you guys think?" The Blood Emperor said, "Our primordial 6 races have set killing badges on Desolate Marshal. He is someone that we must kill. However, there's no rush to that either. Let's see what he can say." "Humph," the Heavenly God Emperor sneered. "A young lad that's still wet behind the ears must definitely be spouting nonsense. What can he say? That old thing is merely trying to protect him and buy time." "Blood Emperor, have you forgotten that so many blood vines died and 2 of your young masters were killed by this lad?" The Heavenly God Emperor said coldly. "Given that deep feud, what do you even want to hear him say?" The Blood Emperor's expression darkened. That matter had indeed dealt a huge blow to the Bloodvine race and caused them to lose all face. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor said murderously as well, "That's right. Why listen to his nonsense? Do we emperors have to listen to a cub spouting nonsense here?" "Heavenly God Emperor, what are you afraid of?" the Chun Dragon Emperor asked with a fake smile. "What am I afraid of?" The Heavenly God Emperor's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "I've comprehended for supreme divine powers. I can even fight the eternal human emperor if he descends." The Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. Although the Heavenly God Emperor looked fearless, he was already feeling guilty. Suddenly, the Hell Witch Emperor spoke. "Indeed, there's no need to be in a rush to kill that lad. Why don't we listen to him? If he truly dares to spout nonsense, I'll be the first to attack and devour his soul." Among the 6 emperors, the words of the Hell Witch Emperor carried a lot of weight. The Heavenly God Emperor harumphed and could not refute. The Chun Dragon Emperor nodded to Su Zimo, indicating for the latter to continue. Su Zimo declared, "I'm sure all the emperors know that in the primordial era, there were only the primordial 8 races and not the God race. Not long after the God race appeared, the primordial war broke out. When he heard that, the Heavenly God Emperor sneered. "Why? Are you saying that the primordial war was caused by the God race?" "That's the truth," Su Zimo replied. "Ha ha ha." Before his sentence was finished, a series of laughter burst forth from the side of the primordial 6 races. "Is that the so-called truth you were referring to?" The expression of the Hell Witch Emperor gradually turned cold as well. The malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor shook his head. "Desolate Marshal, oh desolate Marshal. You think that you can sow discord between our primordial 6 races with your puny tricks. Do you think that all of us have lived for so many years in vain? You guys have truly lived in vain," Su Zimo said savagely. "Up till this point, you guys don't even know how your ancestors died. Instead, you're laughing in such a carefree manner." The laughter stopped abruptly. The living beings of the 10,000 races felt their scalps tingle. Who were those people? Top emperors of Tianhuang mainland. How dare Su Zimo say something like that to those emperors? "Desolate Marshal, you must truly be tired of living," the Blood Emperor said coldly. "I don't want to hear you say anything else. I'm going to kill you right now." Su Zimo ignored the Blood Emperor's threat and continued, "Have you guys ever thought about why the weapons of the God race are different from all the dermic weapons and treasures of Tianhuang mainland? Why does a patriarch of the God race wear a storage ring on his finger instead of a storage bag? Why are the other races unable to cultivate the secret skills and cultivation techniques of the God race? CE, why are the text characters of the God race completely different from those of Tianhuang mainland?" With every question said, the killing intent in the Heavenly God Emperor's eyes deepened. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others frowned slightly in deep thought as well. Finally, Su Zimo asked again, "Have you guys thought about where the God race came from, since Tianhuang mainland originally consisted of 8 primordial races?" The living beings of the 10,000 races present had lost expressions, and many of the primordial races fell into deep thought as well. The heavenly god emperor's gaze was dark as he said coldly, "The god race has our own language and cultivation techniques. What's wrong with that?" It was not only the god race. All the primordial races present had words unique to their race. It seemed like there was no way to prove anything from that. "What are you trying to say?" the Hell Witch Emperor asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo pointed at the heavenly god emperor and said slowly, "The god race is an external civilization. They came from God's mainland that's ranked alongside Tianhuang mainland. The primordial war happened when the god race instigated a massive battle between the three great taboos and caused chaos in Tianhuang mainland. The intention for that is so that God's mainland can invade and occupy Tianhuang mainland to rule over the 10,000 races." The moment he said that, the massive Enigma Palace fell into a dead silence. The truth that Su Zimo revealed was way too terrifying and beyond the imagination and knowledge of the living beings of the 10,000 races. It was difficult for them to accept it right away. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others were silent and no emotions could be seen from their faces. That truth had completely overturned everything they knew. Su Zimo's words were not enough to convince them yet. Piak, piak, piak. The heavenly god emperor actually smiled and clapped, nodding slightly. "Splendid. It's quite an underestimation to say that you're spouting nonsense. This should be considered as a glib tongue. To think that you can tell such a ridiculous truth in a proper manner. Even I can't help but praise you," the heavenly god emperor said. "In my opinion, the primordial war should be a scheme of the human race. That's because after the primordial war, the humans were the ones who ruled over Tianhuang mainland, not us god race." When they heard that, the living beings of the 10,000 races nodded to themselves. It was because of the primordial war that the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses and the human race seized the opportunity to rise. The human race was the one that benefited in the end. The crowd discussed. "Desolate Marshal, you're way too naive to think that you can sow discord between our primordial 6 races and slander the god race with just a few words." The heavenly god emperor had a mocking expression. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, the killing intent in his heart was almost spewing out. What Su Zimo said was the greatest secret of the god race. For so many years, the god race had been careful not to reveal this secret. Only ancestor gods of the god race could come into contact with this matter. Back then, Kunlun was guarded by 2 divine house and they could not enter at all. The only reason why they could sneak into Tianhuang mainland with the help of their secret skills was because one of the divine house gave birth to a son and the other divine ho had to take care of it day and night, leading to a division in their attention. Right now, most of the bloodlines in the god race were the descendants of their ancestors. However, it was precisely those ancestors who instigated the primordial 8 races as a group, causing the latter to join forces and attack Kunlun Mountain with the other 2 taboos in the lead. On the other side, this group of god race beings informed God's mainland to invade Tianhuang mainland. The primordial war broke out completely. Later on, after the primordial war ended, the 3 great taboos that truly knew about the truth died one after another as well. This group of god race beings saved some of the god race beings who survived the primordial war in secret and established themselves in Tianhuang mainland, gradually developing into the 9th primordial race later on. There were not many god race beings in the group and they did not carry many weapons, storage rings, and other treasures that belonged to God's mainland either. Therefore, generally speaking, only ancestor gods were qualified to use the weapons of God's mainland and knew the secret of the god race. The heavenly god emperor had not expected that after countless years, a secret that was almost completely sealed would be revealed by a junior of the human race. At that moment, even the god clan leader's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and his expression was terrible. However, the heavenly god emperor could still maintain his composure. He was an emperor. Furthermore, he was the strongest emperor of the god race. He believed that his methods would be enough to deal with this human junior. More importantly, this was something from the primordial era and had happened too long ago. Even if this human junior knew the truth from somewhere, nobody would believe it without evidence. All these years, they had long fused into Tianhuang mainland, and their position was not something this junior could shake with just a few words. "Desolate Marshal, What proof do you have? The barbarian emperor asked in a low voice. Su Zimo said, the evidence is in the Kunlun ruins. At that point, the heavenly god emperor relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Junior, you're trying to mess with us? Killing intent flashed through the golden crow fire emperor's eyes as he said coldly. The expressions of the hell witch emperor and the others darkened as well. The Kuan empress frowned. There's a divine power forbidden region in the Kunlun ruins. Any expert above the Mahayana realm will die if they step in. If you say that the evidence is there, it's equivalent to not saying it. The heavenly god emperor smiled. Everyone, did you hear that? This is the so-called ridiculous truth. Are you guys still going to continue listening? This junior is fooling us to sow discord between the primordial 6 races. The expressions of the hell witch emperor and the others were cold and hostile. They no longer had patience. Barbarian emperor, Kuan empress, the two of you are able to make a decision now, right? The heavenly god emperor smiled and asked. This? The barbarian emperor and Kuan empress hesitated. Su Zimo was in no hurry and continued. With the 10,000 races gathered today, I want to say 2 things. The truth of the primordial war is only one of them. The other thing. Su Zimo paused for a moment before taking a deep breath of air. He shouted, I'm going to clear the name of the taboo divine Ho. When he heard that, Night Spirit was agitated and gripped his fists instinctively. Clear the name. Surveying the place, the heavenly god emperor's gaze landed on Night Spirit not far away and he sneered. What name do you want to clear? That's just a bloodthirsty, cruel and ruthless race. Once born, it's a calamity of the 10,000 races that must be killed. Has desolate Marshal gone stupid? Everyone knows the taboo divine Ho caused the primordial war. What else is there to say? Desolate Marshal can barely protect himself, and yet he wants to clear the name of the divine Ho. Fufu. A commotion broke out in the crowd, some shaking their heads while others sneering. Su Zimo said indifferently, It's fine if you guys don't dare to enter the Kunlun ruins. I've just returned from there, and I can let you guys witness the truth of the primordial war with your own eyes. As Su Zimo said that, his fingers shifted and he conjured a dermic art. Dermic powers shot out from his fingertip and entered the void above Enigma Palace. Catoptric deflection, Su Zimo called softly. A gigantic mirror appeared in the skies of Enigma Palace, shimmering like water. Catoptric deflection. That's a secret skill from the primordial era that has been lost for a long time. The Kuan Empress exclaimed softly when she saw that. This secret skill could condense a water mirror and reflect objects millions of kilometers away through light. Because the secret skill does not possess any power, it was lost a long time ago. Su Zimo obtained it in the ruins of the Kunlun ruins and spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate it for today. All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked up instinctively. Even the Hell Witch Emperor and the other experts of the primordial races raised their heads and looked at the water mirror in the firmaments. Through the water mirror, they could see an ancient and tragic ruin. Dragon bones that were thousands of feet long and the immortal corpses of 3-legged golden crows could be seen. This is the Kunlun ruins. Many living beings quickly recognized that the current appearance of the water mirror was the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins. Through the water mirror, many cultivators seemed to have arrived outside the Kunlun ruins and were experiencing it personally. Su Zimo circulated his essence spirit and channeled his dermic art. The scenery in the water mirror reversed continuously. The scene within had already entered the Kunlun ruins and was advancing rapidly. Before long, the scene in the water mirror froze once more. Through the water mirror, the living beings of the 10,000 races could tell that it was a gigantic palace that was in tatters, with only 4 walls remaining. What is this? I don't know. Is this the so-called evidence? Look, there seems to be a painting on that palace wall. Someone pointed to the water mirror and exclaimed when he discovered something unusual. Many living beings focused their gazes on the paintings on the 4 walls of the palace and gradually fell into it. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw the first painting, they were still confused. When they saw the second painting, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Ah! There were two divine houses in the primordial era. Could there truly be a god's mainland? Many living beings were doubtful and shocked. When they saw the third, fourth, and fifth paintings, the eyes of the living beings of the 10,000 races were filled with shock. It was an extreme shock. Was this the truth of the primordial war? Many living beings widened their eyes, feeling as though breathing had become difficult. At the end of the seventh, eighth, and taboo paintings, the entire Enigma Palace fell into silence once more as a faint sadness enveloped the skies of Enigma Palace. Through the 8 paintings, the living beings of the 10,000 races seemed to have lived through the ages and witnessed that earth-shaking battle and tragic period. The 8 paintings seemed to have struck the depths of everyone's hearts and souls. Even some of the emperors present were moved. There were only 6 words in their minds: back against Tianhuang mainland, protect Kunlun. The living beings of the 10,000 races finally understood what Su Zimo said earlier on. If those paintings were real, the reason why the living beings of the 10,000 races could get to where they were today was because of the taboo divine house who guarded Tianhuang mainland in silence. The taboo divine house were the true gods of Tianhuang mainland. But now time has passed. In this generation, the taboo divine house that protected Tianhuang mainland in the past were now hunted by all the 10,000 races. Every single race wanted to kill them. How ironic was that? The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the other emperors narrowed their gazes and scrutinized Heavenly God Emperor as well as the other god race beings with caution. As for the Kuan Empress and Barbarian Emperor, they were already standing completely beside the Chun Dragon Emperor and displayed immense hostility towards the god race beings. Many ancestor gods looked pale and turned towards the Heavenly God Emperor instinctively. Even at that moment, the Heavenly God Emperor could remain calm and expressionless. It had to be said that for the Heavenly God Emperor to cultivate to that realm and become the strongest emperor in the history of the god race, he was indeed outstanding. At that moment he was flustered internally as well. Su Zimo's move had truly exceeded his expectations. However, he possessed immense mental fortitude and remained expressionless. No one could read his emotions or thoughts. All of you from the 10,000 races here today, how many of you want to kill Night Spirit? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked in a deep voice. No one spoke. Prior to this, almost every single living being wanted to kill Night Spirit as soon as possible. However, at that moment, many living beings lowered their heads in guilt. It was no exaggeration to say that the reason why they were able to cultivate and survive in Tianhuang mainland today was because in the primordial era, a taboo divine Ho guarded Kunlun with its back facing Tianhuang mainland. A taboo divine Ho stood in that valley alone and killed all the god race beings. Heavenly God Emperor, what do you think? The Hell Witch Emperor asked coldly. The Heavenly God Emperor chuckled. Who would believe such despicable methods? You think that you can slander the god race with just 8 paintings? The Hell Witch Emperor and the others remained silent. Indeed, the 8 paintings alone did not mean anything. In the hearts of the Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, and most living beings, they were already certain that this was the truth behind the primordial war. However, that was not enough. The Heavenly God Emperor sneered. The god race can easily create thousands of such paintings by spending some time searching for a master painter. How can something as lousy as that be used as evidence? How laughable. It's fine. Su Zimo's expression was mocking. I knew that you would never admit to it. Everyone, please continue watching. Su Zimo sneered as well and channeled his essence spirit, changing hand seals. The water mirror above the firmaments and the scenery continued advancing. Gradually, a long and gigantic valley appeared before them. It was filled with blood and corpses. Ah, that seems to be the valley in the painting earlier on. The rainbow cave in the painting is at the end of the valley. The 2 massive corpses on both sides of the valley should be the 2 divine house of the primordial era. To think that they would still possess such a terrifying aura after such a long time. Heavens! There are so many corpses in the valley. They seem to be all from the god race. Why are there so many corpses of the god race with their flesh and blood still around? They seem to have died not long ago. The crowd exclaimed. The heavenly God Emperor's expression changed starkly as his pupils constricted. He glared at the god race corpses in the god-slaying valley, and the palm hidden behind him had already clenched into a fist that trembled slightly. He could naturally tell that those god race beings had clearly died not long ago. It was less than 100 years ago. Green veins popped up on the neck of the heavenly god emperor. It was clear how emotional he was. Su Zimo said indifferently, 80 years ago, the seal of the Kunlun barrier was weak and God's mainland invaded once more. I joined forces with Night Spirit and killed all these god race beings in the god-slaying valley. The expression of the heavenly god emperor darkened completely. He turned around and glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, not concealing the killing intent in his heart. That valley was filled with his people. There were so many god race beings. If they could all enter Tianhuang mainland, he would have had a chance to reconnect with God's mainland and naturally find an opportunity to rule over Tianhuang mainland. But now their identities and backgrounds have been exposed. All of those god race beings were annihilated as well. At that moment, the heavenly god emperor hated Su Zimo to the core. The Chun Dragon Emperor had a grim expression and was on guard. He glared at the heavenly god emperor and was prepared to attack at any moment as well. If you guys still don't believe me, take a look at this. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and tossed out a pile of shimmering golden weapons, smashing them onto the ground with a loud bang. All of those weapons were gigantic golden swords, spears, shields, and storage rings. Those were divine weapons that only the god race possessed. Those weapons could only be controlled by the god race. As such, Su Zimo did not feel pain taking them out casually either. Many god race beings were enraged and killing intent surged. Those weapons crushed the mental defenses of many god race beings completely. Desolate Marshal, the heavenly god emperor grit his teeth and said coldly, "Good, very good." Swoosh. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. The Chun Dragon Emperor's expression changed, and he had a grim expression. Channeling his blood chi, he even conjured a divine power in his palm, prepared to take the heavenly god emperor's attack head-on. In his rage, the heavenly god emperor would definitely attack like a storm. But soon the Chun Dragon Emperor frowned. He realized that the heavenly god emperor did not attack Su Zimo at all. Instead, he charged to the other side. That was Night Spirit's location. Ah! The crowd exclaimed. The Chun Dragon Emperor hesitated slightly, but did not step forward to stop him. He did not dare to leave Su Zimo's side. As long as he stepped forward to save Night Spirit, it would be too late for regrets if the heavenly god emperor suddenly changed his target and turned back to kill Su Zimo. Actually, that was also the vicious intent of the heavenly god emperor. Although the heavenly god emperor was enraged, he did not lose his mind. He knew very well that with the protection of the Chun Dragon Emperor, it was almost impossible for him to kill Su Zimo. However, he could lure the tiger out of its mountain. If the Chun Dragon Emperor were to step in to stop the heavenly god emperor's attack towards Night Spirit, Su Zimo would be exposed. He could then seize the opportunity to kill Su Zimo. If the Chun Dragon Emperor did not move, he could take advantage of the situation and kill this generation's taboo divine Ho here. That would be revenge for the many god race beings that died in the valley. Given the heavenly god emperor's cultivation realm and powerful combat strength, only 3 people present could stop him from killing someone. The Chun Dragon Emperor guarded Su Zimo and did not dare to leave. The Hell Witch Emperor and the Golden Crow Fire Emperor were expressionless and lowered their gazes as though they had not seen anything. Even if they knew the truth of the primordial war, they would not choose to save Night Spirit. After all, their ancestors joined the primordial war as well. Who could guarantee that the taboo divine Ho would not take revenge on them after it grew up? If someone could kill the taboo divine Ho, it would eliminate a sore spot for them. Night Spirit was almost certainly dead now that the heavenly god emperor attacked personally. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly god emperor had already arrived before Night Spirit. It was too fast. Monkey and the others were still confused. The heavenly god emperor reached out with his gigantic palm and grabbed Night Spirit by the head, lifting the latter from the ground. Night Spirit was completely helpless against the powerful might of the heavenly god emperor. The heavenly god emperor turned to look at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a cold expression. "Desolate marshal," he said coldly, "since you killed my clansmen, I'll kill your brothers. I'll let you live in pain forever." Poof! The heavenly god emperor was decisive in his kills. Now that he was enraged, he would definitely not waste his breath on Su Zimo. Exerting strength in his palm, he crushed Night Spirit's head. Fresh blood splattered. Night Spirit's headless corpse fell to the ground heavily. A look of pity filled the eyes of the Chun Dragon Emperor, Barbarian Emperor, and Kuan Empress. The living beings of the 10,000 races sighed as well. All of them and all the living beings of Tianhuang mainland owed the taboo divine Ho an explanation. To think that the divine Ho of this generation would be killed mercilessly before he could grow further. COCV, any living being with a conscience would feel a sense of guilt at that moment. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the others were expressionless. In their hearts, it was for the best if Night Spirit was killed by the Heavenly God Emperor. Otherwise, if the taboo divine Ho were to grow, he would still be a huge threat to them. Su Zimo did not do anything to step in when he saw that. In fact, there was no sadness in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. MMM? Right then, the Heavenly God Emperor's expression changed slightly as he looked at Night Spirit's corpse instinctively. Although the aura of the divine Ho's blood was indeed present in Night Spirit's body, it was way too thin. Furthermore, he did not sense Night Spirit's essence spirit even after crushing the latter's head. He merely crushed a wisp of extremely condensed spirit consciousness. The gazes of the Chun Dragon Emperor, the Hell Witch Emperor, and the others focused, and they gradually noticed something unusual as well. This was not the true body of the taboo divine Ho. Right then, Su Zimo smiled. "Heavenly God Emperor, sorry to disappoint you. What you just killed was a clone that Night Spirit condensed using a wisp of essence blood." A look of realization flashed through the eyes of Monkey and the others. They had long sensed that something was amiss with Night Spirit's situation. His combat strength had not increased much after 100 years. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that right from the beginning, Night Spirit had not transformed into his true form and merely fought against many primordial races in his human form. It was only now that Monkey and the others understood that this was only Night Spirit's clone. A single wisp of essence blood and spirit consciousness could not support Night Spirit's true form. Su Zimo's gaze swept past the Hell Witch Emperor and the others as he said in a mocking manner, "I was worried that someone would harbor evil intentions at the 10,000 race meet and did not want Night Spirit to grow. Indeed, it's true. Actually, back in the Kunlun ruins, Su Zimo had not wanted Night Spirit to take part in the 10,000 race meet. He had 3 true bodies. The Dragon Phoenix true body was backed by the Dragon race. Even in the worst-case scenario where 2 of his true bodies died, he still had the Martial Dao Prime body. However, Night Spirit did not have any backing at the 10,000 race meet. If an emperor were to appear and kill Night Spirit, no one would be able to stop it. Later on, Night Spirit came up with this idea to follow Su Zimo here with a clone. And now, the danger of the 10,000 race meet was way more terrifying than Su Zimo had imagined. The strongest experts of Tianhuang mainland were gathered. Of course, what was even more frightening was their hearts. Even though Su Zimo had already revealed the truth of the primordial war and righted the reputation of the taboo divine Ho, the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor chose to stand by idly even though they could clearly stop the Heavenly God Emperor when the latter attacked. Su Zimo did not say anything more and merely looked at the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor with a fake smile. The thoughts of the 2 emperors could not be hidden from him. Both of them were expressionless. What sort of status did the 2 of them have? The 2 emperors did not care even if Su Zimo read their minds. The Hell Witch Emperor looked at Su Zimo as well with a faint green light in his eyes. This soul-reaping art was merely a greater divine power. However, he believed that Su Zimo wouldn't be able to defend against it given that the latter had just entered the Mahayana realm. If Su Zimo continued staring at him, his soul would be drawn out. Even if the Chun Dragon Emperor was around and could stop it in time, Su Zimo's essence spirit would be severely injured. The Hell Witch Emperor wanted to teach Su Zimo a lesson. Nobody could provoke him, the Hell Witch Emperor. This desolate marshal truly has a death wish. To think that he would dare provoke the Hell Witch Emperor and even stare into his eyes. Someone commented. Your master is going to suffer. Inlan suddenly sent a voice transmission to Carefree as well. Just as the Hell Witch Emperor channeled the soul-reaping greater divine power, Su Zimo's eyes suddenly turned black as ink and emitted a dark and cold glint. Sensing danger, the Nether Glow Stone channeled its Nether Glow Eye. If it was just the Nether Glow Eye, it would be difficult for it to defend against the power of the Hell Witch Emperor's greater divine power. However, there was a mythical object like the Nether Glow Stone in Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo met the gaze of the Hell Witch Emperor and was not disadvantaged at all. Immediately after, as though he was shocked, the Hell Witch Emperor turned his head instinctively and dodged. Although most living beings could not notice that slight movement, the Chun Dragon Emperor and the others present could. The Nether Glow Eye was the visual technique of the taboo Divine Ho. Even the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye had to avoid it. When the Hell Witch Emperor saw that visual technique, the innate fear in his bloodline was invoked and he had to avoid it instinctively. However, he managed to steady himself before long, albeit with a terrible expression. Everything is clear now, Su Zimo declared. In this generation, the reason why the God race wanted to join forces with the Witch, Heavenly Eye and the other primordial races to fight against the Dragon race and human race was because they wanted to expend the strength of Tianhuang mainland. They wanted an internecine outcome between us. That way, God's mainland would be able to invade Tianhuang mainland without any obstruction. I'm not. The Heavenly God Emperor's expression changed as he explained hurriedly. The reason why our primordial 6 races joined forces this time round was to suppress the human race and reign over Tianhuang mainland once more. It's not. Fufu. Su Zimo sneered and interrupted. How do you explain God's mainland invasion of the Kunlun ruins dozens of years ago? You've planned this for a long time to sow discord between the primordial 8 races. Bullshit. The Heavenly God Emperor had a furious expression and was about to explode. Actually, Su Zimo knew that the God race in Tianhuang mainland had yet to make contact with the God race of God's mainland due to the existence of the Kunlun barrier in the Kunlun ruins. However, that was not important. 80 years ago, God's mainland invaded the Kunlun ruins. Now, the primordial races were on the verge of fighting. There was no way the Heavenly God Emperor could explain everything together. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor, Blood Emperor and Black Eye Emperor gestured and led the primordial races to retreat gradually, distancing themselves from the God race. In the blink of an eye, the God race was isolated within Enigma Palace. Hell Witch Golden Crow. What's the meaning of this? The Heavenly God Emperor frowned and asked in a deep voice, Do you guys really believe what this junior said? The Hell Witch Emperor and the others were expressionless and indifferent. The Heavenly God Emperor took a deep breath of air. The primordial war was done by our God race's ancestors and they've already aged. Although they did commit a huge mistake, it has nothing to do with us. Over the years, the God race has grown and developed in Tianhuang mainland. We've long regarded ourselves as part of Tianhuang mainland. Can't our many years of relationship compare to a few words of this junior? You've never told us the truth despite our many years of relationship, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor said coldly. If not for today's matter, our primordial 5 races would have been kept in the dark still. We would have been used like weapons. Hee hee. The Hell Witch Emperor chuckled oddly as well and did not say anything. None of the emperors present were fools. Since they knew the truth about the primordial war and the origin of the God race, they were naturally wary of the God race. The Blood Emperor sneered as well. Heavenly God Emperor, if the primordial races fall into a battle royale and suffer immense losses, will you still be on good terms with us when God's mainland invades and takes over Tianhuang mainland? In the blink of an eye, the situation of the 10,000 race meet underwent a shocking change. Initially, the primordial 6 races had a torrential aura and were aggressive when they joined forces. The human race had almost no way out. But now that Su Zimo had awakened and revealed the truth of the primordial war, he destroyed the alliance of the primordial 6 races and isolated the God race. Everyone. Since that's the case, the primordial 8 races should join forces to suppress the god race and take revenge for our ancestors of the primordial era. The barbarian race shouted with a murderous aura. I agree. The Kuan Empress's expression was cold as well. The death of the primordial taboo, the Kuan Peng, was plotted against by the god race, and that enraged the Kuan Empress greatly. The Kuan Empress said, "The god race is a huge latent danger in Tianhuang mainland. We should eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent future troubles." The Chun Dragon Emperor did not say anything. He had lived for so long and could read the situation even clearer. He knew very well that even with the truth of the primordial war, things would not be that simple because the hearts of people were complex. The Hell Witch Emperor smiled. Indeed, back then the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng died tragically. The culprit for that was the god race. The combined forces of the Dragon, Kuan and Barbarian races, alongside the Chun Dragon Emperor, is enough to destroy the god race. The Barbarian Emperor frowned. What do you mean by that? The Hell Witch Emperor smiled. Don't worry, if you attack to kill the god race, the witch race will definitely not help them. The Golden Crow race won't step in either. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor added. The emperors of the Bloodvine, Rakshasa and Heavenly Eye races expressed their stance as well. It was easy to see what the 5 emperors were planning. They wanted to stay out of things and watch coldly from the sidelines. They wanted the Dragon, Kuan and Barbarian races to fight against the god race. The best would be if they fought to the death with an internecine outcome. The Kuan Empress said in a deep voice, "If the primordial 8 races join forces, we can kill the god race with the least losses." What's the meaning of this? The Hell Witch Emperor waved his hand. We were allies with the god race in the past after all. It's truly immoral for us to attack our allies in the blink of an eye. I can't help you in this matter even if I want to. The Heavenly God Emperor's expression was dark. He knew very well that if not for the fact that he was strong and posed a huge threat to the Hell Witch Emperor and the others, the god race might have been destroyed today. The current situation had already swiftly turned into an alliance of the Dragon, Kuan and Barbarian races. The Witch, Golden Crow, Bloodvine, Heavenly Eye and Rakshasa races were together by the sidelines. The god race was isolated. The 3 factions were wary of one another and none of them were willing to attack. Indeed, there was a high chance that the Dragon, Kuan and Barbarian races could destroy the god race if they joined forces. However, the 3 races would definitely suffer immense losses in this battle. Given the Chun Dragon Emperor's lifespan, there was a high chance that he would die on the spot. At that time, who could protect this generation's Dragon Phoenix? As for the Witch race and the other primordial races, they were wary of the Heavenly God Emperor and would naturally not attack casually. It would be best if they could reap the rewards later on. As for the God race, they would naturally not foolishly take the initiative to challenge the primordial 8 races. A mysterious balance was formed between the 3 factions. The Chun Dragon Emperor coughed a few times and said slowly, "Since that's the case, let's sit down and have a good talk at this 10,000 race meet. Right now, God's mainland is coveting and can invade at any moment. The most advantageous situation for Tianhuang mainland is for the 10,000 races to coexist and not ignite any more flames of war." Many cultivators were invigorated as they saw hope once more. Everyone finally understood the significance and impact of Su Zimo revealing the truth of the primordial war. Apart from the fact that the god race was isolated, the alliance of the primordial 6 races was disintegrated. Most importantly, the primordial races of Tianhuang mainland sensed danger and would not dare to wage war recklessly. It's fine for the 10,000 races to coexist. The Hell Witch Emperor was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "Back in the primordial era, the 10,000 races coexisted as well. However, the human race was not a part of that." The Chun Dragon Emperor and the others frowned. Su Zimo asked deeply, "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Su Zimo had already become the only existence on the side of the human race who dared to converse with the emperors of the primordial races. "Nothing much," the Hell Witch Emperor sneered. "That's the truth. In the primordial era, the human race was the end of the 10,000 races and was enslaved by them. You had no dignity and status at all, and were even food and subordinates of the various races. Right now, what rights does the human race have to want to coexist with the 10,000 races? That bloodied history seemed extremely ear-piercing when spoken by the Hell Witch Emperor. Many cultivators were pale and felt extremely humiliated. That's a long time ago, Wuxia Zimo shouted. After the ancient war, weren't the primordial races suppressed mercilessly by our human ancestor, the eternal human emperor? You guys could only live ignobly. All these years, what dignity and status do you guys have? Although Su Zimo had just entered the Mahayana realm, he was not disadvantaged in terms of aura against a top emperor like the Hell Witch Emperor. It's because that was the truth. Su Zimo was not alone. Behind him was the dazzling Cultivation civilization, the ancient emperors that left their names in history and the glorious era of the human race. He had that confidence. When they heard that, the blood in the bodies of many cultivators seemed to be boiling and burning. Humans had indeed experienced the tragic era of darkness. However, they managed to survive in that savage primordial era because of their unyielding spirit. They rose in the ancient era and ruled over Tianhuang mainland, creating a glorious civilization. Although the human race was weak in the past, we reached a peak that even the primordial races could not. Su Zimo's voice was resolute as he shouted. Back then, the eternal human emperor appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the emperors. Which of you primordial races dared to stand out and act arrogantly in front of him? At the mention of the eternal human emperor, many cultivators clenched their fists emotionally. The humiliation they felt earlier on was swept away completely. Even though countless years had passed, the reappearance of the human emperor's phantom was enough to terrify the primordial races. It was clear how much they were afraid of the human emperor in the past. The age of the human emperor has passed. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor harumphed coldly. Throughout history, the human race has only produced a single human emperor. How can you guys compare to us primordial races? What rights do you guys have to be equals with us? In the eyes of the primordial races, humans had always been the ants of the primordial era. After letting those ants rule over Tianhuang mainland for so many years, the primordial races had long been pent up and wouldn't back down so easily. The Chun Dragon Emperor said slowly, the trend of the primordial race's rise in this generation is inevitable. Everyone, why do you insist on being so overbearing? The Hell Witch Emperor shook his head. Dragon race, we've already taken a step back by promising you guys to coexist with the 10,000 races so that a fight would be avoided. These humans are the ones pushing their luck. If we were truly overbearing, which of these humans in Enigma Palace could survive? Everyone, please give me some face. The Chan Dragon Emperor sighed. I truly don't wish to see the masses of Tianhuang mainland plunged into misery and suffering with the flames of war during these short years I have left. The Hell Witch Emperor pondered for a moment. All right, since that's the case, the human race has to agree to give up all their territories. All human cultivators, scram to Penglai Island. You're not allowed to step foot onto Tianhuang mainland for the rest of your life. Ah! The crowd exclaimed. Although the Hell Witch Emperor spared the human race, he wanted to exile all cultivators to Penglai Island. While Penglai Island was huge, it could not accommodate all the cultivators of Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, there were millions of plain citizens and masses in Tianhuang mainland. Although the cultivation civilization of the human race was indeed preserved, what about all the masses? The barbarian emperor frowned slightly and asked, how should we deal with the millions of mortals scattered all over Tianhuang mainland? Naturally, those ants will become the slaves and food of the 10,000 races. The Blood Emperor smacked his lips excitedly. No! Su Zimo rejected without hesitation. Don't be in a hurry to reject. The Hell Witch Emperor smiled. I can even give you sects and factions a second choice. If you submit to our primordial races, you'll naturally be able to survive without having to run to Penglai Island. Right, from now on, the God race should head to Penglai Island as well. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor looked at the Heavenly God Emperor and suddenly said, Brother Heavenly God, does the God race have any objections? Sure, that's fine. The Heavenly God Emperor nodded. Now that the god race was a mass target, he could definitely take a step back. Furthermore, the god race could start a massacre on Penglai Island. Although Penglai Island could not accommodate that many cultivators, it was more than enough for the god race to reproduce and survive. The crowd stirred. If the god and human races were both exiled to Penglai Island, how many human cultivators could survive? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor's arrangement was extremely vicious. The Chun Dragon Emperor sighed. You're trying to push the human race to a dead end. Don't say that. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor smiled gently. Back then, didn't the Eternal Human Emperor ask us primordial races to live ignobly as well? This is merely karma. The Hell Witch Emperor smiled as well. Chun Dragon Emperor, don't say that we didn't give the human race a chance this time round. Two choices, they either submit or scram to Penglai Island. The human race can choose whichever they want. This arrangement was not only vicious, the difficult situation was left for the Chun Dragon Emperor as well. If the Chun Dragon Emperor was indifferent and allowed the god race to descend upon Penglai Island, they would definitely kill the human race. However, if he were to wage a war against the god race right now and fight to the death against the Heavenly God Emperor, the Hell Witch Emperor and the others would be able to reap the rewards. The Chun Dragon Emperor could neither advance nor retreat. At that moment, the Chun Dragon Emperor seemed to have aged considerably. A commotion broke out in the crowd as well. Some sects and factions were already showing signs of submission. It was not their fault. If even super sects such as Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect chose to submit, what could they do? Do they really have to flee to Penglai Island only to be killed by the god race? At the very least, they could survive if they submitted to the primordial 5 races right now. Chun Dragon Emperor, give it up. The Hell Witch Emperor laughed. Up till this point of the 10,000 race meet, not even a single emperor of the human race dared to show themselves. Why are you so insistent? Suddenly, the Heavenly God Emperor sneered. How about this? As long as any emperor of the human race dares to appear and take 3 of my punches, I can guarantee that I won't kill the human race on Penglai Island. After a while, no one replied. Many cultivators lowered their heads with dejected expressions. The Heavenly God Emperor roared in laughter. Who dares to show themselves and fight? Nobody appeared still. Ha ha ha. A series of laughter broke out from the primordial races. I see you. The Heavenly God Emperor looked at Su Zimo in a provocative manner and sneered. Desolate Marshal. The emperors of the human race are a bunch of cowards that are as timid as rats. I'll wait for you on Penglai Island. The Heavenly God Emperor hated Su Zimo to the core. As such, he was relentless in his cruel insults to the human race as well. Heavenly God Emperor, I'll take your 3 punches. Right then, an old voice sounded from the depths of Enigma Palace. 6 cultivators tore through the hall and walked over slowly, each of them emitting a powerful aura. That was the might of emperors. Emperors of the human race. Their leader was the storyteller of Enigma Palace. The 5 emperors beside him, judging from their robes, were from Snowdrift Valley, Purple Firmament Sect, Overlord Palace, Pure Maiden Sect and Diamond Monastery. 6 emperors of the human race had arrived. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned. He noticed that the auras of the 6 emperors were unstable, as though they had expended a lot of energy. As for the storyteller in the lead, his hair was already white and he had a drained expression. Although he straightened his body, he was almost in a withered state. Besides Su Zimo, Lin Xuanji clenched his fists and pursed his lips with a pained expression. What's wrong with Senior Storyteller? He could not help but ask. Lin Xuanji shook his head without saying anything. Foo-foo. The Heavenly God Emperor looked at the storyteller and the other 5 and laughed, sneering, why? That divine power ranking isn't easy to control, right? The divine power ranking, the Emperor weapon, had already vanished from the skies and returned to the ancient battlefield. The storyteller stood out and said in a deep voice, Heavenly God Emperor, let me tell you, even if the fortune of the human race is weak in this generation, not all of us are cowards. I can crush your bones with a single finger. The Heavenly God Emperor sneered. Storyteller, let me do it. The Emperor of Diamond Monastery said in a deep voice. there's no need. Since things have come to this, I can only give it a shot. The storyteller smiled suavely. Everyone dies. Even if I die here today, the dignity of the human race can't be trampled casually by a foreign race. Come on. The storyteller walked forward. You must have a death wish. The heavenly god emperor was long enraged. He extended a single finger and pushed down fiercely on the storyteller. Divine light shone brightly and the void trembled. The storyteller had a grim expression as he channeled his essence spirit. Waving both hands in front of him, he suddenly threw out his sleeves and shouted, "Sleeve universe!" Swoosh! The heavenly god emperor's finger did not manage to make contact with the body of the storyteller. Instead, it was as though he had fallen into a boundless universe. Sleeve universe was a supreme divine power. A single sleeve of his Tao robes contained an entire universe. Although the attack power of that supreme divine power was not strong, it could encompass everything. Even everyone in Enigma Palace could be contained by that small sleeve. In that single universe, the heavenly god emperor's finger burst forth with boundless divine light and spread continuously. Humph! The heavenly god emperor harumphed coldly, and an extremely terrifying power spread from the finger. It was like a gigantic spear that was sharp and wanted to penetrate and judge everything. The storyteller's expression changed slightly. Xing! The sleeve of the storyteller shattered instantly. That universe was also torn by the heavenly god emperor's finger, and a terrifying power struck the storyteller, turning his body into a blood mist. The difference in strength between the two of them was way too great. Even that supreme divine power could not defend against a single finger of the heavenly god emperor. Although they were both supreme divine powers, the power that was released by an emperor who comprehended 6 supreme divine powers was naturally many times stronger. Su Zimo could see it clearly. The storyteller was not dead. The moment the heavenly god emperor's finger tore through the sleeve universe, the storyteller sensed danger beforehand and escaped with his essence spirit, avoiding the lethal attack. The storyteller's essence spirit floated in midair and looked at the blood mist before him. But he could not condense a physical body for a long time. It was not that he did not want to. It was because the power of his essence spirit was almost depleted and he could not even use blood rebirth. This was a tragic scene. To think that an emperor of the human race would be reduced to such a state. Storyteller! The emperors in the surroundings exclaimed softly. Everyone could sense the storyteller's frailness as his essence spirit and life force drained rapidly. Even without the heavenly god emperor attacking a second time, the storyteller would die soon. Master! Lin Xuanji took a half-step forward and lamented. Although he was impolite towards the storyteller usually, his feelings for the latter were extremely deep. He had never called the storyteller master. However, at that moment, the words that were buried deep in his heart blurted out. Mystic Emperor! Many cultivators knelt on the ground with sorrowful expressions. Everyone could tell that the reason why the storyteller insisted on standing out despite certain death was because he wanted to protect the last bit of dignity of the human race. Fufu? The heavenly god emperor had a mocking expression and said in disdain, "How dare you jump out to die when you can't even defend against a single finger of mine? I'll send you on your final journey." He flicked his finger gently and a divine light shot towards the storyteller. Boom! Boom! Right then, a thunderbolt descended from the skies and struck the divine light, shattering it. Everyone was moved. Even a casual divine light from the heavenly god emperor was enough to destroy most emperors. It was not so easy to shatter it. Who could shatter the power of the heavenly god emperor? Everyone subconsciously looked up. Lightning flashed and thunder crackled above Enigma Palace. A large dark cloud shrouded and formed a gigantic vortex that spun continuously, emitting a terrifying might. A gigantic sea of lightning was formed within the vortex. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. An ancient palace descended slowly within that cloud vortex and appeared above the skies of Enigma Palace. It had a berserk might like a divine being. The human emperor's palace had appeared. Endless fervor surged into the eyes of many cultivators, and they were on the verge of cheering. What did the appearance of the human emperor's palace at this moment imply? Was the human emperor going to descend upon Tianhuang mainland? The arrival of the human emperor's palace reignited the hopes of many cultivators. The experts of the primordial races were scared out of their wits and trembled. The phantom of the human emperor earlier on was enough to terrify them, let alone the human emperor's palace. However, the emperors of the primordial races present, such as the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and Heavenly God Emperor, had calm expressions. They looked up at the ancient palace and their auras rose continuously. Even the human emperor's palace could not suppress them. Could the eternal human emperor have descended? The red-headed ghost was shocked. The Chun Dragon Emperor shook his head. The human emperor has long ascended to the upper world. There's no way he could have reversed that situation and returned to a lower world like Tianhuang mainland. What does that mean? The red-headed ghost frowned slightly. In this universe, there are countless worlds like Tianhuang mainland. God's mainland is one of them, the Chen Dragon Emperor explained. These worlds are on the same level and their strengths are similar. If one can survive the heavenly tribulation, they will ascend to a higher level of strength, which is the upper world that we're referring to. There are extremely terrifying heaven and earth laws between the upper and lower worlds. If cultivators of the lower worlds want to ascend, they have to undergo the tribulation transcendence where they would most likely be doomed. However, it's also impossible for immortals of the upper world to return to the lower worlds. Before anyone from the upper world descends upon Tianhuang mainland, they will be destroyed by the heaven and earth laws in the middle. The red-headed ghost nodded. If those of the upper world could come to the lower worlds casually, the millions of worlds in this universe would have long turned into chaos. Su Zimo's expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He was the only one who knew that the situation described by the Chun Dragon Emperor was not absolute. At the very least, Dai Yu had been to Tianhuang mainland before. Given Dai Yu's capabilities, she was definitely an existence of the upper world. Su Zimo asked, "Why can the human emperor's palace travel down from the upper world?" The Chun Dragon Emperor shook his head. The human emperor's palace has never ascended to the upper world. This is the final trump card left behind by the eternal human emperor in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. The Chen Dragon Emperor continued, "Actually, the primordial races have long returned to their peak of the primordial era. However, the reason why they haven't attacked for so long is because of the threat of the human emperor's palace. The human emperor's palace appeared 7 times to pass down the inheritance of the human emperor. However, that was only symbolic. Its true purpose was to intimidate the primordial races. The owner of the human emperor's palace is the eternal human emperor. However, the person in charge of the human emperor's palace is someone else known as the palace guardian. It's him." Su Zimo recalled the mysterious old man in the human emperor's palace. The Chan Dragon Emperor said, "The palace guardians pass down the inheritance continuously, and almost all of them are the strongest emperors of the human race in every generation. Then why did the primordial races dare to attack in this generation?" Su Zimo asked again. "That's because, like me, the palace guardian of this generation is old," the Chan Dragon Emperor said. 40,000 years ago, the palace guardian took a liking to a cultivator and wanted to nurture him as the next successor of the human emperor's palace. He even passed down the human emperor's mirror to that person. Unfortunately, that person died 40,000 years ago, and the palace guardian never managed to find another suitable successor. If that person did not die 40,000 years ago, he would have definitely grown to become the new palace guardian after all these years. As such, the heavenly god emperor and the others wouldn't have dared to act rashly out of caution against him. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He knew who the Chun Dragon Emperor was referring to 40,000 years ago. Not only that, he even knew that the person was not dead. If anyone could obtain the human emperor's palace's recognition 40,000 years ago, it would have to be Monk Daming alone. In that case, the human emperor phantom that shocked the primordial races earlier on was indeed done by Monk Daming. At that thought, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness. Monk Daming was indeed the most terrifying paragon and monster incarnate of that generation. Notwithstanding the fact that he had entered the human emperor's palace, he had even obtained the recognition of the palace guardian. The latter wanted him to become the successor of the human emperor's palace and continue protecting the human race. Unfortunately, due to a freak coincidence, both Monk Daming and Dao Lord Bloodfiend disappeared after their battle. It was only in this generation that Monk Daming reappeared. However, Monk Daming's appearance this time round also displayed how terrifying he was. It was not only in terms of combat strength, but also his flawless wisdom and planning. He was behind the battles of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Heaven and Earth Valley and Six Stars Mountain, and always wound up as the biggest winner. Su Zimo was known as the strongest monster incarnate in history. However, in this generation, the Green Lotus True Body did not gain any advantage against Monk Daming. To be precise, his Green Lotus True Body was manipulated by Monk Daming almost entirely. The two of them fought once and the Green Lotus True Body was completely defeated. If there was somebody of the same cultivation realm the Green Lotus True Body had no confidence against, it would definitely be Monk Daming. Monk Daming had changed way too much after 40,000 years of captivity. He cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. In order to cultivate this fiend technique, he even set up a trap in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to lure many greedy cultivators in. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he hid behind the scenes and schemed against all the experts in the world, including the primordial races and even heavenly secrets. He made use of the battle between Su Zimo and Enigma Palace to infiltrate Enigma Palace and steal the Mystic Firmament record. It was as though no one could escape his trap. It was as though everyone was his chess piece. However, Monk Daming spared Su Zimo's life over a mere string of prayer beads. He even handed the complete Daming prayer beads to Su Zimo. His hands were stained with endless blood. However, he set up a spatial seal outside Six Stars Mountain and killed all the blood vines on Six Stars Mountain. He cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and was bloodthirsty. Su Zimo's bloodline was an absolute tonic for him. However, he saved Su Zimo countless times. Today, at the 10,000 race meet, the primordial races killed wantonly and were arrogant. Not many people in the cultivation world dared to stand out. However, he made use of the human emperor's mirror to reflect the phantom of the human emperor and help the emperors of the human race suppress the primordial races. Monk Daming was a contradictory person. Su Zimo had that feeling the moment he saw Monk Daming. He had never seen anyone with such a strong fiendish and Buddhist nature. Monk Daming cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and was bloodthirsty. However, he cultivated in the Buddhist monasteries and had compassion for all living beings. When a person's fiendish and Buddhist nature was so strong, it meant that they were undergoing endless torment and suffering. Monk Daming could have made a choice. He had already cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and could completely abandon his Buddhist nature to free himself. However, he did not. In fact, Monk Daming was not a true human. Half of the bloodline of the Heavenly Eye race flowed through his body. Someone of his status should not have inherited the human emperor's palace. When the palace guardian made this choice 40,000 years ago, he must have hesitated for a long time and endured immense pressure. But today, Su Zimo wanted to tell the palace guardian. His choice back then was not wrong. Even though Monk Daming cultivated fiend techniques, he did not turn into a fiend completely. Instead, he stood out in the 10,000 race meet. Palace guardian, come on out. The heavenly god emperor sneered and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to act mysterious. You're already old and the successor you chose died 40,000 years ago." The door to the human emperor's palace rose and a figure walked out. Standing in midair, it was the mysterious old man that Su Zimo had seen before in the human emperor's palace. The palace guardian tapped his finger gently, and a jade green light entered the storyteller's almost withered essence spirit. An extremely powerful divine power spread through the void. The life force in that jade green light was shocking. The Chun Dragon Emperor said, "Everlasting vitality." With this supreme divine power, the storyteller's life is temporarily saved. True enough. Under the nourishment of the jade green light, the storyteller's essence spirit regained its vitality and consciousness. He channeled his essence spirit and used his blood that was not far away to reconstruct his body in the blink of an eye. Of course, his aura was still extremely weak. While everlasting vitality possessed immense life force, it could not replenish one's lifespan. As for the storyteller, his lifespan was almost depleted. The palace guardian frowned. To think that you would still appear. The hell which emperor smiled gently. However, the fortune of the human race is depleted in this generation. You can't save them either. The palace guardian said in a deep voice, everyone, our human race can give up most of our territory. However, Penglai Island alone won't be able to accommodate the entire human race. No matter how weak the human race is, we're not at the stage where we would be bullied by the 10,000 races. Of the north, south, east, and west regions, the human race will occupy one of them. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor burst into laughter. Palace Guardian, seems like you still don't understand the current situation. You might not be able to leave today. Palace Guardian, you've only comprehended 5 supreme divine powers. Furthermore, you're old. Even I can suppress you. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor sneered. Brother Malevolent Wind, there's no need to attack. The heavenly god Emperor's gaze was cold as he said icily, I'll kill him on behalf of everyone. He channeled his blood chi and a golden spear appeared in his palm. With a single step into the skies, he arrived before the palace guardian. Kill! The heavenly god Emperor raised his spear and thrust. There were no unnecessary complicated moves. It was just a direct and simple spear that was filled with a resplendent divine light and arrived instantly. Suddenly, the palace guardian straightened his back and his gaze was deep. In his palm, there was a short spear that was only slightly more than a foot long. To be precise, it was a brush. It was green and crystalline like jade. The tip of the brush converged sharply with an unknown silver thread. Swoosh! The palace guardian waved the jade brush in his hands and tapped the spear of the heavenly god emperor. Boom! The seemingly weak jade brush collided against the sharp tip of the spear and let out a loud bang. A terrifying power exploded and spread out a massive halo of light. That's the human emperor's brush. The Chun Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured. The human emperor's brush was a supreme dermic treasure that the human emperor ruled over Tianhuang mainland with in the past. In the ancient war, countless experts of the primordial races died under the human emperor's brush. A single stroke could decide the life and death of an emperor. A single stroke could slay divine weapons. In the ancient era, the human emperor wielded 3 dermic treasures and was invincible throughout the world. The strongest killing weapon, the human emperor's brush. The strongest defensive item, the human emperor's mirror and the human emperor's seal that possessed the mightiest strength. Those were the 3 dermic treasures. Right now, the human emperor's mirror and human emperor's brush had already appeared. The human emperor's mirror was in Monk Daming's hands. As for the human emperor's brush, it was in the hands of the palace guardian. The pupils of the experts of the primordial races constricted with wary expressions the moment the jade-green human emperor's brush appeared. Kill! The heavenly god emperor shouted fearlessly. The divine blood in his body surged and the phantom of a gigantic heavenly god descended. His combat strength increased exponentially as he charged towards the palace guardian. The palace guardian chanted and released secret skills as well. His aura rose continuously and his blood chi surged. He waved the human emperor's brush in his hands and clashed against the heavenly god emperor repeatedly. The void trembled and gigantic cracks appeared. The battlefield had already collapsed and even ordinary emperors would die if they were drawn into it by accident. This was a battle between top emperors. The living beings of the 10,000 races had long retreated far away. With the Chun Dragon Emperor in front of him, Su Zimo could observe the battle at a close distance. This battle was a rare opportunity for Su Zimo's 2 true bodies to comprehend and learn. Right now, both parties were clearly not using their full strength. They were merely competing in terms of blood chi and melee combat. Once they used their divine powers, it would be even more terrifying. Su Zimo asked softly, the heavenly God Emperor comprehended for supreme divine powers. Under normal circumstances, his combat strength should be equivalent to an emperor of the human race who comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. The palace guardian only comprehended 5 supreme divine powers. How is he going against the heavenly God Emperor without being disadvantaged? It's because of the human emperor's palace? The Chan Dragon Emperor explained. This human emperor's palace was created before the human emperor ascended through the tribulation. It was an emperor weapon that was left in Tianhuang mainland and contained the ultimate power and might of the human emperor. The palace guardian did not leave the human emperor's palace the entire time. In truth, he's making use of the human emperor's palace's strength to fight against the heavenly God Emperor. Steel cavalry. Right then, the heavenly God Emperor was getting impatient when he saw that he could not continue attacking for the longest time. Waving his spear, he pointed in the direction of the palace guardian. Boom! 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 An ancient cavalry appeared behind the heavenly God Emperor. The warriors wielded spears and wore battle armor. Even the horses they rode wore armor, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone with a dark light. The spears of the cavalry shone with a golden light, and the sound of their hooves was deafening. The cavalry charged over and almost trampled the firmaments into dust as dense cracks appeared in the skies. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. That force was way too terrifying. When the cavalry charged over, they could crush the entire Enigma Palace into pieces and trample it into ruins. A supreme divine power. Only supreme divine powers could release such a shocking might. The palace guardian had a grim expression as he waved the human emperor's brush in his hands and drew swiftly in front of him, hollering softly, "Earth prison drawing!" Boom! Boom! Green divine lights burst forth from the human emperor's brush and entered the void. Right in front of many cultivators, the ground beneath the feet of the cavalry suddenly cracked and gravel flew everywhere, forming gigantic heavenly piercing stone pillars that created a massive prison. The stone pillars were filled with spikes and were incomparably sharp. This prison imprisoned the steel cavalry that was released by the heavenly God Emperor. Bang! 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 The 2 supreme divine powers collided in midair and let out a deafening bang. Before long, the 2 supreme divine powers dissipated and a powerful might spread through the void in a shuddering manner. Good. You do have some capabilities indeed. The heavenly God Emperor's eyes shone coldly as he said murderously, "Let's see how long more you can last." The Chun Dragon Emperor sighed gently. Su Zimo frowned as well. Although the palace guardian was backed by the human emperor's palace and received an endless boost from it, he was old after all. However, the heavenly God Emperor was at his peak. If they were embroiled in a bitter battle, the palace guardian would definitely not be able to hold out. Right then, the dragon phoenix true body narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gray fog surged out from his hands, forming a saber between his palms rapidly. The greater divine power. Time is like a saber. Swoosh! The gray saber slashed towards the heavenly God Emperor. Foo-foo. Many emperors had already seen that. However, they did not stop him. Instead, they sneered with mocking gazes. How ignorant! He thinks he can injure the heavenly God Emperor with a mere greater divine power. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor sneered. The Hell Witch Emperor did not say anything and frowned instead. He could sense an unusual aura from that saber. Humph! Although the heavenly God Emperor was fighting against the palace guardian, he was not oblivious to his surroundings. When he sensed the gray saber descending behind him, he could not help but stifle a chuckle. The light of a firefly. Without even turning back, the heavenly God Emperor grabbed in reverse and crushed the gray saber. Naturally, his palm was completely unharmed. But soon, his expression changed. Something was amiss. In that instant, his lifespan decreased by more than 30,000 years. This time round, the heavenly God Emperor was shocked. Generally speaking, the lifespan of the god race was twice that of the human race. In other words, the lifespan of an emperor of the god race was 200,000 years. However, the heavenly god emperor's talent was terrifying. He only took slightly more than 100,000 years to cultivate to this realm. The moment the saber slashed down, he was 130,000 years old. Did I imagine it? The heavenly god emperor could not react in time and condensed his divine power, wanting to recover his lifespan. In his opinion, he could not imagine how a greater divine power could affect him. Even if his lifespan was reduced, it would recover to its original state as long as he channeled the power of divine powers. However, the next moment, his expression darkened completely. His 30,000 years of lifespan had vanished permanently. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others noticed the change in the heavenly god emperor as well. The lifespan reduction of this divine power is irreversible? It's just a greater divine power. How did it injure the heavenly god emperor? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others frowned. The Hell Witch Emperor said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful. This greater divine power of Desolate Marshal is a little strange. It has already come into contact with the power of time and we can't use our bodies to defend against it. We can only defeat it by using the power of divine powers. Junior, how dare you?" Sensing the change in his body, the heavenly god emperor was enraged and abandoned his position against the palace guardian. He turned around and charged towards the dragon phoenix true body. He did not receive any injuries from his battle against the palace guardian. To think that the slash of the dragon phoenix true body would sever 30,000 years of his lifespan. The heavenly god emperor turned around and charged over. By now, the dragon phoenix true body had already condensed a second time saber and slashed towards the former. The heavenly god emperor's pupils constricted and his heart skipped a beat. This time round, he did not dare to be careless as he waved the golden spear in reverse and tapped towards the gray saber. However, the gray saber seemed incorporeal as it passed through the golden spear and slashed towards the heavenly god emperor. Pest! The heavenly god emperor gasped and his expression changed. Time was like a saber. Although it was not a supreme divine power, it was the power of time. It was the most incorporeal and difficult to comprehend. Weapons like dermic treasures could not stop the passage of time. The heavenly god emperor could not allow the second slash to land on him. Although he was 130,000 years old after being slashed, he could still maintain his peak and his blood chi was strong. However, if he became 160,000 years old after the second slash, the descent from his peak would begin. That was a loss he could not endure. The heavenly god emperor did not have time to think and released the innate divine power of the god race. The divine blood hoop right away. Boom! The blood chi in the heavenly god emperor's body surged, and with his divine body as the center, a dazzling golden divine hoop suddenly burst forth and spread in all directions. The divine hoop swept past the time saber and destroyed it instantly, shattering the saber into nothingness. After all, the time saber was only a greater divine power. It could not withstand a single blow against the power of a supreme divine power. The power of the divine blood hoop did not weaken after destroying the time saber and enveloped the dragon phoenix true body. The Chun dragon emperor stood out and extended his palm. In midair, he condensed a powerful azure dragon claw that was filled with the power of a supreme divine power and grabbed the divine hoop. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the divine blood hoop struck the azure dragon claw. The Chun dragon emperor shuddered. The divine blood hoop was crushed by the azure dragon claw as well and dissipated. However, the power of the divine power reverberated in midair for a long time. Heavenly God Emperor, what are you trying to do? Ancient dragon chi coiled around the Chun dragon emperor and his horns were towering. His body expanded and he could transform into his divine dragon form at any moment to fight the heavenly God Emperor. The heavenly God Emperor paused with a wary expression. Heavenly God Emperor, go on. We'll help you watch over the dragon race and no one will disturb you anymore. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor said coldly. Naturally, the 5 emperors were delighted to see that. They wanted the heavenly God Emperor to fight against the palace guardian while they watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting to reap the rewards. The heavenly God Emperor was no fool either. The reason why he wanted to kill the palace guardian was because he wanted to get his hands on the human emperor's palace. As long as he obtained the powerful emperor weapon, the human emperor's palace, his combat strength would increase once more, and he would be able to fight even if the emperors of the primordial races joined forces. At that thought, the heavenly god emperor glared at the dragon phoenix true body fiercely and gave up on this side for the time being. He turned towards the palace guardian once more. Boom! 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 This time round, the heavenly god emperor condensed a bloodline phenomenon right away. An ancient and majestic pyramid appeared beneath him. It was mysterious and powerful, comparable to the human emperor's palace in terms of aura. Millions of living beings around the pyramid knelt and prayed. Divine power that was visible to the naked eye surged into the heavenly god emperor's body continuously, causing his aura to climb rapidly. Kill! Carrying the power of his bloodline phenomenon, the heavenly god emperor raised his golden spear and stabbed it towards the palace guardian. Boom! Like a streak of light, the golden spear vanished completely and arrived before the palace guardian instantly. It was sharp and penetrated everything. The palace guardian waved the human emperor's brush and tapped forward. Clang! The seemingly soft tip of the brush collided with the golden spear and let out a metallic sound with sparks. The palace guardian's expression changed and he staggered 2 steps back. Swoosh! The golden streak of light stabbed once more. The spear technique of the heavenly god emperor did not have any complex moves. It was direct and simple, releasing the most terrifying power at the fastest speed. Clang! 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 The palace guardian waved the human emperor's brush and clashed against the heavenly god emperor head-on, while retreating continuously. In just a few breaths, the heavenly god emperor had shot out dozens of spears. As for the palace guardian, he retreated continuously with an increasingly ugly expression. Bang! In the end, the palace guardian smashed against the human emperor's palace and grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Palace guardian, you're finished. The heavenly god emperor stood on the top of the pyramid and streams of divine light entered his body continuously. Wielding a spear, his aura was torrential like a god. The eyes of the palace guardian landed on the bloodline phenomenon of the heavenly god emperor. With this bloodline phenomenon, the power of the heavenly god emperor would increase continuously, almost limitlessly. He had to dispel the bloodline phenomenon in order to salvage the situation. Go! The palace guardian channeled his essence spirit and the human emperor's palace that stood erected in midair behind him moved. It shook off countless dust and charged towards the bloodline phenomenon beneath the heavenly god emperor with a terrifying aura. The pyramid collided heavily against the human emperor's palace with a loud bang. The heavenly god emperor shuddered and nearly fell from the top of the pyramid. Crack! 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 The pyramid split open and golden divine lights burst forth. No matter how strong the bloodline phenomenon of the heavenly god emperor was, it could not defend against the might of the human emperor's palace. Humph! The heavenly god emperor's expression was cold as he said icily, "You've only comprehended 5 supreme divine powers at the end of the day. You won't be able to last long even with the help of the emperor weapon. Supreme divine power, God's kingdom." The heavenly god emperor hollered and extended his palm. Extremely terrifying divine powers spread out from his palm and surged into the bloodline phenomenon beneath him. The initially shattered pyramid healed at a visible speed. Immediately after, the bloodline phenomenon beneath him transformed into a streak of light and entered his palm. In the palm of the heavenly god emperor, there was more than one pyramid like that. It was dense and endless. Millions of living beings knelt beneath each pyramid. Powerful god race beings sat above the pyramids. The pyramids floated in midair and held the gods as they looked down on the masses. Golden light filled the air. There were many gods' jurisdictions. The bloodline phenomenon of the heavenly god emperor was already strong enough. However, within that supreme divine power, the bloodline phenomenon was only a fraction of its total power. God's kingdom. The Chun Dragon Emperor had a grim expression. That supreme divine power is almost the strongest killing technique of the god race. Even I can't defend against it and escape unscathed. I'm afraid the Palace Guardian won't be able to defend against it. On the battlefield, the Palace Guardian knew how terrifying that supreme divine power was as well. With a grim expression, he waved the human emperor's brush and cut his wrist. Instantly, fresh blood gushed out. The silver tip of the emperor brush turned grisly red the moment it was tainted by the blood. The Palace Guardian wielded the human emperor's brush and swiped through the void. A crimson shade streaked through the void and lingered. Instantly, that blood light descended on the heavenly god emperor's god's kingdom. Although that world of the god race shuddered, nothing was affected. The Palace Guardian grit his teeth and channeled his essence spirit. Waving the human emperor's brush, he drew another line in the void, leaving another blood scar. The scar crossed with the first scar like two long sabers with a chilling killing intent. After the Palace Guardian released the two streaks of blood scars, his expression was evidently much paler. There was sweat on his forehead, as though he had expended a lot of energy. However, the two blood scars did not cause much of an impact to the supreme divine power of the heavenly god emperor. The heavenly god emperor held the god's kingdom in his palm and charged towards the Palace Guardian. The Palace Guardian took a deep breath of air and waved the human emperor's brush once more. He drew two lines beneath the two blood scars and wrote across. The two blood scars charged towards the heavenly god emperor. The heavenly god emperor had a fearless expression and sneered. He raised the god's kingdom and blocked the two blood scars. This time round, the heavenly god emperor paused as well. However, the situation of the Palace Guardian was even worse. After the two blood scars were drawn, the Palace Guardian's body even shuddered and he became extremely weak. The Palace Guardian seems to be writing something. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo murmur, the Chan Dragon Emperor nodded. This is an extremely powerful supreme divine power with a terrifying killing power. Back when the eternal human emperor released the supreme divine power, countless emperors were buried. This supreme divine power is called the killing word art. Killing word art? A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The Palace Guardian wants to write the word kill. Yes? The Chan Dragon Emperor nodded before shaking his head. However, he can't use the supreme divine power yet. He's already at his limits by just writing 4 strokes. What should we do? The Dragon Phoenix True Body frowned. Are we just going to watch the Palace Guardian get killed by the heavenly god emperor just like that? The Chun Dragon Emperor was silent. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the others glared at him. If he attacked, a massive battle between the emperors would definitely break out. At that time, the situation would get out of hand and even the taboo Dragon Phoenix might die here. That was a loss that the dragon race could not accept. The Chun Dragon Emperor could only choose to protect the Dragon Phoenix True Body. I believe that he will definitely come. Right then, the storyteller not far away looked up at the firmaments and murmured softly with a pious expression. Almost everyone was watching the battle in midair and nobody heard the storyteller's words. However, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask, "Who?" The storyteller merely gazed at the firmaments in silence. Suddenly, an extremely bold thought crossed Su Zimo's mind and he jumped in shock. However, he quickly denied that thought. Impossible! Su Zimo shook his head. Absolutely impossible. On the battlefield, the Palace Guardian glared at the heavenly god emperor without shifting his gaze. Gripping the human emperor's brush with both hands, he trembled and drew a 5th blood scar. That bloodied kill character was almost complete, and he was only missing the final stroke. The 5th scar struck the god's kingdom and it shook violently with a creaking sound, as though it was on the brink of collapse. Even if they were not emperors, everyone could tell that as long as the Palace Guardian wrote the 6th stroke and completed the kill character, he would definitely be able to destroy the god's kingdom of the heavenly god emperor. However, the Palace Guardian could not finish the final stroke no matter what. The 5th stroke was his limit. The Palace Guardian gripped the human emperor's brush and his vision was blurring, could no longer hold on. Ha 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 ha! The heavenly god emperor reared his head in laughter. Palace Guardian, give up. This generation is not the ancient era. Notwithstanding the fact that you're just a dog of the human emperor, even if the eternal human emperor descends in this generation, I'll be able to suppress him. The heavenly god emperor had that confidence. Even though the eternal human emperor was so powerful, he merely comprehended 6 supreme divine powers in the past. Right now, his combat strength was equivalent to an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. Snap! The moment the heavenly god emperor said that, a thunderbolt sounded from the skies and exploded. The living beings of the 10,000 races felt their ears buzz and their minds went blank, stunned. Even the emperor's present frowned slightly, let alone them. The impact on the heavenly god emperor was even greater and his body swayed. His ears hurt in an unbearable manner and he had a pained expression. It was as though the heavenly god emperor was punished by the heavens for challenging the eternal human emperor. All the living beings of the 10,000 races raised their heads. A gigantic crack appeared in the firmaments and blinding white lights burst forth from within, emanating an extremely terrifying pressure. That pressure did not seem like it came from Tianhuang mainland, but another dimension. It was as though a hole had been torn through the skies of Tianhuang mainland. When Mahayana patriarchs tear through the voids, it is within the same world. But now, a terrifying external power had descended and penetrated this part of Tianhuang mainland. The storyteller looked at the blazing lights in the firmaments and knelt on the ground excitedly. The palace guardian caught his breath and sobered up. When he saw the storyteller's actions, he seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "You exhausted your lifespan so that you can use that secret skill?" "Yes," the storyteller replied loudly. The palace guardian had a conflicted expression as he looked at the blazing light in the firmaments and knelt on the ground as well, shouting, "Welcome, Master! Welcome, Master!" All the living beings present were slightly stunned and could not react for a moment. But soon, their expressions changed. Wasn't the master of the palace guardian eternal human emperor? The emperors exclaimed. "Impossible!" The Hell Witch Emperor shouted. "The eternal human emperor has already ascended to the upper world, and there are extremely terrifying great Tao laws between the upper and lower worlds. How can the eternal human emperor return to Tianhuang mainland?" Su Zimo did not say anything and merely stared at the firmaments fixedly. A figure walked out from the blazing light. The man was extremely handsome and wore white robes. His black hair danced and his eyes were deep like the stars, as though they contained endless secrets and wisdom. The world seemed to have frozen and everything went still. The man looked down and his eyes revealed endless vicissitudes and emotions. At that moment, Tianhuang mainland went silent. In the depths of the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley, an extremely terrifying existence retracted its aura rapidly and returned to normal. In the middle continent, a squeaking sound could initially be heard from an ancient coffin beneath a cemetery, as though someone was using their fingernails to scratch the coffin. However, all of a sudden, the sound vanished. The ancient coffin returned to normal as well. East Sea. A small boat floated. A fisherman with a bamboo hat was initially crossing his legs, lying leisurely on the small boat and basking in the sun. Suddenly, the fisherman shuddered and flipped over, falling into the East Sea. The moment he entered the sea, the fisherman vanished and turned into a gigantic fish that swam towards the depths of the sea. Eternal human emperor. The living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes and their mouths were agape. They were so shocked that they could not say anything as disbelief filled their faces. The experts of the primordial races were scared out of their wits and shuddered. This was not the phantom of the human emperor. This was the true eternal human emperor that possessed his shuddering Tao and dermic techniques. Even the strongest emperors such as the heavenly god emperor, the Hell Witch Emperor and the others could not see through the cultivation realm of the eternal human emperor. Now that such a long time had passed, given the eternal human emperor's talent and potential, it was unimaginable what sort of cultivation realm he had reached. Thud! Thud! The experts of the primordial races knelt on the ground and trembled with pale expressions. Even the Hell Witch Emperor, the heavenly god emperor and the others were no exception. All the living beings of the 10,000 races knelt down. Even though the eternal human emperor did not exude any might intentionally, his reputation was enough to shock the 10,000 races. The eyes of many cultivators were filled with endless excitement and passion. Eternal human emperor. This emperor of the legends, who was the strongest and most stunning existence of the ancient era, had descended upon Tianhuang mainland once more when the human race was in danger. Greetings, human emperor. Many cultivators were invigorated and yelled excitedly. Who dares to bully humans now that the human emperor has arrived? Some cultivators shouted. Another person looked at the emperors of the primordial 6 races and grit his teeth. Where's the arrogance of your primordial races earlier on? Heavenly God Emperor, didn't you say you were going to suppress the eternal human emperor? Come on, stand up. Heavenly God Emperor, why are you kneeling on the ground like a dog? Many cultivators sneered. Impossible. How is that possible? The heavenly God Emperor and the others were sweating profusely as they looked at the man in the firmaments in disbelief with fear in their eyes. This descent from the upper world had completely broken the heaven and earth laws. The upper and lower worlds were on completely different levels and were bound by extremely stringent laws of the Great Tao. In order to ascend to the upper world from a lower world, one had to undergo the heavenly tribulations and would most likely be doomed. However, anyone who wishes to head to a lower world from the upper world would face absolute doom. It was exactly because of the existence of such great Tao laws that the upper and lower worlds were mutually exclusive. As such, living beings of the lower worlds could grow and cultivate naturally. If experts of the upper world could casually arrive in the lower worlds, a single casual palm strike that contained the power of the upper world could easily destroy a part of the lower worlds. At that time, the entire universe would be in chaos. Although the Hell Witch Emperor was kneeling on the ground, his gaze was fixed on the eternal human emperor. In the witch race, there were records of descent from experts of the upper world. Even if experts of the upper world were to break the heaven and earth laws and force their way down, they would definitely pay an extremely high price. That might be their blood, lifespans, or even their cultivation. That was a price that experts of the upper world could not endure. The Hell Witch Emperor did not believe that the human emperor could be safe and sound after descending upon Tianhuang mainland. The human emperor shifted his gaze towards the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley and frowned slightly. Immediately, his gaze turned to a gigantic cemetery in the middle continent, landing on an ancient coffin as though it penetrated the ground. 01 Finally, the human emperor turned around and gazed at the East Sea. The small boat in the East Sea was empty. A look of worry flashed through the human emperor's eyes as he sighed gently. The danger that the human race was facing was even more serious than he had imagined. But now, although he was summoned by the storyteller and arrived at Tianhuang mainland, he could not stay here for long due to the restrictions of the laws of this world. Even if he had already sensed the latent dangers of Tianhuang mainland, he did not have the time or energy to deal with them. He could only try his best to help the human race tide through the immediate danger before them. The human emperor retracted his gaze and walked towards Enigma Palace. Each time he took a step forward, the world shook. An extremely terrifying power surged towards the human emperor, as though it wanted to kill him on the spot. The human emperor was expressionless and did not stop in his tracks. However, that power grew stronger and more terrifying, as though it was about to crush the human emperor into dust. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that, they had bewildered expressions and did not know what happened to the eternal human emperor. The emperors present vaguely guessed the answer. Those were the heaven and earth laws of Tianhuang mainland, rejecting the eternal human emperor and wanting to destroy this expert of the upper world who had barged in. That was not all there was to the impact of these heaven and earth laws. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others could clearly sense that the aura of the eternal human emperor was decreasing continuously and his cultivation realm seemed to be falling as well. However, they could not see through the cultivation of the eternal human emperor. The human emperor was getting closer to Enigma Palace. Bang! Right then, in front of everyone, the eternal human emperor took a step forward and everything shattered. Ah! The crowd exclaimed. His feet was shattered without any blood or flesh splattering. It had turned into nothingness and was wiped away by the heaven and earth laws. It was as though a layer of dust had been wiped away. The eternal human emperor frowned slightly and looked at his lost foot. He paused for a moment and continued descending. Bang! His other foot shattered into nothingness as well. Hee. Right then, the Hell Witch Emperor suddenly gave a strange laugh and declared, "Human Emperor, O human emperor, the heaven and earth laws are irreversible and can't be challenged by you. If you want to descend upon Tianhuang mainland forcefully, you'll have to pay a high price. Human Emperor, let's see if you can arrive at Enigma Palace alive." The Golden Crow Fire Emperor sneered as well and stood up. The human emperor did not say anything and continued walking towards Enigma Palace with a calm gaze, getting closer and closer. Bang! 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 Half of the human emperor's body had already turned into nothingness and vanished from the world completely. Human Emperor! When he saw that, the storyteller cried tragically and old tears streamed down his face. "Master, stop!" The palace guardian wanted to step forward and stop the human emperor as well. The human emperor shook his head gently and raised his palm, blocking in the direction of the palace guardian. The moment the palm was raised, it was wiped away by the heaven and earth laws once more and vanished. The aura of the human emperor was no longer as terrifying and unstoppable as before. The cultivation realm of the human emperor was also decreasing. However, his footsteps never stopped and continued forward. "Human Emperor, please stop. Human Emperor, we know your intentions. Please take care of your body and return." Many cultivators had tears in their eyes. Every cultivator felt their hearts wrench as they watched the human emperor's body disappear bit by bit from the world. The human emperor was the belief of all cultivators. Even if the human race was dead, many cultivators were unwilling to see the human emperor die here. The human emperor did not stop and his gaze was resolute. In the end, the human emperor's body vanished completely, leaving only an essence spirit. The aura of the essence spirit decreased rapidly as well. By the time the human emperor's essence spirit descended above Enigma Palace, the human emperor's cultivation realm decreased continuously. From a realm that nobody could sense previously, he was now at the Mahayana realm. Not only that, a crack had already appeared on the human emperor's essence spirit. Ha 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 ha! The heavenly god emperor stood up and released a torrential aura with surging battle intent. The fear in his heart had vanished and there was no longer any doubt. He glared at the essence spirit of the human emperor not far away and shouted, "Human Emperor, let's see what you have to fight me with just a shattered essence spirit." The human emperor looked at the heavenly god emperor and said indifferently, "Seems like too much time has passed and you've already forgotten the lesson of the ancient war." The gaze of the human emperor's essence spirit shifted and landed on Su Zimo. "Young friend, can I borrow your true body?" Those words caused an uproar. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at Su Zimo with envious gazes. Even the emperors present turned fervent. What the human emperor meant was that he wanted to make use of Su Zimo's green lotus true body to fight the heavenly god emperor. This was an unimaginable opportunity for Su Zimo. Among the many experts present, the most suitable body would definitely be the body of the palace guardian. No matter how strong the green lotus true body was, it could not compare to the body of an emperor. It was clear that the human emperor wanted to give Su Zimo an opportunity. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted without hesitation, "All right." In a flash, the human emperor's essence spirit disappeared from the spot and turned into a streak of light, entering Su Zimo's consciousness not far away. In his consciousness, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit did not resist and handed over complete control of his green lotus true body. "Ha ha!" The heavenly god emperor roared in laughter with a fearless expression. "Even if you're an emperor essence spirit, how much combat strength can you release by controlling the body of a Mahayana patriarch? Human Emperor, since you're so confident, I'll let you die here today." Before his sentence was finished, The blood chi in his body surged as he wielded his spear and charged towards the human emperor in huge strides. Naturally, the heavenly god emperor was experienced to be able to cultivate to this point. Right now, the weakest link of the human emperor was the green lotus true body. As long as he fought in melee combat and severely injured the green lotus true body, the human emperor would only have a single essence spirit left and would not be able to cause any waves. God race, I'll take you down first today. The human emperor's tone was cold as he entered the consciousness of the green lotus true body. After experiencing it for a moment, he extended his arm and beckoned in the direction of the palace guardian. Swoosh! The palace guardian's palm loosened and the human emperor's brush transformed into a jade-green light that returned to the human emperor's palm instantly. The human emperor channeled his essence spirit and waved the human emperor's brush. Almost in the blink of an eye, 6 blood scars appeared before him. Kill! A bloodied kill character appeared in midair, condensed without dissipating and filled with a chilling killing intent. Supreme divine power. Killing word art. Earlier on, even when the palace guardian tried his best, he could only complete 5 strokes of the killing word art. But now that the human emperor wielded the green lotus true body, he wrote a bloodied kill with a wave of his hand. The world shook continuously. The entire void was sliced into pieces by that single word. Before the heavenly god emperor arrived before the green lotus true body, the supreme divine power of the killing word art had already descended and enveloped him. The heavenly god emperor gasped and his pupils constricted. At that moment, he felt the aura of death, as though he would die the next moment. It was way too scary. When released by the human emperor, that supreme divine power was much stronger than he had imagined. Without hesitation, the storage ring on the heavenly god emperor's finger flashed, and a gigantic golden shield appeared before him. Buzz! The heavenly god emperor channeled his divine power, and the gigantic golden shield shone with a bedazzling divine light. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the bloodied kill character landed on it. Immediately after, the indestructible golden shield was sliced into a pile of scrap metal by the kill character. Poof! The killing word art penetrated the heavenly god emperor's body and sliced his divine body into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere and broken limbs scattered onto the ground. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The heavenly god emperor, whose combat strength was equivalent to comprehending 6 supreme divine powers, could not even withstand a single move against the human emperor. Furthermore, this was despite the fact that the human emperor had lost his physical body and was now at the Mahayana realm, making use of Su Zimo's green lotus true body. The heavenly god emperor died just like that? The human emperor is way too terrifying. He's not dead yet. His essence spirit escaped. A commotion broke out from the crowd. On the battlefield, the moment the gigantic golden shield shattered, the heavenly god emperor sensed danger and his essence spirit escaped first to survive. Condense! The heavenly god emperor released blood rebirth to reconstruct his divine body. Seal! The human emperor said indifferently. That single word seemed to contain an extremely powerful divine power. The flesh of the heavenly god emperor seemed to be sealed completely and its glow was dim. Its blood chi was weak and could not be condensed. You're far from being able to challenge me. In a flash, the human emperor charged towards the essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor. Hell Witch Golden Crow! What are you guys waiting for? The heavenly god emperor shrieked in a hurried voice. The human emperor's cultivation realm has fallen and his body is weak. This is a rare opportunity. Even if you guys don't kill him, the human emperor won't let you guys off. The expressions of the Hell Witch Emperor and the others darkened as they exchanged glances with shimmering gazes. All of them were top-tier emperors who were decisive to kill. In the blink of an eye, they made their decision. Kill. They could also tell that the human emperor was at his weakest currently. Although the human emperor's divine power was unparalleled, the green lotus true body was the weakest link for him. As long as they could get close to him, they would definitely be able to kill him. When the heavenly god emperor saw the human emperor chasing over, he did not dare to take the latter head-on and fled into the distance hurriedly. At the same time, the heavenly god emperor channeled his essence spirit and released a supreme divine power. Darkness devour. The heavenly god emperor already sounded hysterical by now. There was no way he could escape after being targeted by the human emperor. However, by releasing that supreme divine power, not only could he hide his tracks, he could even delay the human emperor's pursuit. He would be able to escape after the Hell Witch Emperor and the others attacked. A pitch-black power descended and darkness descended, engulfing towards the human emperor as though it could devour everything and destroy all life. In that darkness, there was no light and no direction could be determined. No gaze or spirit consciousness could travel through the darkness. The essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor vanished into the darkness instantly without a trace. Even his aura vanished completely. The human emperor's expression was unchanged as his eyes lit up, gazing at the incoming darkness ahead. He changed hand seals repeatedly and pointed forward, shouting softly, "Eternal virtues!" A ball of light burst forth from the human emperor's fingertip. Initially, it was extremely tiny. However, it intensified and released a bedazzling glow that spread towards the darkness ahead. Against the power of the supreme divine power, the darkness power melted and dissipated instantly like snow meeting a blazing sun. The essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor was exposed once more. The heavenly god emperor had a horrified expression and turned back instinctively. His vision was blinded by a boundless brilliance. The next moment, the essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor was devoured by the light and perished on the spot. No matter how strong his essence spirit was, it could not defend against the power of supreme divine powers. The heavenly god emperor was buried by two supreme divine powers of the human emperor. With the death of the heavenly god emperor, the 5 top-tier emperors, the Hell Witch, Golden Crow Fire, Blood, Malevolent Wind Rakshasa and Black Eye emperors, surrounded the human emperor with murderous auras. Human emperor, your body was destroyed and your essence spirit was severely injured the moment you descended. You won't be able to linger on Tianhuang mainland for long, the Hell Witch emperor said slowly. The Golden Crow Fire emperor sneered as well. Human emperor, your essence spirit is injured. You're already at your limits after releasing 2 supreme divine powers in succession. Right? Right then, a strange fluctuation happened. Initially, there were 5 emperors of the primordial races surrounding the human emperor. However, just as the both of them were talking to the human emperor, someone was missing from the battlefield. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor had vanished. Before anyone could react, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor had already arrived behind the human emperor and was inches away from the latter. Instant transference. The Chun Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and exclaimed softly, "What?" The Dragon Phoenix True Body asked instinctively. Instant transference is a supreme divine power in terms of speed. Simply put, it's called teleportation. When one's speed is at its limits, they can teleport all over the battlefield. The Chun Dragon Emperor explained, "The human emperor is in danger." The human emperor's Green Lotus True Body was the weakest in melee combat, and he was instantly in a dangerous situation when the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor closed in on him. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor wielded cold, curved sabers in both hands and slashed towards the human emperor's head. At the same time, the Hell Witch, Golden Crow Fire, Blood and Black Eye emperors moved one after another and charged towards the human emperor, wanting to shorten the distance and kill the latter. A mocking look flashed through the human emperor's eyes. The moment the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor appeared behind him, he channeled his essence spirit and said softly, "Time stop, buzz." An extremely powerful divine power fluctuation spread out from the void and enveloped the 5 emperors. Instantly, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor froze in midair motionlessly. The 2 sabers in his hands were about to strike the human emperor's head, but they could not. The Hell Witch, Golden Crow Fire, Blood and Black Eye emperors froze in midair as well. Even their expressions were stiff and they maintained their previous actions. Time was completely frozen. The crowd was in an uproar as voices rumbled, almost boiling. The eyes of the Chun Dragon Emperor revealed a deep fear as well as he said in a low voice, To think that the human emperor would have even comprehended this supreme divine power. Or Wa as the barbarian emperor was speechless as well. Time stop. Although it's not a killing-type supreme divine power, its might is way too terrifying. Under time stop, you can kill your opponents with ease. The Chun Dragon Emperor glanced at the Dragon Phoenix true body. Your time is like a saber utilizes the power of time. It's the same for time stop. The Dragon Phoenix true body looked at this scene in deep thought. He comprehended a lesser divine power, body immobilization technique, from the Saber Emperor's inheritance of sea calming. Now that he saw the supreme divine power released by the human emperor, the Dragon Phoenix true body seemed to have an understanding. If he cultivated the body immobilization technique to its limits, time might stop. The Dragon Phoenix true body watched from the sidelines and comprehended. As for Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit, it was within his consciousness right now, watching the human emperor release divine powers one after another. The benefits it received were unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible for the Green Lotus true body to comprehend any supreme divine power directly. He had just entered the Mahayana realm and had not comprehended much lesser divine powers, let alone greater divine powers. It was impossible for him to comprehend supreme divine powers directly. However, after such an experience, the comprehension of the Green Lotus true body on divine powers would definitely require less effort. Those were valuable experiences. Such opportunities were rare throughout history. On the battlefield, the human emperor released time stop. Without even turning back, he waved the human emperor's brush and tapped towards the glabella of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. Although the tip of the human emperor's brush seemed soft, it was extremely sharp and could penetrate divine weapons, let alone the glabella of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. Suddenly, a divine power burst forth from the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor, and he suddenly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in midair far away, out of the realm of time stop. His face was pale with fright as he panted heavily. Although time had stopped, space was not completely sealed. Just as his life was hanging by a thread, he released another teleportation and left his position. The human emperor's brush missed. The human emperor shook his head gently with a look of pity in his eyes. This Green Lotus true body was way too weak after all. Furthermore, it was not his own body and he was not in control of it perfectly. As such, his attack speed was much slower. If it was his body, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor would have died 10 times over. Naturally, time stop could not go on indefinitely. That single delay caused the power of time stop to dissipate. The 4 emperors regained their freedom and a wary look flashed through their eyes. They were already hesitant. But soon, the 4 emperors composed themselves and charged towards the human emperor once more. Ah! The human emperor reared his head and howled with a bright gaze. He waved his hands as though he was summoning something. Whoosh! A sharp weapon tore through the air and a dark light descended from afar, landing in the human emperor's palm. It was a gray ancient mirror that was filled with an antiquated aura. When it landed in the human emperor's palm, the ancient mirror suddenly released a divine light. The human emperor's mirror. The human emperor's mirror was initially in Monk Daming's hands. Now that the human emperor was fighting, he took it back momentarily. Boom! Boom! Right then, from the crack that shone with a blinding white light in the firmaments, a black spot suddenly fell. Like a meteor, it braved the raging flames and crushed down with a shocking might. The human emperor channeled his essence spirit and his body swayed before transforming. 2 more heads grew on his neck and 4 more arms grew on both sides of his body. Supreme divine power. 3 heads, 6 arms. The Chun Dragon Emperor lamented softly. We're finally witnessing the divine power that brought the human emperor to fame. The barbarian emperor's eyes were filled with reverence as well. Legend has it that in the ancient war, the human emperor relied on that supreme divine power and wielded 3 dermic treasures to fight against the emperors of the primordial races, suppressing everything and overwhelming everything in his path. Boom! Right then, the black spot in the skies fell and was received by a palm of the human emperor. Everyone focused their gazes. It was a pitch-black gigantic seal that shone with a cold metallic luster. Its edges were defined and its aura was terrifying. The human emperor's seal had descended. The three great dermic treasures that the human emperor used in the ancient era to dominate the world had all been gathered. Battle! The human emperor hollered and waved his three dermic treasures with his 3 heads and 6 arms, releasing a powerful divine power to fight against the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Blood Emperor and Black Eye Emperor. When they saw that, the bloodlines of many cultivators seemed to burn. This was an emperor that belonged to the human race. It was as though everyone had returned to the ancient era and were personally witnessing the peerless grandeur of the human emperor. On the surface, this battle was between the human emperor and the emperors of the primordial races. However, in reality, the human emperor was controlling the green lotus true body and releasing his supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms, to fight against the top emperors of the primordial races. Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was within his consciousness. When he saw that, a mysterious and indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Back when this green lotus true body was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and fought against many strong foes. It was an extremely similar scene. On the battlefield, the human emperor waved the human emperor's brush. It was sharp and judged life and death. He wielded the human emperor's mirror and defended against all attacks. He activated the human emperor's seal and smashed it towards the Hell Witch, Golden Crow Fire, Blood, Black Eye and Malevolent Wind Rakshasa emperors. The power of the human emperor's seal was way too strong. This gigantic seal was refined by the human emperor during the ancient era and was created from the broken mountains and rivers of the human race. It possessed the fortune of the human race and was a massive weapon of Tianhuang mainland. The barbarian race was the most wary of the human emperor's seal. The barbarian race had an unparalleled physique and was strong physically. They were invulnerable against weapons, water and fire, and could defend against almost any dermic treasure. However, even the emperors of the barbarian race could not defend against the power of the human emperor's seal. Race VE, the full burst of the human emperor's power could even break the tendons and bones of the barbarian race and shatter their bodies. Bang! 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 The human emperor's seal smashed down repeatedly, causing the dermic treasures of the 5 emperors of the primordial races to fly everywhere in an almost uncontrollable manner. The gigantic seal had defined edges. Even a straightforward smash by it was something the emperors of the primordial races did not dare to take head-on. In the chaos, the Blood Emperor was enveloped by the divine light of the human emperor's mirror and could not break free for a moment. He was nearly rammed to death by the human emperor's seal. The Black Eye Emperor dodged slower and his arm was sliced by a corner of the human emperor's seal, turning his entire arm into a blood mist in a frightening manner. The sharpness of the human emperor's brush was immense. Even though the human emperor merely waved it casually, the tip of the brush produced a sharp edge that penetrated every single pore. The 5 emperors would have their bodies pierced if they were careless. Divine lights burst forth from the human emperor's mirror and blocked the momentum of the emperors of the primordial races. Clang! 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 The human emperor's body spun continuously and his 6 arms danced on the battlefield. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others could not get close at all and were instead flustered by the human emperor's attacks. How can the human emperor release such terrifying combat strength when his essence spirit is shattered? The Hell Witch Emperor was shocked. Everlasting curse! He hollered. The Hell Witch Emperor chanted and conjured hand seals that circled in midair before touching his glabella eventually. Buzz! A shuddering aura spread through the void. Although this divine power did not have any form, even the many living beings that were watching from afar felt shudders. This is a killing supreme divine power of the witch race that targets the essence spirit, the Chun Dragon Emperor suddenly said with a grim expression. There were not many fluctuations on the battlefield when that supreme divine power descended. However, an extremely evil dark green power suddenly appeared in the consciousness of the green lotus true body and grew endlessly. Everlasting curse. Once anyone was sucked into it, notwithstanding the fact that they would die, Even the descendants of their own bloodlines would be cursed and doomed for all eternity. This was an extremely vicious supreme divine power of the witch race. One would sink into eternal damnation the moment the curse landed. The power of the everlasting curse descended, and even the Grade 8 creation Lotus platform could not defend against it. The light on its body flickered, and the glow was completely suppressed. The human emperor sneered fearlessly and hollered softly, "Divine power's dissolution!" Suddenly, a divine and tranquil light appeared behind the head of the human emperor's essence spirit and spread in all directions with a rainbow glow. The dark green power of the curse was instantly purged into nothingness when it encountered the divine light. Su Zimo was shocked. He cultivated Buddhism and had heard of many divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries. There were 6 divine powers that were the most famous among the Buddhist monasteries. The heavenly eye divine power could cultivate the heavenly eye of the Buddhist monasteries. It was only a lesser divine power. However, if one could cultivate the dharmic eye of the Buddhist monasteries, that would be a greater divine power. The peak of the heavenly eye divine power was the Buddha eye. This was a supreme divine power. After cultivating the Buddha eye, a single look from anyone could cause a heinous fiend to lay down his butcher's knife and repent. The so-called lowered gaze of the Bodhisattva referred to the power of the Buddha eye. The second divine power of the Buddhist monasteries was heavenly feet. Normally, heavenly feet was just a lesser divine power. After cultivating it, one's movement technique would become extremely fast. However, at its peak, it would be a greater divine power that could burrow into heaven and earth, entering and exiting the underworld. The third divine power was heavenly hearing. A single twitch of one's ears could receive the sound of every single living being in a region. The fourth divine power, heart-peering. Although that divine power was only a greater divine power, it was extremely powerful. Simply put, the other party's mind could be read. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, when Su Zimo did not say anything most of the time, Monk Yuan Bei understood his intentions beforehand. That was the effect of this greater divine power. In a fight, one would be able to predict the enemy's movements. The fifth divine power, destiny. That greater divine power could read the fate of living beings. Throughout history, countless experts cultivated the first 5 divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries. However, there were few who could cultivate the 6th divine power. Throughout history, the ancient Buddha emperor was the only one who cultivated it successfully. The 6th divine power of the Buddhist monasteries was divine power's dissolution. At greater mastery of that divine power, it could break through obsession and transcend reincarnation. It possessed supreme wisdom and cultivated an endless Buddhist light, causing the power of the essence spirit to increase tremendously. Right now, in Su Zimo's consciousness, the human emperor's essence spirit released divine power's dissolution, and a divine, flawless Buddhist light spread to dispel the curse. The Buddhist light shone on the creation lotus platform, and every single lotus leaf shone with a crystalline luster. This power was an unimaginable tonic for the creation lotus platform. The Buddhist light was endless, and even if the creation lotus platform absorbed a little, it would increase its growth speed significantly. Ugh! The expression of the Hell Witch Emperor changed slightly as he grunted. A fight between essence spirits was the most dangerous. The moment everlasting curse was dispelled, the essence spirit of the Hell Witch Emperor received a huge blow as well. Of course, his essence spirit was condensed, and that impact was not enough to hurt his foundation. Right then, the divine light of divine power's dissolution spilled out from the glabella of the green lotus true body and landed on the human emperor's mirror. The human emperor sneered and turned the human emperor's mirror towards the Hell Witch Emperor. The divine Buddhist light shone through the human emperor's mirror and turned incomparably condensed, forming a beam of light that shone on the Hell Witch Emperor instantly. Ah! The Hell Witch Emperor shrieked, and smoke billowed from his dark green robes, as though his body was burning and rotting. The damage caused by the Buddhist light was way too great. Swoosh! The Hell Witch Emperor transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance without lingering in Enigma Palace. The human emperor wanted to chase after and kill the Hell Witch Emperor completely. However, The supreme divine powers of the other 4 emperors had already descended. Petrification Eye. The Black Eye Emperor released his innate divine power, and the heavenly eye on his glabella opened. A strange noble power enveloped the human emperor instantly. The flesh of the green lotus true body suddenly turned extremely stiff, and his blood could not circulate. His skin turned coarse like a rock. In the blink of an eye, the human emperor was frozen on the spot and turned into a human-shaped stone with 3 heads and 6 arms, motionless. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the green lotus true body stole the creation of heaven and earth, it had just entered grade 8 after all. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just advanced to the Mahayana realm and had only comprehended a few lesser divine powers. He had yet to comprehend any supreme divine powers and had not even come into contact with greater divine powers. The green lotus true body had not experienced the baptism of greater and supreme divine powers. The difference in strength and bloodline was way too great. The reason why the human emperor was frozen by the petrification eye was not because the human emperor was not strong enough. It was because the green lotus true body was far from a match for the strongest emperors of the primordial races. At the same time, the golden crow fire, blood and malevolent wind Rakshasa emperors attacked at the same time and released their supreme divine powers. Phantom Slash. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor wielded 2 sabers and transformed into a dark streak of light. He burst forth with extreme speed, and his body was filled with a powerful divine power as he charged towards the human emperor. Swoosh! Dozens of figures of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor appeared around the human emperor, and it was difficult to differentiate between reality and illusion. All of those figures charged towards the human emperor. Of the dozens of figures, only one of them was the true body of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. However, a wrong judgment would result in death. On the other side, the blood emperor transformed into his true form and took root on the ground, waving 1,000 thick blood vines and spitting out endless blood. Supreme divine power, endless blood sea. The blood emperor channeled his essence spirit and used his essence blood as a medium to shroud the entire world in blood. In the void, an endless blood sea was formed and devoured towards the human emperor. The blood emperor had already vanished completely and was hidden within the endless blood sea. When that supreme divine power was released, even if the opponent wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of the blood emperor. Incinerating firmament boiling sea. The golden crow fire emperor hollered and waved his hands in front of him, forming a gigantic fireball. The fireball emitted an extremely terrifying temperature that could even incinerate the 9 heavens and boil the ocean, burning all living beings to ashes. Incinerating firmament boiling sea. The Chan Dragon Emperor had a grim expression. That is a powerful divine power that can only be condensed after comprehending the fire dermic formulations to their limits. The petrification eye froze the human emperor, and 3 supreme divine powers descended. In the consciousness of the green lotus true body, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit looked at the human emperor's essence spirit not far away. Even in such a dangerous situation, there was no hint of panic or fear on the face of the human emperor's essence spirit. It was merely calm. Shatter! The human emperor channeled his essence spirit, and another extremely terrifying divine power burst forth from his body, breaking through the petrified state instantly. Countless debris fell from his body and dust billowed. Phantom Slash. The human emperor's expression was mocking and his gaze was deep like lightning. Suddenly, he released his grip and the human emperor's mirror spun, emitting a divine light that landed on the figure of a malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. For everyone present, the dozens of afterimages of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor were so fast that they could not be differentiated from reality. Even the Chun Dragon Emperor and the others would have a headache dealing with the killing power of that supreme divine power. Even though the Dragon Phoenix true body had his powerful spirit perception and was watching by the sidelines, he had no clue what was happening either. However, with a single glance, the human emperor discovered the true body of the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor. The moment the human emperor's mirror released its divine light, the human emperor's brush turned into a streak of light and pierced towards the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor. How strong! When he was enveloped by the light of the human emperor's mirror, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor shuddered and exclaimed internally. The human emperor's brush was already piercing over. He did not have time to think and released the supreme divine power of teleportation right away, wanting to leave the spot. However, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor's expression changed starkly. It was useless. This time round, the human emperor did not release time stop. The divine light released by the human emperor's mirror was a spatial seal. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor lamented internally. In a fight of this level, a single mistake in judgment could result in death. He did not have time to think as he flapped his massive meat wings, circulating his blood chi. His speed reached its limits as he fled into the distance and tried his best to avoid the sharpness of the human emperor's brush. The human emperor's mirror merely sealed a space, preventing the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor from teleporting within. However, he could make use of the speed of the Rakshasa race to escape from this place. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor believed that given his speed, even the human emperor's brush won't be able to catch up to him. This time round, he had the intention to retreat. With the human emperor here, their plan could not succeed. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor believed that the human emperor wouldn't be able to linger in Tianhuang mainland for long after his descent, which broke the heaven and earth laws. He could choose to avoid the human emperor's edge now and make a comeback after the latter left. However, the moment he was delayed, the human emperor seized the opportunity. When the human emperor's brush arrived before him, the 3,000 silver threads on its tip suddenly spread and expanded dozens of feet. As though they were sentient, they enveloped the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor was completely unprepared for this change. Almost instantly, he was entangled by the 3,000 silver threads. The 3,000 silver threads formed the tip of the human emperor's brush. Every single silver thread was extremely sharp and could even compare to divine weapons. They coiled around the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor and tore through his flesh instantly. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor was drenched in blood. Most importantly, his wings were completely trapped in silver threads and he could not break free. Suddenly, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor only felt a dark shadow shroud over him. Before he could react, the human emperor's seal had already smashed onto his body heavily. Blood splattered everywhere. The living beings of the 10,000 races winced. The barbarian emperor was even more shocked. Even his body could not defend against the power of the human emperor's seal, let alone the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. Right in front of everyone, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor was smashed into a meat sludge by the human emperor's seal. There was no intact bone left. Dead. The Chun dragon emperor murmured softly. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor's essence spirit failed to escape. The dragon phoenix true body asked hurriedly. The Chun dragon emperor shook his head. He was restricted by the 3,000 silver threads of the human emperor's brush. Even if his essence spirit broke free, it won't be able to escape the cutting edge of the 3,000 silver threads. Furthermore, his essence spirit was crushed to death by the human emperor's seal before it could even leave his body. The Kuan Empress had a conflicted expression as she said softly. As expected of the eternal human emperor, he did not even have to release his divine powers. Just with his 3 emperor weapons, he killed a top emperor. A look of admiration flashed through the eyes of the Kuan Empress. Even she was impressed by such an expert and invincible grandeur. After the human emperor killed the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor, his 3 emperor weapons were no longer by his side. At that moment, the Blood Emperor's supreme divine power descended and the endless blood sea surged, engulfing the 3 emperor weapons. The human emperor could no longer sense the auras of the 3 emperor weapons. Let's see what else you have after losing your 3 emperor weapons. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor's aura was torrential as he hollered and threw the gigantic fireball in his hands towards the human emperor. At the same time, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor transformed into his true form and roared into the skies. He transformed into a golden streak of flames and lunged towards the human emperor. On the other side, the endless blood sea was already surging over. Incinerating firmament boiling sea? I can do that too. The human emperor had a calm expression as he said slowly, "Let me show you the true incinerating firmament boiling sea." Before his sentence was finished, the human emperor spread his arms and channeled his essence spirit. An extremely terrifying and scorching aura burst forth from his body as the power of divine power spread. Swoosh! Suddenly, a large scarlet flame ignited around the human emperor and spread continuously, forming an endless sea of flames instantly. It was also a supreme divine power. However, the power of the human emperor's incinerating firmament boiling sea was much stronger than the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's. The gigantic fireball conjured by the Golden Crow Fire Emperor fell into the sea of flames and was devoured before long, blazing like an inferno. The sea of flames descended within the endless blood sea. Broop, broop. In the blink of an eye, the endless blood sea boiled. When the human emperor released that supreme divine power, what he boiled was not an ordinary ocean, but the endless blood sea released by the blood emperor. The firmaments were burned red. The blood sea was boiling as well. To be precise, not only was the blood sea boiling, it was also evaporating rapidly as blood chi spread into the skies. A warm, grisly blood rain poured down from the skies. Before the Golden Crow Fire Emperor even arrived before the human emperor, he shrieked with endless fear in his voice. He was initially a living being of the primordial 9 races that specialized in flames. However, at that moment, he was injured by the human emperor's incinerating firmament boiling sea. The feathers on his body were charred black. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor fled wildly into the distance. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The flames released by the human emperor almost burned his organs to ashes. Even his essence spirit was burned. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor was no longer as high-spirited as before. He flapped his wings like a charred vulture and fled into the distance in an extremely wretched manner. The human emperor frowned slightly. Even if the Golden Crow Fire Emperor was severely injured, his movement technique was way too fast. Right now, he was borrowing the Green Lotus True Body. Even if he could catch up, it would take him a long time. However, he could not hold on for that long. By now, he could already feel exhaustion. At that thought, the human emperor gave up on chasing after the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and channeled the power of incinerating firmament boiling sea into the endless blood sea, burning it wildly. With just a few breaths, the endless blood sea dried up and evaporated. This time round, not only did the human emperor's 3 emperor weapons reappear, even the blood emperor's body was completely exposed with nowhere to run. The blood emperor had a terrified expression and could not care less about his dignity as he begged for mercy hurriedly. "Human emperor, please spare me. I was wrong. Please spare me, human emperor." The human emperor sneered and the sea of flames descended, engulfing the blood emperor instantly. Ah! 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 Thousands of thick blood vines struggled in the sea of flames as the blood emperor let out a tragic cry. The blood vine race feared fire the most. Furthermore, this was a supreme divine power released by the human emperor. Even the Golden Crow Fire Emperor, who controlled flames and cultivated the sun essence fire, was almost burned to death, let alone the blood emperor, who had an even lower combat strength. In a few breaths, the blood emperor's tragic cries vanished. The only sound left in the sea of flames was the crackling of the blood vines. Although the blood vine race was one of the primordial races, in the flames, they were no different from other flora as he gradually turned into ashes. Many blood vines were already scared out of their wits when they saw that. Right from the beginning, many experts of the primordial races had already knelt on the ground and did not dare to act rashly. When they saw that, the primordial races were even more scared out of their wits. It had merely been a brief moment after the human emperor's descent. However, the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor already fled with severe injuries, while the Heavenly God Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor were dead. Sensing that the situation was bad, the Black Eye Emperor wanted to escape as well. Unfortunately, his movement technique was much inferior to the Golden Crow Fire Emperor. Waving his sleeves, the human emperor's 3 emperor weapons tore through the air. The human emperor's mirror hovered in midair and released a divine light that enveloped the Black Eye Emperor. The Black Eye Emperor grunted and felt as though he had fallen into a swamp and it was difficult for him to move. On the other side, the human emperor's seal charged towards the Black Eye Emperor with an aggressive aura. The human emperor's brush transformed into a streak of light as well and shot over. Human Emperor, you're the one who forced me to fight you to the death. The Black Eye Emperor roared and the heavenly eye on his glabella opened once more. This time round, the heavenly eye of the Black Eye Emperor turned into complete darkness. At the same time, the white in the eyes of the Black Eye Emperor vanished as well, turning into darkness. He had 3 black eyes. The supreme divine power released by the Black Eye Emperor was way too terrifying and his eyes exploded, revealing a pair of pitch-black holes. Even the heavenly eye of the Black Eye Emperor could not withstand it, and a grisly stream of blood flowed out. Bang! The 3 eyes burst forth with an extremely terrifying black light that converged to a single spot, forming a gigantic beam of light that charged towards the human emperor. An aura that threatened to destroy everything spread. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at the black beam of light and felt their hearts tremble. When the human emperor's brush struck the black beam of light, it was swiped away instantly. The black beam of light did not pause at all and struck the incoming human emperor's seal. With a bang, it sent this massive weapon of Tianhuang mainland, the human emperor's seal, flying. Even the human emperor's seal could not defend against the black beam of light. That's the apocalyptic eye, the Chun Dragon Emperor said sternly. To think that even the Black Eye Emperor managed to cultivate that supreme divine power. The fact that it was called the apocalyptic eye was proof of the might of that supreme divine power. You're not worthy of fighting me to the death, the human emperor said indifferently with a calm expression. Before his sentence was finished, he waved his sleeves and a long bridge tore through the air, extending from beneath his feet towards the black beam of light. The bridge was filled with mysterious runes that seemed to confirm the human emperor's Tao and Dharmic arts that led to the end. The supreme divine power, Paramitha Bridge. Boom! The Paramitha Bridge collided with the black beam of light with a loud bang. After a brief pause, the black beam of light began to collapse and shatter. At the same time, cracks appeared on the Black Eye Emperor's body as blood gushed out from his mouth. There were many mysterious runes laid on the surface of the Paramitha Bridge, and they contained the Tao and Dharmic arts of the human emperor. It was not something that the Black Eye Emperor could defend against. While the apocalyptic eye was strong, it was mowed down by the might of the Paramitha Bridge. The Paramitha Bridge was filled with a blinding golden light as it broke through the black beam of light from the apocalyptic eye and struck the Black Eye Emperor. Bang! The body of the Black Eye Emperor was shattered by the Paramitha Bridge. His essence spirit could not escape either and was killed on the spot by the golden lights released by the Paramitha Bridge. The entire Enigma Palace fell into a long silence. The battle had come to an end. The emperors of the primordial 6 races arrived at Enigma Palace domineeringly. Initially, they wanted to suppress the human race and reign over Tianhuang mainland once more. However, 4 of them were killed by the human emperor. The remaining Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor escaped with severe injuries as well. Of course, the primordial 6 races had more than 1 emperor each. However, this was an unimaginable injury for them. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at the human emperor on the battlefield with deep reverence in their eyes. This person was way too terrifying. In the ancient era, the human emperor appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the primordial races, turning the tides. In this generation, the human emperor broke through the heaven and earth laws and descended from the upper world. Under the circumstances where his physical body was destroyed, essence spirit was injured and cultivation realm was decreased, he managed to suppress the emperors of the primordial races. All living beings of the 10,000 races were in reverence. The Chun Dragon Emperor walked out slowly and bowed deeply in the direction of the human emperor with a pleased expression. I no longer have any regrets in my life now that I'm able to witness the grandeur of the human emperor before my death. Although the Chun Dragon Emperor had lived for almost 400,000 years, he was only a junior in front of the eternal human emperor. the barbarian emperor and Kuan empress hurried forward and kowtowed as well. There's no need for formalities. The human emperor nodded slightly as a form of greeting to the three emperors of the primordial races. Both the barbarian emperor and Kuan empress felt relieved and lingering fear. Thankfully, they did not join forces with the primordial six races or attack the human race. Otherwise, their essence spirits would have been destroyed and they would have died just like the Blood Emperor and the others. Senior Human Emperor. The storyteller's hair was white as he looked at the human emperor with warm tears in his eyes. The secret skill he released sacrificed his lifespan, while the human emperor would endure an extremely terrifying punishment upon his descent to the lower world. However, the human emperor descended upon Tianhuang mainland without hesitation. Even after countless years, the human emperor had not forgotten about the masses of Tianhuang mainland. The storyteller's eyes revealed a deep guilt. He released that secret skill and summoned the human emperor. However, the human emperor paid a high price for it, and nobody knew how much that would affect the latter. I'm fine, you don't have to feel guilty. As though he could read the storyteller's mind, the human emperor smiled. Additionally, Ling Long is fine as well. She knows that you guys protected Tianhuang mainland and is relieved that the foundational teachings of Enigma Palace are not forgotten. Ancestor Ling Long. At the mention of Fairy Ling Long, the storyteller and the other cultivators of Enigma Palace were even more emotional and could not help but call out. As Senior Human Emperor, we know that we were in the wrong. As Senior, please forgive us. Senior Human Emperor, please spare us. At that moment, the clan leaders of the primordial races knelt on the ground and prostrated not far away. In fact, they did not even dare to meet the human emperor's gaze as they said with trembling voices. The human emperor glanced at them indifferently and asked, "Does the human race have the right to negotiate with the primordial races now?" "We wouldn't dare." When they heard that, the clan leaders of the primordial races were even more drenched in sweat and their faces were almost stuck to the ground. "Let the 10,000 race meet continue. It's time for me to leave," the human emperor said. Senior Human Emperor. Many cultivators called out with deep reluctance in their eyes. It was not because the human emperor did not want to stay. He no longer had much strength left. The human emperor only managed to descend upon Tianhuang mainland by breaking through the heaven and earth laws of the upper and lower worlds. He had to pay a huge price for that process. "I've known you for a long time." Right then, the human emperor said softly, "MMM." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the consciousness of the green lotus true body, the human emperor's essence spirit turned around and said to Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit who was not far away. Nobody outside heard that. This was a private conversation between the human emperor and Su Zimo. "I've known you from the moment you entered the human emperor's palace." The human emperor smiled gently. "Ling Long has a secret skill that can establish a connection with Yuhua. Oh, Yuhua is the palace guardian." Ling Long was also the reason why the pure maiden of the fiend sex was able to enter the human emperor's palace. "I know everything about you. You have the guts to establish the martial Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Even I can't compare to you. Well done." If anyone outside heard that, they would be shocked. Who in this world could make the human emperor personally say that he was inferior? "That's overstating things, Senior," Su Zimo replied hurriedly. "I'm still far from your unparalleled contribution to the human race. On this mainland, the future of the human race's fate will depend on you," the human emperor said in a deep voice. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. The human emperor said, "Don't worry, after today, there should be a period of peace in Tianhuang mainland. The two emperors of the Witch and Golden Crow races were injured by me. It will take them at least 1,000 years to recover. You have to grow as quickly as possible in that 1,000 years." Su Zimo nodded. "Don't worry, Senior Human Emperor. The identity of the god race as outsiders has been exposed and they'll be isolated by the entire Tianhuang mainland. As for the remaining 5 primordial races, 3 top emperors are dead and 2 of them are severely injured. I reckon that even if the Hell Witch Emperor and the Golden Crow Fire Emperor recover completely, they won't dare to attack humans anymore." The arrival of the human emperor had scared the primordial races completely. Furthermore, there was still the Chan Dragon Emperor of the dragon race guarding them. Now that the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor were severely injured, the Chun Dragon Emperor was the strongest emperor in Tianhuang mainland. Even though the Chun Dragon Emperor's lifespan was almost up, he still had 10,000 years left. I hope so. The human emperor nodded and frowned again. The latent dangers detected in the Middle Continent, Thousand Demon Valley and East Sea flashed through his mind, and he wanted to speak but hesitated. Suddenly, he thought of something else that was even more important. Right, there's something else I have to remind you. By forcefully descending upon Tianhuang mainland, it's equivalent to me breaking through the world of Tianhuang mainland. Given my current strength, I'm unable to repair this broken world surface. As time passes, the heaven and earth laws of Tianhuang mainland will definitely become unstable. There will be imperfections in heaven and earth, and the laws will be in chaos. Su Zimo was confused and asked, "What will happen when there are imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws in chaos?" "I'm not sure how much of an impact it will have on Tianhuang mainland," the human emperor said. "However, you have to be careful about this matter. If I can descend to the lower world today, experts of the primordial races in the upper world might be able to as well." Ah! When he heard that, Su Zimo's expression changed. The human emperor said, "In the ancient era, the human race merely ousted the primordial 9 races and restricted them to a corner without exterminating them completely. On the one hand, it was because the human race had a tragic victory and needed to recuperate. The foundation of the primordial 9 races is unimaginable, and it wouldn't have been beneficial for the human race even if we continued fighting." Su Zimo nodded. Both parties suffered immense losses in the ancient war. If they were to truly fight to the death, there was a high chance that the human race would not be the master of Tianhuang mainland at that time, and it was hard to predict what sort of situation Tianhuang mainland would be in. On the other hand, I was also worried about the experts of the upper world descending, the human emperor continued. If the primordial races are truly forced into a corner, it's not impossible for them to summon experts of the upper world either. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "Although that's the case, experts of the upper world would have to pay an extremely high price for descending. Not everyone can come down. Not everyone can descend into the lower worlds to save the masses without reservations like you, senior." Countless years had passed since the human emperor ascended to the upper world. To be fair, the human emperor no longer had anything to do with the human race of Tianhuang mainland. In the eyes of the emperors, all living beings in the world were merely ants, let alone the experts of the upper world. However, the human emperor chose to descend even if he had to pay a huge price. Under normal circumstances, there will indeed be a situation like mine when experts of the upper world descend. They will be ostracized by the heaven and earth laws, and their bodies will be destroyed. Their cultivation realms will fall, and they will experience many serious injuries, the human emperor said. However, after a long time, when there are imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws are in chaos, these situations might either intensify or... Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the human emperor did not continue, Su Zimo had already guessed the terrifying outcome. There was another possibility. The chaotic heaven and earth laws of Tianhuang mainland would not reject experts of the upper world. This meant that if experts of the upper world were to descend, they might be able to do so without suffering any injuries or drop in cultivation. For Tianhuang mainland, that would be catastrophic. The living beings of the lower worlds were only protected because of the existence of the heaven and earth laws. If there were imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws were in chaos, once experts of the upper world were to descend, all living beings, the primordial races and emperors included, would be nothing but fish on a chopping block. At the mention of that, the human emperor sighed gently as well. He had no choice. He could only choose to descend upon Tianhuang mainland so that he could fight for time for the human race. Su Zimo said, "Senior, you've said it yourself, that's only the worst-case scenario. After all, even you aren't certain of the impact if there are imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws are in chaos." "Yes." The human emperor nodded and smiled bitterly. "My strength is still insufficient. If I was a truly top-tier expert of the upper world, I would be able to ignore the heaven and earth laws and travel between the upper and lower worlds freely. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as a blood-colored figure flashed through his mind. That was a woman that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Dai Yu. At the thought of Dai Yu, Su Zimo could not help but feel his heart pounding faster, even his blood was boiling. Dai Yu had been to Tianhuang mainland as well. However, be it Dai Yu's descent or departure, they did not cause much of a stir nor did they affect Tianhuang mainland, much less destroy the heaven and earth laws. In that case, wouldn't it mean that Dai Yu was even more capable than the human emperor? What's wrong? Sensing Su Zimo's abnormality, the human emperor asked with a smile. Coughing gently, Su Zimo probed, "Senior, you were invincible in Tianhuang mainland and suppressed the 10,000 races. Given your talent, wouldn't you still be a part of the top-tier experts of the upper world after your ascension?" He did not ask directly about Dai Yu. His emotions were extremely complicated. He was filled with anticipation but also fear. He was afraid that his reckless question would lead to nothing and his hopes would be dashed. When he heard that, the human emperor chuckled. Everyone who can ascend to the upper world are all monster incarnates who once dominated over a world. The human emperor shook his head gently. Furthermore, the upper world is extremely vast with 1,000 vast worlds, countless paragons and monster incarnates. Compared to the upper world, Tianhuang mainland is as insignificant as a speck of dust and isn't worth mentioning. The difference between me and the top experts of the upper world is still extremely great. 1,000 vast worlds? Su Zimo had a lost expression and replied instinctively. The human emperor smiled gently and explained, "This is something that can only be encountered after ascending to the upper world. However, there's no harm in telling you now. Legend has it that there is a trichiliocosm in this universe with distinct levels. At the bottom, there are 1 billion minor chiliocosms. Like a river of sand. They can't be calculated and Tianhuang mainland is merely one of them." Ah! Su Zimo's eyes widened and he was shocked. The human emperor's words had a huge impact on Su Zimo. Initially, when he heard about God's mainland in Tianhuang mainland, he guessed that there would be many other worlds like Tianhuang mainland and God's mainland. However, he had not expected that there would be 1 billion of such worlds. Tianhuang mainland was only one of the minor chiliocosms. Even when compared to the lower worlds, Tianhuang mainland was nothing. It was even more insignificant when compared to the entire universe. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that he was incomparably minuscule. Tianhuang mainland was like a well. He was in the well and could only see the sky that was the size of a palm. However, he did not know that there was a boundless firmament and vast world outside the well. The human emperor waited for Su Zimo's mind to calm down before saying, "Your comprehension of Buddhism is very deep. You should have heard of a Buddhist saying, 'A world in a sand.' Actually, that sentence is describing the 1 billion minor chiliocosms that are like the river of sand." Su Zimo was enlightened. To think that there would be such a meaning behind a world in a sand. The Buddhist sutras had long described those secrets for future generations to comprehend. However, if the human emperor had not described it, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that he was in such a vast world. If there were 1 billion minor chiliocosms like Tianhuang mainland, it would be as the human emperor had said, there would truly be many paragons and monster incarnates in the upper world. If there are 1 billion minor chiliocosms in the lower worlds, what about the upper world? Su Zimo asked again. The so-called upper world is actually made up of 1,000 medium chiliocosms. Every single medium chiliocosm is countless times larger than Tianhuang mainland. The human emperor said, "For example, the god and witch realms are both part of the upper world." Pausing for a moment, the human emperor hesitated slightly. Legend has it that there's a boundless world above the upper world called the major chiliocosm. Of course, I'm not sure about that either. It's just a legend. However, no matter what, there are 1 billion minor chiliocosms, 1,000 medium chiliocosms, and a major chiliocosm. Together, they form the trichiliocosm. Su Zimo had read about the trichiliocosm in the Buddhist sutras before. Initially, he thought that the trichiliocosm meant that when worlds like Tianhuang mainland and God's mainland were added together, there were 3,000 of them. However, he had not expected that the true meaning of the trichiliocosm referred to the minor, medium, and major chiliocosms. After saying that, the human emperor looked up at the firmaments and sighed. I've got to return. There are still many people on the other side that I have to protect. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked hurriedly, Senior, have you heard of the Great Wilderness? Great Wilderness? The human emperor was slightly stunned before nodding. The Great Wilderness is one of the upper worlds where ferocious demon beasts roam and are extremely strong. It's considered as one of the strongest medium chiliocosms in the upper world. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had finally obtained definite news. The Great Wilderness was one of the medium chiliocosms. As long as he could ascend to the upper world successfully, he would have a chance to meet Daiyu. Although Su Zimo was still a distance away from Daiyu, the two of them were getting closer. Just as he was about to leave, Su Zimo took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Senior Human Emperor, do you know Daiyu? Daiyu. The human emperor pondered and shook his head. Su Zimo sighed internally, and a look of disappointment flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly understood. The upper world was way too huge. It was formed by 1,000 medium chiliocosms, and every single medium chiliocosm could accommodate countless Tianhuang mainlands. Since the human emperor was not in the Great Wilderness, it was only natural that he had not heard of Daiyu. No matter what, this time round, Su Zimo found out about the origin of the Great Wilderness. That gave him endless motivation. Tossing out his palm, the human emperor returned the human emperor's brush to the palace guardian and nodded slightly. Yuhua, well done. It's been hard on you to guard the human emperor's palace all these years as well. The matter of Tianhuang mainland has come to an end for the time being. It's time for you to undergo the tribulation transcendence. If you drag on for a little more time and your blood chi deteriorates, the chances of you surviving the tribulation transcendence will be greatly reduced. Thank you, Master. The palace guardian received the human emperor's brush and bowed respectfully. Is there any candidate for the next palace guardian? The human emperor asked. He knew very well that there was another important reason why Yuhua did not undergo the tribulation transcendence. He had not found a suitable successor for the human emperor's palace. Not yet. The palace guardian sighed and shook his head gently. The successor of the human emperor's palace did not only require extraordinary talent and terrifying combat strength. More than that, he needed a strong mental state. Throughout history, there have been many powerful emperors. However, if most of them were like the emperors in this generation who only cared about their own cultivation and ignored the safety of the human race, they would not be worthy of being the successor of the human emperor's palace. In title, this was just the successor of the palace guardian of the human emperor's palace. However, in reality, this would also be the successor meant to protect Tianhuang mainland and the human race. I'll recommend someone to you. The human emperor shifted his gaze towards the storyteller not far away. It was an honor to be acknowledged by the human emperor. A rosy glow appeared on the storyteller's face as he suddenly straightened his body. His essence, chi and spirit seemed to have reached their peak. All the experts present sighed gently. All of them could tell that the storyteller was in his final moments of lucidity prior to his death. Before long, the storyteller would die here. The palace guardian said. Indeed, with his temperament, he can inherit the human emperor's palace. However, he only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. His combat strength is insufficient. Most importantly, he doesn't have much lifespan left. The palace guardian gave a look of pity. The storyteller paid an extremely tragic price for summoning the human emperor forcefully this time round and expended all his lifespan. Thank you for your high regards, Senior Human Emperor. The storyteller smiled. However, I feel that I don't have much time left and truly don't have the strength to inherit the human emperor's palace. Now that I have received your acknowledgement, I can die without regrets. Master! Lin Xuanji arrived before the storyteller and knelt down. Initially, it was a joyous matter that the human race was out of danger. However, Lin Xuanji could not bring himself to be happy at the moment. From the day he acknowledged his master, he had been fooling around with the storyteller. There had never been any etiquette or hierarchy in front of the storyteller. If it was any other stiff and traditional cultivator, they would have disowned Lin Xuanji as their disciple a long time ago. However, the storyteller did not take it to heart. Lin Xuanji had never expressed such emotions in front of the storyteller. However, at that moment, he knelt in front of the storyteller with tears streaming down his sleeves. "There's no need for that," the human emperor smiled gently. "Ling Long knew that you would exhaust your lifespan by releasing that secret skill. When I descended, she gave me an elixir." As he said that, he beckoned to the shimmering crack in the firmaments. It was only then that everyone noticed a small jade-green bottle floating in the firmaments. This was something that fell when the human emperor's body was shattered. However, that scene was way too shocking and nobody noticed the existence of the small bottle. The small medicine bottle was already filled with cracks. It must have endured an immense impact traveling down from the upper world. Thankfully, this small medicine bottle is safe. The human emperor took out the elixir from the bottle and flicked his finger, sending it before the storyteller. He nodded slightly. "Eat this elixir pill." This elixir pill was refined by Ling Long using immortal herbs of the upper world. "It's an immortal pill that can increase one's lifespan," the human emperor explained. "Ah!" The storyteller's heart skipped a beat. In Tianhuang mainland, once a cultivator was at the emperor realm, any elixir pill that could increase one's lifespan no longer had any effect on them. To think that the human emperor would descend with an immortal pill refined by Fairy Ling Long personally. The human emperor replied, "Of course, this immortal pill doesn't add much lifespan either. It's fine, it's fine." The storyteller was excited and received the immortal elixir hurriedly, swallowing it in a single mouthful. For those who were about to die, no matter how little their lifespans were extended, they could at least survive. Furthermore, there was hope as long as he survived. At the very least, the storyteller could choose to attempt the tribulation transcendence and take the risk. After a brief pause, the human emperor continued, "Of course, it's only enough to extend your lifespan by tens of thousands years." The storyteller was stunned. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the crowd as well. A lifespan extension tens of thousands of years. This meant that the storyteller would recover to his peak after consuming this elixir pill. Senior Human Emperor Sure is bold in his words. Little Fatty muttered softly at the side. Shi Jian let out a look of admiration. As expected of the eternal human emperor, an increase in lifespan by tens of thousands of years is nothing in his eyes. The moment the immortal pill entered the storyteller's stomach, a terrifying life force burst forth and swept through his body, bloodline, organs, and essence spirit rapidly. The storyteller's white hair fell off and his black hair regrew at a visible speed. The wrinkles on his face vanished and his beard was gone. He looked absolutely hale and hearty. Lin Xuanji was stunned and his eyes were filled with tears, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The old man had regained his youth in the blink of an eye and even looked younger than him. He had cried for nothing. "Good disciple, hurry and get up." The storyteller looked at Lin Xuanji and said with a smile, his eyes filled with mockery, "Fuck!" With a whoosh, Lin Xuanji leaped up from the ground and turned to leave. Without even wiping away the tears on his face, he grit his teeth. "Old man, you have no morals at all. How dare you mock me?" The human emperor returned the human emperor's brush to the palace guardian and gave an immortal pill to the storyteller. This also meant that the next palace guardian would be this generation's mystic emperor. Right now, the human emperor only had 2 emperor weapons left: his mirror and seal. The human emperor glanced sideways and his gaze seemed to pass through the voids, landing in a corner of the heaven-expanding mountain range. There was a long-haired man in grayish-white robes. There was a blood scar on his glabella and his eyes were clear and bright. His gaze was gentle, as though it contained endless wisdom. However, he also exuded an extremely evil aura. 2 completely contrasting auras were exuded by this white-robed man. This white-robed man had once entered the human emperor's palace and received his inheritance as well. When the human emperor fought against the emperors of the primordial races earlier on, he retrieved his human emperor's mirror from this person. After pondering for a moment, the human emperor raised his hand and tossed the human emperor's mirror. Turning into a streak of light, it entered the heaven-expanding mountain range and returned to the hands of the white-robed man. The white-robed man shuddered with a conflicted expression. He believed that, with the human emperor's capabilities and experience, the latter would definitely be able to tell that something was amiss with him. However, the human emperor still chose to hand the human emperor's mirror over to him. It was a form of silent trust. The white-robed man sighed gently and held the human emperor's mirror with both hands. He bowed deeply in the direction of the human emperor and chanted Buddhist proclamations softly. In Enigma Palace, Su Zimo noticed the human emperor's actions and his heart skipped a beat. Others might not know the location of the human emperor's mirror, but he knew very well that it had returned to Monk Daming's hands. In other words, Monk Daming was still in the heaven-expanding mountain range. As though he recalled something, Su Zimo let out a mysterious smile. "My young friend Desolate Marshal, it's time to return your body to you." The human emperor's voice sounded once more. With a whoosh, the human emperor's essence spirit left the head of the green lotus true body and flew towards the crack in the firmaments that shone with a blinding white light. Human emperor! Many cultivators revealed reluctance when they saw the human emperor leave and shouted. The human emperor's essence spirit suddenly paused when he arrived beside the human emperor's palace. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, a blank long scroll flew out from the human emperor's palace. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at everything with lost expressions. Nobody knew what the human emperor's intentions were. As for the palace guardian, he seemed to have realized something as he came beside the human emperor and whispered, "Master, should I write it?" "No." The human emperor shook his head. "I want to write it personally." The palace guardian nodded and handed the human emperor's brush over respectfully. The human emperor channeled his essence spirit and the human emperor's brush landed on the battlefield, absorbing the blood of the experts of the primordial races like the heavenly god emperor. The silver tip of the brush turned blood red before long. Controlling the human emperor's brush, the human emperor waved it wildly and wrote on the blank long scroll. One after another, massive words landed on the paper. Every single word was written with the blood of the emperors of the primordial races and was filled with a torrential killing intent that was chilling to the bones. Although the human emperor did not have a physical body, each time he wrote a word, his voice would echo through the firmaments in a deafening manner. "The human race is weakened and emperors are useless." The accusation that emperors were useless in his first sentence was extremely heavy. It was referring to the emperors of the human race who hid in the ancient battlefield and did not dare to show themselves. Only the human emperor had the authority and qualifications to reprimand the emperors of the human race. "I heard that Desolate Marshal rose in Tianhuang mainland and established the martial Tao to bring blessings to all living beings. I, the human emperor, have decided to pass my title to Desolate Marshal. Once he is conferred the title of emperor, he will become the human emperor and reign over the world." A loud voice spread through Tianhuang mainland and reverberated through the world. The world was shaken. The experts of Enigma Palace were even more shocked with aghast expressions of disbelief. Throughout history, the human race had many emperors and some powerful monster incarnates. However, none of them dared to refer to themselves as the human emperor. In the hearts of all humans, there was only a single human emperor. But now, the human emperor had actually given a Dharmic edict personally to pass down the title to Desolate Marshal. Although Desolate Marshal was only a Mahayana patriarch right now, once he was conferred the title of emperor, he would be the new human emperor and be respected by the world. Instantly, a mysterious noble might descended onto Su Zimo's body. Although he was only at the Mahayana realm, it released a powerful pressure. An endless amount of mysterious power gathered towards Su Zimo. That power could not be seen with the naked eye. Only the patriarchs and emperors present could sense it with their powerful spirit consciousnesses. The fortune of the world is gathered because the human emperor passed down his title. The Chun Dragon Emperor murmured softly, "The human emperor sure is capable. By gathering the fortune of the world, one's cultivation speed would become extremely terrifying and they would receive many blessings." The Kuan Empress said, "However, fortune and opportunities go hand in hand with life and death calamities. Gathering the fortune of the world means that desolate Marshal has to endure an unimaginable calamity. It's not so easy to become the human emperor." The barbarian emperor nodded as well. The human emperor created such a huge commotion by imparting his title to a Mahayana patriarch with a personal dharmic edict. This will definitely incur the jealousy of other patriarchs and even emperors of the human race. Pausing for a moment, he grinned. "We don't know if the human emperor's actions will bring about blessings or calamities for desolate Marshal." Hee. The Chun Dragon Emperor laughed. "Do you guys think that the human emperor didn't think of that? What does that mean?" The barbarian emperor and Kuan Empress asked. The Chun Dragon Emperor said, "The reason why the human emperor passed down his title was to let the world and the emperors of the human race see it. The position of the human emperor is just an empty title. It doesn't matter whether desolate Marshal will be conferred the title of the human emperor in the future. The human emperor's intention is to gather the fortune of the world for desolate Marshal so that he can endure the calamity. In fact, he wants desolate Marshal to be put-tempered because of the emperors of the human race. That's the human emperor's true intention." The barbarian emperor and Kuan Empress's hearts skipped a beat. In midair, the dharmic edict of the human emperor shone with an endless blood light and a chilling killing intent. Every single word was extremely clear and emitted a terrifying aura. The human emperor's spirit consciousness moved and the gigantic human emperor's seal landed at the end of the dharmic edict, leaving a mark. "My young friend desolate Marshal, I'll leave this dharmic edict and human emperor's seal for you." The human emperor rolled up the dharmic edict and threw it to Su Zimo along with the human emperor's seal. He then roared in laughter and turned to leave. "My young friend desolate Marshal, I'll be waiting for you in the upper world." The human emperor's voice sounded. "I hope that we'll meet again in the upper world. At that time, let's fight side by side." The human emperor's essence spirit entered the crack that shone with a blinding light and vanished. The human emperor's dharmic edict and human emperor's seal descended as well. Su Zimo received them. At that moment, the world shook. The endless fortune of the 8 desolates gathered towards Su Zimo wildly and even materialized into streams of dragon chi. Dragon roars sounded repeatedly and the might of the emperor Dao spread. That was a fortune that only the human emperor could endure. However, Su Zimo was unyielding. Wielding the human emperor's dharmic edict in his left hand and the human emperor's seal in his right, his gaze was cold and unparalleled. All the living beings of the 10,000 races lowered their heads and no one dared to meet his gaze. Although the human emperor left, he wrote the human emperor's dharmic edict personally and passed it down to Su Zimo alongside the human emperor's seal, gathering the fortune of the world. At that moment, although Su Zimo was only at the Mahayana realm, he had already exuded the aura of an emperor. His aura was immense as he looked down on the world. "Greetings, human emperor." The storyteller cupped his fists towards Su Zimo and bowed first. The storyteller was the current mystic emperor. Now that the mystic emperor took the lead to greet, the remaining 5 emperors bowed hurriedly with respectful expressions. If that was the case for the 6 emperors, it did not matter if the other cultivators were unwilling, dissatisfied, jealous, or indignant. At that moment, all of them felt immense pressure and knelt down one after another. This was the situation. Now that the human emperor had passed down his title, the trend was on Su Zimo's side. "Seniors, there's no need for that." Su Zimo put away the human emperor's dharmic edict and human emperor's seal and hurried forward. He raised the storyteller's arms and said, "I don't deserve the title of the human emperor. Be it in the ancient era or this generation, there is only a single human emperor. If I become an emperor in the future, I won't be called the human emperor either." That was Su Zimo's respect for the eternal human emperor. In the hearts of him and the living beings of the 10,000 races, there was only a single human emperor. "Senior Mystic Emperor, I hope that you guys will continue hosting this 10,000 race meet. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Of course, the storyteller nodded. Every one of the primordial races. Do you have any objections to the 10,000 race meet continuing? The storyteller looked at the witch clan leader and the others and asked in a deep voice. No objections. The clan leaders of the witch and heavenly eye races shook their heads. The arrival of the human emperor changed the situation completely. All the primordial races were scared out of their wits and had yet to break free from their fears. Who would dare to object? Hey! Suddenly, Little Fatty leaped out and pointed in the direction of the witch and golden crow races, shouting, The 10,000 race meet shall continue. Where are the emperors of your primordial 6 races? Why aren't there any emperors? Perhaps they're scared out of their wits? Shi Jian muttered at the side. Rolling his eyes, Little Fatty pouted his lips. That means they aren't that capable after all and are just a bunch of cowards. I thought they must have been strong given how arrogant they were earlier on. The two of them echoed one after another, and the expressions of the clan leaders of the primordial 6 races turned extremely terrible. Earlier on, they humiliated the human race and mocked them for being cowardly rats. But now, karma had reversed. When the eternal human emperor descended, the heavenly god emperor, Hell Witch Emperor and the others were either dead and injured. Even with the human emperor's departure, the remaining emperors of the primordial 6 races were so scared that they hid in the forbidden grounds and did not dare to appear. The human emperor had only just left. Who knew if he had anything else up his sleeves? The arrival of the human emperor this time round dealt serious damage to the primordial 6 races. Apart from the few emperors who died on the surface, more than that, it was an invisible intimidation. The god clan leader coughed gently. As the clan leaders of the primordial races, we can make complete decisions at the 10,000 race meet. Right. The witch clan leader and the others nodded hurriedly as well. The storyteller glanced at the god clan leader indifferently. The 10,000 race meet can continue, but the god race won't be included. The god clan leader's expression changed. The storyteller said, Once the 10,000 races are done with our discussion, we'll decide on the matter of the god race. The god clan leader did not dare to refute. Chan Dragon Emperor, Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, what do you guys think? The storyteller turned and looked at the Chun Dragon Emperor and the other two before asking. His attitude was clearly mellower. It was especially so for the Chun Dragon Emperor, whom the storyteller bore immense respect. If not for the Chun Dragon Emperor, the Heavenly God Emperor and the others would have attacked without any reservations at the 10,000 race meet this time round. But now that the Hell Witch and Golden Crow Fire Emperors were severely injured and had to escape, although the Chun Dragon Emperor was old, he was also the strongest emperor in Tianhuang mainland. I've got no objections. The Chun Dragon Emperor nodded. The storyteller looked at the few demon emperors and living beings of the 10,000 races at the side and said in a deep voice, Since that's the case, the 10,000 race meet shall continue. Although the human emperor had descended, the strength of the human race in this generation was still far inferior compared to the primordial races. If he pushed the primordial races too far, it would only backfire. Right now, the human race could not fight against the primordial races. The storyteller still made the suggestion of coexisting with the 10,000 races. Apart from the god race, the territory of the primordial 8 races could be expanded. The beings of the primordial races no longer had to live ignobly and could roam Tianhuang mainland freely. However, they could not kill the living beings of the 10,000 races wantonly. The 10,000 races had to coexist on Tianhuang mainland in a peaceful manner. Although killing and fighting could happen, they could not kill wantonly or bully and enslave the weaker races for no reason. The Chun Dragon Emperor, Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress were satisfied with this suggestion as well. The remaining 5 primordial races had even less objections. Following that was the gathering of the 10,000 races to discuss how to divide the territories. This was an extremely detailed, complicated and massive project that would take days and nights to finalize. Su Zimo was not interested in such things. At that moment, his eyes were closed and he was already roaming with his essence spirit. Heaven expanding mountain range. Purple-robed cultivator arrived. The cultivator's face was shrouded by a layer of fog and his features could not be seen clearly. However, he exuded an aura as though he was a lord that looked down on the world and was unstoppable. The martial Tao prime body had descended. The martial Tao prime body surveyed the surroundings and sensed for a moment before walking in a direction at an unhurried speed. However, in the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body crossed the entire heaven-expanding mountain range and arrived at an inconspicuous corner at the outer perimeter of the mountain range. The surroundings were lush with vegetation and ancient trees with luxuriant leaves. The martial Tao prime body descended and retracted his aura, as though he had already fused into the world. It was as though he was the wind of this world and the vegetation around him. At that moment, even if someone stood in front of the martial Tao prime body with their eyes closed, even if they released their spirit consciousness, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. In the depths of this corner, there was a dark cave. The martial Tao prime body smiled gently and walked towards the cave. In the cave, a white-robed man was in a lotus position. His fingertip touched the ground and his entire finger turned scarlet. The white-robed man closed his eyes and calmed his mind, carefully refining the bloodlines here. The bloodlines left behind at the battlefield of Enigma Palace were the strongest. However, he did not dare to touch them lest he alarmed the many emperors at Enigma Palace. Countless living beings of the heaven-expanding mountain range died in the battle between the emperors as well. At that moment, the white-robed man was refining the bloodlines of those living beings. The human emperor's mirror was an emperor weapon. However, he was only at the half-martial ancestor realm. In order to help the human race tide through the calamity earlier on, he forcefully activated the human emperor's mirror and suffered a huge backlash. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would require at least a few days of recuperation for it to heal. However, he could make use of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra to refine his bloodline and absorb essence chi continuously. His recovery speed was extremely shocking and was many times faster. About an hour later, the white-robed man let out a long breath. His injuries had already healed. Most importantly, he could already sense the opportunity to advance to the Mahayana realm. The white-robed man opened his eyes and was prepared to leave this place to look for a safe and secluded place to break through to the Mahayana realm. However, the moment he opened his eyes, his pupils constricted. Even with his calm personality, his expression changed. There was someone standing not far away from him. There was a purple-robed cultivator whose face was shrouded by a layer of fog, and even he could not see through it with his eyes. Monk Daming released his spirit consciousness and scanned the purple-robed cultivator, feeling even more guarded. Up till this point of his cultivation, the strength of his spirit consciousness was even stronger than some ordinary Mahayana patriarchs. Even so, despite his powerful spirit consciousness, he could not detect the purple-robed cultivator's appearance through the fog. He could only detect that the purple-robed mysterious man before him was also a half-martial ancestor expert. Apart from that, he knew nothing else. That was not the most important thing. What truly shocked the white-robed man was that he did not notice when the mysterious person appeared. For half-martial ancestors, the distance of a few feet between them was almost negligible. In other words, if the purple-robed mysterious man had any ill intentions and attacked him earlier on, there was a 50% chance that he would have been injured. However, there was another half of the possibility. The moment the purple-robed mysterious man attacked, he might have been able to sense it and react by counterattacking forcefully. Therefore, in the eyes of the white-robed man, although the purple-robed cultivator was mysterious and had the initiative, he was not a threat just yet. He was confident. At the half-martial ancestor realm, nobody was a match for him. "How long have you been here?" The white-robed man composed himself swiftly and rose, asking indifferently. "Less than an hour." The purple-robed mysterious man, the martial Tao prime body, replied. The voice of the martial Tao prime body was intentionally altered as well. "You came to look for me?" the white-robed man asked again. "Yes," the martial Tao prime body said. The white-robed man narrowed his eyes and a crack appeared on the vertical eye on his glabella. Emitting a powerful might, he wanted to see through the fog on the face of the martial Tao prime body. However, he still found nothing after staring for a while. The white-robed man tried his best to recall but could not find any information that matched the mysterious person before him. He believed that he had never seen this person before. If he had seen such a special person before, he would definitely remember the latter firmly. "I don't know you. You're looking for the wrong person," the white-robed man said. The martial Tao prime body smiled gently. "It's fine if you don't know me. I know you." "Oh." The white-robed man smiled as well and asked, "You know who I am?" "Monk Daming," the martial Tao prime body said slowly. Although the white-robed man was expressionless when he heard that, his heart stirred. The white-robed man was Monk Daming. He was careful in his actions after returning from this generation and planned everything carefully such that no one knew his true identity. In fact, nobody had even seen him before. Even if anyone saw him, they would not recognize him. That was because he was someone who should have died 40,000 years ago. However, Monk Daming had not expected that the mysterious person before him would expose his identity with a single sentence. "Why are you looking for me?" Monk Daming asked instead as a silent acknowledgement of his identity. "To kill you." The moment the martial Tao prime body said that, the temperature in the cave dipped. Monk Daming smiled gently and was not vexed in the slightest. He asked again, "Since you arrived long ago and you want to kill me, why didn't you do it earlier on?" "I was waiting for you to recover," the martial Tao prime body said. "You're injured. I won't feel anything if I kill you that way." "Fufu. Interesting. This time round," Monk Daming laughed. He had lived for 40,000 years, and there had never been anyone who could speak with such arrogance before him. While the mysterious man wanted him dead, he wanted to do it after he had fully recovered. Monk Daming said coldly, "When you didn't attack while I was injured, you had already lost your final chance." Before his sentence was finished, Monk Daming chanted Sanskrit. "Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Me, Ham." It was the ultimate skill of Daming Monastery, the Daming Mantra. At the same time, Monk Daming's palm conjured hand seals repeatedly. Coupled with the 6 words of the Daming Mantra, he released 6 incomparably powerful dermic seals. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Vajra Will Seal, and the Great Mount Meru Seal. The 6 dermic seals descended with terrifying might and enveloped the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body did not make any motions and strode forward. He extended his palm and clenched it into a fist, punching towards the 6 dermic seals at the front. "Break!" At the same time, the martial Tao prime body shouted. His voice was like thunder and exploded. Although it was only a single word, it suppressed the sound of the 6 words of the Daming Mantra. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body collided with the 6 dermic seals and let out a loud bang, collapsing them instantly. Monk Daming's gaze froze. The mysterious person did not release any dermic arts or even circulate his blood chi. He merely punched with his body and destroyed the Daming dermic seals. This mysterious person was extremely strong. However, Monk Daming had a fearless expression. He believed that he was invincible among half-martial ancestors. It was rare for him to meet such an opponent. Monk Daming's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he charged towards the martial Tao prime body in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were inches apart. Monk Daming was prepared to fight the martial Tao prime body in melee combat. "Develop a mind that abides nowhere," he murmured softly and released Diamond Monastery's secret skill right away. Dong! Monk Daming's chest thumped with a dull thud, as though an ancient divine being was beating a gigantic drum. The sound was deep, powerful, and shuddering. His heart shone brightly. That single thump released his extremely terrifying bloodline that surged to his limbs and organs instantly. Splash! The sound of tsunami blood echoed from Monk Daming's body. In fact, his body was veiled by a layer of golden divine Buddhist light. At that moment, Monk Daming seemed to have transformed into an ancient Buddha. He was unparalleled and his dermic powers were boundless. His might was terrifying and he wanted to subdue all demons. Splash! When the Martial Tao Prime body channeled his bloodline, he reached the tsunami blood realm as well. Boom! The Martial Tao Prime body had an indifferent expression and was fearless against the divine might of Monk Daming. When he attacked once more, it was still a simple punch. Boom! Monk Daming punched out as well. There was a loud bang. Their fists collided violently and released an extremely terrifying halo of power that caused the entire cave to tremble. Sand and gravel rolled down endlessly. Monk Daming grunted and took half a step back. The Martial Tao Prime body's expression was unchanged as he took a half step forward. Like a shadow, he punched out once more with a ferocity like fire. Eleanor Monk Daming could only defend with his fist. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. Monk Daming retreated once more and the golden light on his body swayed before dimming rapidly. Enigma Palace. Although Su Zimo's other two true bodies seemed like they were resting with their eyes closed. Their minds were already immersed in the heaven-expanding mountain range and sensing the battle that broke out in a corner. Ever since Monk Daming appeared, the Green Lotus true body had been manipulated by him. The two of them exchanged blows once before and the Green Lotus true body suffered a crushing defeat as well. Later on, Monk Daming even used the conflict between the Green Lotus true body and Enigma Palace to infiltrate Enigma Palace and steal the mystic firmament record of Enigma Palace. The feeling Monk Daming gave Su Zimo was always unfathomable. In fact, he did not even know how strong Monk Daming truly was. On the one hand, the Martial Tao Prime body sought out Monk Daming this time round to test the latter's strength. On the other hand, he wanted to verify his own progress. The Martial Tao Prime body had already reached the half-martial ancestor realm and was only half a step away from entering the Mahayana realm. He needed a powerful opponent to temper his martial Tao. For the Martial Tao Prime body, Monk Daming was a perfect opponent. Therefore, the reason why the Martial Tao Prime body waited for Monk Daming to recover was because he did not want to take advantage of the latter. The reason why he said that he wanted to kill Monk Daming was because he wanted Monk Daming to use his full strength without holding back at all. Su Zimo knew Monk Daming very well. Monk Daming was way too scheming. If he had not displayed extreme hostility, Monk Daming would not reveal all his trump cards and methods. Of course, this battle was also because Su Zimo had pent-up frustrations in his heart. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had overwhelmed strong foes and was invincible among his peers. However, he was repeatedly disadvantaged against Monk Daming. The reason why the Martial Tao Prime body looked for Monk Daming this time round was also to vent this frustration. Furthermore, Monk Daming admitted that he did harbor killing intent towards Su Zimo. It was not overboard for the Martial Tao Prime body to give Monk Daming a scare. Within the cave, the Martial Tao Prime body and Monk Daming channeled their bloodlines to the tsunami blood realm and exchanged two punches. Monk Daming retreated consecutively, and even his Diamond Heart secret skill nearly collapsed. A look of shock flashed through Monk Daming's eyes. He had cultivated many body-tempering dermic formulations. 40,000 years ago, there was no one who could suppress him in melee combat. Now that he had returned and obtained the help of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra as well as many cultivation techniques, he was many times stronger than before. However, he could not gain any advantage against this purple-robed, mysterious man. A look of admiration flashed through the eyes of the Martial Tao Prime body as well. Monk Daming was indeed strong. Although the Martial Tao Prime body did not use his full strength, even ordinary Mahayana patriarchs might not have been able to defend against the two punches earlier on. While Monk Daming was retreating, he made use of the momentum of his retreat to neutralize most of the power and shift it underground without suffering any damage. A few deep footprints appeared beneath Monk Daming's feet. Even the Martial Tao Prime body had not seen such a secret skill that could deflect power in such a manner. Indeed, he has some means. It's no wonder why he dared to look for me. A warm smile appeared on Monk Daming's face. Monk Daming looked at the Martial Tao Prime body with deep eyes that resembled the starry skies. They seemed to contain endless secrets that made one want to explore and fall into them. The Martial Tao Prime body said indifferently, "Don't bother trying to play with such illusion techniques and secret skills." Monk Daming had an extremely deep understanding of illusion techniques. He was the one who set up the illusion formation in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. At that time, monk Daming was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. However, many conjoint body mighty figures could not break free from it, and even the Green Lotus true body was not spared. Only such secret skills were child's play for the martial Tao prime body. Interesting. Monk Daming flicked his finger and smiled. His gaze intensified and his bloodline climbed once more. A tsunami surged within his body, and an extremely shocking phenomenon appeared behind him. It was an endless blood sea that was extremely evil. It was as though a supreme fiend was born within the blood sea. However, there was a sacred ancient Buddha floating on the blood sea. It was filled with golden light and its gaze was benevolent, as though it wanted to enlighten all living beings. The two opposing auras fused perfectly in the bloodline phenomenon, forming a powerful visual and mental impact. Monk Daming released his bloodline phenomenon and walked towards the martial Tao prime body. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body burned like two flames. His entire body seemed to have vanished, and in its place was a gigantic furnace. Swoosh! Flames surged within the furnace and incinerated everything. Before Monk Daming could approach, he felt a scorching aura and his skin burned in pain. In fact, the blood sea behind him was already boiling. The stone walls around the cave had already begun to melt, turning into scorching lava that emitted thick smoke as it flowed down slowly. Boom! The martial Tao prime body attacked once more and punched out. More that punch burned with blazing flames, as though a volcano had burst forth and released an extremely terrifying power that arrived instantly. Monk Daming's expression finally changed. When he released his bloodline phenomenon, his strength increased exponentially. However, he did not expect that the mysterious person's bloodline phenomenon would be even more terrifying. Even his bloodline phenomenon was showing signs of dispersing. Boom! Monk Daming punched the martial Tao prime body once more. Crack! 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 The golden light on Monk Daming's body shattered and dimmed completely. The diamond heart was destroyed by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. Bang! 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 The martial Tao prime body closed in step by step and threw out punches one after another. Monk Daming waved his fists and clashed as well. He retreated continuously and used his secret skill to neutralize the power of the martial Tao prime body. The power released by each punch of the martial Tao prime body was way too ferocious. It was as violent as fire, as turbulent as the ocean and as heavy as mountains. Even Monk Daming felt suffocated. However, he knew very well that the toll on the power of the martial Tao prime body was definitely immense. As long as time passed and the martial Tao prime body's blood chi deteriorated and his strength could not sustain further, that would be his chance to retaliate. However, 10 breaths passed. Although the martial Tao prime body punched out dozens of times, his strength did not show any signs of depleting. Instead, his punches were fiercer and more powerful than before, as though there was no limit to them. Initially, Monk Daming could even make use of his secret skill to deflect most of the power of the martial Tao prime body. Later on, the power released by the martial Tao prime body was way too ferocious and massive that even his secret skill could not deflect it. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. The bloodline phenomenon behind Monk Daming was shattered by the fist of the martial Tao prime body and the martial Tao furnace. Swoosh! Monk Daming's figure flashed and he no longer fought the martial Tao prime body head-on. He strode with mysterious steps and circled around the ladder. This was a footwork from the Mystic Firmament record, created by Fairy Linglong, and was naturally extremely mysterious. A few consecutive punches from the martial Tao prime body missed completely. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and shut down his 5 senses. With his powerful spirit perception, he sensed Monk Daming's location and landing spot and attacked once more. This time round, Monk Daming had nowhere to run. Monk Daming condensed a secret skill and released more than 1,000 palm shadows with both hands, colliding with the martial Tao prime body's punch. Boom! The dermic art dissipated. The fist of the martial Tao prime body did not stop and flew towards Monk Daming's head. Suddenly, a gigantic ancient temple descended in front of Monk Daming. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body struck the ancient temple heavily. The ancient temple trembled and dust fell endlessly with a creaking sound. Although the fight between both parties was short, an extremely terrifying power burst forth with each collision. If ordinary Mahayana patriarchs descended, even they would be shocked by that power. Right from the beginning, the martial Tao prime body had maintained an absolute suppression of monk daeming. Monk daeming cultivated many complicated cultivation techniques and dermic formulations that were top secret skills of the super sex. However, when those dermic arts were released, they were shattered by the fist of the martial Tao prime body. He could break all dermic arts with brute force. The body of the martial Tao prime body was a martial Tao furnace that was tempered with the martial spirit fire all year round, smelting all dermic arts, nurturing 100 sutras, tempering his tendons, bones, and bloodline. It was incomparably strong. Monk daeming could not hold on any longer and summoned his destiny dermic weapon, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, right away. His Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had a powerful origin, and was most likely a treasure that fell from the upper world. Even the dermic treasures used by Mahayana patriarchs could not penetrate it. However, the punch from the martial Tao prime body caused the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to tremble violently. Take out your dermic weapon. Monk daeming controlled the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple with one hand and the human emperor's mirror with the other as he said sternly, "Ha ha!" The martial Tao prime body roared in laughter. "I don't have dermic weapons. My physical fist is my dermic weapon." Before his laughter ended, the martial Tao prime body strode forward and threw another punch towards Monk daeming's head. Monk daeming fought using the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Boom! There was a loud bang. At the same time, Monk daeming channeled the human emperor's mirror in his hands and released a divine light that charged towards the martial Tao prime body. Although the human emperor's mirror was the strongest in defense, it could also release powerful attacks. Furthermore, the human emperor's mirror had just left the hands of the eternal human emperor, and there was a hint of the might of an emperor still on it. The divine light penetrated the void and descended before the martial Tao prime body instantly. Dong! The martial Tao prime body did not have time to dodge, and was struck on the chest by the divine light with a dull thud. It was as though the attack had struck a furnace. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged. Although his robes were torn when he was struck by the human emperor's mirror, there were no injuries on his chest. Monk daeming's gaze froze. He could vaguely see through the chest of the martial Tao prime body that the latter's body contained an endless brilliance of runes, as though flames were burning. It was hard to imagine what sort of Tao and dermic arts were condensed in his body such that even the human emperor's mirror could not hurt him. The most shocking thing for Monk daeming was that up till this point of the battle, he could not see the background of this person. This person's cultivation technique did not seem to belong to the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. However, it was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, he could tell that the mysterious person was not trying to hit his cultivation technique background intentionally. This person merely punched back and forth without much variation. However, every single punch contained countless Tao techniques, possessed terrifying might and ferocious aura. The powerful will contained in every single punch even affected his mental state. Every single punch that rained down brought forth immense pressure for Monk daeming. Monk daeming released his trump cards continuously and his strength increased. However, what made him feel powerless was that the mysterious person's power was rising as well, as though it was limitless. Even he could not escape even if he wanted to. In the battle, there were many times when he wanted to leave and flee far away. However, he was blocked by the purple-robed mysterious man each time. That person's movement technique was shockingly fast as well. This was the first time he felt troubled since he started cultivating. Even when he faced that great enemy 40,000 years ago, he did not feel this way. The punches of the martial Tao prime body intensified. Monk daeming retreated continuously. In the end, he did not even have room to dodge. "Just who in the world are you?" Monk daeming narrowed his eyes and a blood glint shone with killing intent. The martial Tao prime body did not reply and attacked even more viciously. "Your cultivation isn't easy and you're strong. You're definitely a peerless monster incarnate. Monk Daming had a conflicted expression. I didn't want to kill you initially, but I don't want to nor can I die. I have something more important to do. The moment he said that, Monk Daming's eyes turned blood-colored. An extremely evil aura emanated from his body, and he was filled with a foul stench of blood. Monk Daming's fingernails scratched his wrist. Shing! Blood splattered. Before it landed on the ground, Monk Daming gathered everything into his hands and a blood-colored saber was condensed. The blood flow on the saber was extremely evil, as though it was alive. Slash! Monk Daming swung his blood-colored saber and slashed towards the Martial Dao Prime body. The Martial Dao Prime body's expression was unchanged as he continued punching. Swoosh! The punch did not cause much of a stir when it struck the blood-colored saber. It seemed as though the blood-colored saber was snapped by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body. All the blood spread and splashed onto the Martial Dao Prime body instantly. Amitba! Monk Daming looked at the Martial Dao Prime body and chanted a Buddhist proclamation before activating the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. The bloodline that splattered on the Martial Dao Prime body contained an extremely terrifying power, as though it wanted to withdraw the bloodline in his body. Eh? The Martial Dao Prime body exclaimed softly and nodded. This fiend technique is indeed powerful. When Monk Daming released the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, the bloodline of the Martial Dao Prime body stirred. If it was anyone else, they would have been refined into a dry corpse by Monk Daming instantly. Monk Daming's eyes were filled with shock as well. Given his comprehension of the fiend technique, as long as he channeled a mental cultivation technique, he could suck dry the bloodlines of some half-martial ancestor experts with a single breath. But now, even after condensing the Blood Refinement Fiend saber and slashing it on the purple-robed mysterious man, he could not absorb and refine the latter's bloodline. Furthermore, from the relaxed state of the person, it seemed like the latter was not affected much. Refine! Right then, the Martial Dao Prime body said slowly. The flames in his body intensified and the martial spirit fire burned furiously, turning his body crystalline red. The filthy blood that splashed onto his body began to evaporate. In fact, tragic wails could be heard from the filthy blood. Countless ghostly figures struggled around the Martial Dao Prime body, but they could not break free no matter what. In the blink of an eye, they were refined into nothingness. The filthy blood on the Martial Dao Prime body was refined completely as well. His body was flawless as his blood chi surged with a torrential might. His aura turned even stronger and heatwave surged as though it wanted to smelt everything. If that's all you've got, you'll die today. The Martial Dao Prime body's tone was cold as he strode towards Monk Daming. He raised his fist and punched towards the latter like a gigantic fireball. Monk Daming lowered his head and his long hair swayed gently. Suddenly, the blood scar on his glabella split open and revealed a blood-colored heavenly eye. It was horrific, sinister, and extremely terrifying, like the eye of an evil spirit and filled with a shuddering aura. Instantly, everything in the Martial Dao Prime body's vision seemed to have vanished. The only thing left was the blood-colored heavenly eye, the eye of death. This was the #1 and strongest visual technique dermic formulation of the heavenly eye race. Throughout history, there had been many heavenly eye race beings who cultivated this visual technique. However, only a rare few managed to cultivate it successfully. In order to cultivate the eye of death, the young master of the heavenly eye race, Savage Eye, even blinded himself at the start of his cultivation and could not see light for life. Among the heavenly eye race, the last person to cultivate the eye of death traced back to 40,000 years ago. Unfortunately, that child's bloodline was impure and was a remnant of the heavenly eye race. Although the term remnant sounded all right, in the eyes of the heavenly eye race, he was nothing but a bastard child. This young child was bullied and nearly died in the heavenly eye race. In the end, he was saved by an accomplished monk of Daming Monastery who passed by. The latter took him in without any disdain for his bloodline. Later on, this young child became the titular disciple of Daming Monastery who shook the entire Tianhuang mainland, Monk Daming. The expression of the Martial Dao Prime body beneath the fog finally turned grim. The reason why the Eye of Death was incomparably strong was because not only did the visual technique contain the power of the visual technique, it would also cause an immense impact to the essence spirit. An ordinary visual technique was equivalent to a dermic art. This visual technique was a fusion of dermic arts and essence spirit secret skills. However, even the Eye of Death could not threaten the martial Dao prime body. What truly shocked the martial Dao prime body was that although Monk Daming's visual technique used the Eye of Death as a foundation, it was in fact superior to the Eye of Death. There was another power in that visual technique. In other words, Monk Daming had created a visual technique that surpassed the Eye of Death. Two blazing flames burst forth from the eyes of the martial Dao prime body and charged towards the visual technique. This visual technique was born from the Illumination Dragon Eye. The martial Dao prime body refined many visual techniques to transform and refine this visual technique, allowing it to push the power of fire to its limits. Boom! The two visual techniques burst forth and collided instantly. Against the Eye of Death, the two flames released by the eyes of the martial Dao prime body dimmed and extinguished before long. Monk Daming's Eye of Death was way too terrifying. The moment the martial Dao prime body released his visual technique, he realized that it would be difficult for his visual technique to go against the Eye of Death. Therefore, the martial Dao prime body blocked with his hands right away. At the same time, the martial spirit fire appeared in the consciousness of the martial Dao prime body and shielded his essence spirit. Bang! The beam of the Eye of Death landed on the palms of the martial Dao prime body. The skin on the martial Dao prime body's palms began to corrode instantly. However, his blood chi surged and he suppressed the power of the Eye of Death tightly, preventing his injuries from expanding. A blood-colored beam of light appeared in the consciousness of the martial Dao prime body and charged towards his essence spirit. Before it arrived, it was burned to ashes by the martial spirit fire. Monk Daming frowned slightly and his body swayed. The blood scar on his glabella closed once more. The heavenly eye was finally closed. At that moment, the world seemed to have returned to normal. The dead silence vanished. Life force returned. Even if ordinary essence spirit secret skills merely made contact with the martial spirit fire, the cultivator's essence spirit would be severely injured. However, Monk Daming managed to defend with just a mere slight shift in expression. See, that visual technique is your trump card, right? It's indeed very strong. The martial Dao prime body nodded slightly and praised from the bottom of his heart. Back in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, the Green Lotus True Body released an Essence Spirit secret skill, and the Green Lotus Sword slashed into Monk Daming's glabella without dealing any damage. It was clear how terrifying that heavenly eye was. Monk Daming was expressionless. "Are you mocking me?" "No." The martial Dao prime body opened his palm. Although his palm was a little rotten, the injury on his palm had healed rapidly in that short period of time due to the surge of his powerful blood chi. "Up till this point of my cultivation, I've never been injured," the martial Dao prime body said. "You should feel proud that your visual technique can hurt me." Monk Daming smiled bitterly. Although it was a statement praising him, there was an indescribable confidence and boldness in it. Monk Daming felt a little bitter. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had only lost once 40,000 years ago. That failure was the greatest humiliation of his life. However, even for that battle 40,000 years ago, the outcome of the battle was only decided at the end, and it was a tragic victory for the other party as well. When Monk Daming returned this time round, he was much stronger than he was 40,000 years ago. To think that he would come across such a mysterious monster incarnate. Furthermore, his defeat this time round was even worse. "You're not from Tianhuang mainland?" Monk Daming's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked. He knew some secrets. In this vast world, there were many worlds like Tianhuang mainland. The cultivation techniques of this monster incarnate were special and no legacies could be seen. There was a high chance that this person was from another world. "I'm from Tianhuang mainland," the martial Dao prime body said. "However, I've never seen anyone as capable as you." Monk Daming frowned slightly. The martial Dao prime body smiled and did not say anything. Walking towards Monk Daming, "Are you going to kill me?" Monk Daming's expression was calm. He had long seen through life and death. He should have died 40,000 years ago. The only thing he could not let go was something else. "You're very strong," Monk Daming said. "However, you're not strong enough. As a mere half-martial ancestor, slightly stronger patriarchs are enough to suppress you. Furthermore, there's an even more terrifying existence in Tianhuang mainland. You must be careful and not let him notice you." "Tao Lord Blood Fiend from 40,000 years ago?" the martial Tao Prime Body asked instead. Monk Daming narrowed his eyes slightly and did not reply directly. "You sure know a lot of secrets. However, things are much more complicated and terrifying than you can imagine." The martial Tao Prime Body smiled and arrived before Monk Daming, extending his palm. Monk Daming sighed internally and closed his eyes. Immediately, Monk Daming felt his waist lighten, as though his storage bag had been removed. He opened his eyes and saw that the martial Tao Prime Body had taken away his storage bag. The martial Tao Prime Body channeled the martial spirit fire and wiped away the spirit consciousness on the storage bag. He opened the storage bag and took a look inside. Mystic Firmament Record. The martial Tao Prime Body caught sight of the secret skill of Enigma Palace right away. "This is a cultivation technique of Enigma Palace. When you're done reading it, please return it to Enigma Palace." Monk Daming thought that he was bound to die inside. He was also prepared to return the Mystic Firmament Record. "That's for sure." The martial Tao Prime Body smiled. Apart from the Mystic Firmament Record, there were many other cultivation techniques and secret skills in the storage bag. Most of them were from the 6 Buddhist monasteries. Some of those cultivation techniques were top-tier dermic formulations and secret skills. However, many of them were simple ancient sutras or incantations to calm one's mind. Monk Daming's storage bag was almost filled with those Buddhist cultivation techniques. "Why are you collecting so many ancient books of the Buddhist sects?" the martial Tao Prime Body asked. If Monk Daming wanted to raise his cultivation, all he had to do was cultivate top-tier Buddhist cultivation techniques. However, his storage bag was mostly filled with non-offensive Buddhist sutras. Those Buddhist sutras were used to impart teachings to some monks of the mortal world. Although the martial Tao Prime Body smelted all dermic arts, those sutras were way too inferior for him and he would not spend any effort reading them. Given Monk Daming's frightening intelligence, there was no way he would do something so meaningless. Monk Daming remained silent when he heard the question of the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body checked his storage bag and put away a few top-tier cultivation techniques of the Buddhist monasteries before throwing the storage bag to Monk Daming. Monk Daming frowned slightly and hesitated. "After I read through these cultivation techniques, I'll naturally return them to their owners." The martial Tao Prime Body seemed to be able to read Monk Daming's mind and said, "You should be about to advance to the Mahayana realm." The martial Tao Prime Body smiled gently. "I'll wait for you at the front. If you're indignant about today's defeat, we'll fight again." With that said, he turned and walked into the distance. "MMM?" Monk Daming frowned and could not help but ask, "You're leaving just like that? Didn't you want to kill me earlier on?" "That was just a casual statement. I merely wanted to bash you up." The voice of the martial Tao Prime Body sounded, and his figure vanished completely by the time he said the final word. Monk Daming had a lost expression. Who was that purple-robed, mysterious man? In fact, he could not even identify the background of that mysterious person's cultivation techniques despite the massive battle. That was way too strange. Why would that purple-robed, mysterious man want to bash him up as well? Although Monk Daming's intelligence was terrifying, no matter how he racked his brains, he could not guess that the mysterious person was Su Zimo's third true body, Desolate Marshal's prime body. Monk Daming pondered for a moment and extended his palm. A fog appeared in his eyes as he divined with his fingers. Over the years, he had long memorized the contents of the Mystic Firmament Record and had cultivated the divination secret skills involved to an extremely deep level. After a moment, he shuddered and the fog in his eyes dispersed. In fact, there were even streams of blood that appeared. He could not divine it at all. Not only that, he even suffered quite a backlash. It was lucky that he interrupted the divination in time. Otherwise, his eyes might have gone blind. Even the storyteller could not divine the origin and fate of the martial Dao prime bodies. Monk Daming's skills were even lesser. Monk Daming took a deep breath and composed himself, murmuring, "Once I advance to the Mahayana realm, I'll naturally fight you again if I have the chance." Enigma Palace. Su Zimo retracted his mind and no longer paid attention to the martial Dao prime body. Indeed, Monk Daming had many trump cards and was scarier than he had imagined. However, he was suppressed mercilessly when he encountered the martial Dao prime body. All his schemes and ploys could not withstand a single blow against absolute strength. The 10,000 race meet of Enigma Palace was still ongoing. Time slowly passed. The event lasted for an entire 7 days before coming to an end. The outcome of the 10,000 race meet was decided as well. The territory of the primordial 8 races could expand by a multiplier of 10. However, they could not kill all humans and living beings in this expanded territory that was 10 times larger at will. The primordial 8 races had to give the living beings a chance to stay far away or to relocate. Experts of the primordial races could leave their forbidden grounds and no longer have to live ignobly. However, they could not injure anyone casually upon entering the territory of another race. From now on, the 10,000 races will coexist in Tianhuang mainland. Over the past few days, some news spread to Enigma Palace as well. The 3 super sects of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Malevolent Earth Sect, and Panglai Island were infiltrated by a mysterious person who wiped away all the cultivation techniques and secret skills in their libraries. It was said that the disciples of the super sects who fought against that mysterious person were all defeated. Among them, there were even patriarchs who died. Nobody could make out the appearance of the mysterious person. Nobody could reveal the background of that mysterious person's cultivation techniques. Everything was a mystery. The patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Malevolent Earth Sect, and Panglai Island naturally had ugly expressions. All the cultivators knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. At the start of the 10,000 race meet, the first ones to submit to the primordial races were those 3 super sects. It was clear that the mysterious person did it intentionally. Some of the cultivation techniques and secret skills in the libraries had been passed down through the ages. All 3 super sects suffered an immense loss this time round. Even if there were some cultivation techniques and secret skills that were cultivated by experts of the sect, it was extremely difficult for them to be rewritten perfectly. Although the foundation of the 3 super sects was still present, the loss of their cultivation techniques in their libraries meant that their foundations were now shaken. "Don't let me know who you are," the Malevolent Earth Sect Patriarch said hatefully. "Otherwise, I'll definitely tear you to pieces." "Foo-foo," Su Zimo sneered coldly and mocked. "You're fiendish to human cultivators but submissive to the primordial races. How capable." The Malevolent Earth Sect Patriarch narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. "Why? You want to attack?" Su Zimo swept his gaze with a murderous intent. The Malevolent Earth Sect Patriarch turned his head slightly and avoided Su Zimo's sharp gaze without saying anything. Right now, Desolate Marshal was no longer the half-martial ancestor whom they could suppress at will before the start of the 10,000 race meet. Now that he had entered the Mahayana realm, Desolate Marshal was already a patriarch expert. More importantly, everyone knew that the Human Emperor had written a Dermic edict personally to impart the title of the Human Emperor as well as the Human Emperor's seal to Su Zimo. It could be said that the current Desolate Marshal was the new Human Emperor in the hearts of all living beings. Furthermore, this was Enigma Palace. The dragon race was present, the Palace Guardian was present, and the Mystic Emperor of Enigma Palace was present. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to attack Desolate Marshal here. Some Mahayana patriarchs exchanged glances without saying anything and had a tacit understanding. Once Desolate Marshal entered the Mahayana realm, he would definitely head to the ancient battlefield. There would be many experts interested in Desolate Marshal in the ancient battlefield. At that moment, Su Zimo looked at the crack in the firmaments with a worried expression. The crack was left behind by the Human Emperor's descent into Tianhuang mainland. Although the Human Emperor had left, cracks had already appeared on Tianhuang mainland. There were imperfections in heaven and earth, and the laws were in chaos. Nobody knew what impact that would have. The danger of the primordial races was temporarily relieved. However, Tianhuang mainland was still in turmoil and had some latent dangers. Once those latent dangers were released, they might be even more terrifying than the primordial six races. Brother Su, what are you worried about? Lin Xuanji asked. Now that the storyteller was fine, Lin Xuanji was in a great mood and relaxed completely. Nothing much, Su Zimo replied casually. Lin Xuanji smiled. Don't worry. After today, Tianhuang mainland will welcome a long period of peace where the 10,000 races coexist without interfering with one another. The two emperors, the Hell Witch and Golden Crow, were severely injured by Senior Human Emperor. It'll probably take them at least 1,000 years to recover. Even if the two emperors recover 1,000 years later, there's still Senior Chun Dragon Emperor. Su Zimo nodded. The Chun Dragon Emperor had 10,000 years of lifespan remaining at least. In other words, in that 10,000 years, all the primordial races would be wary and would not dare to wage a war casually. However, Su Zimo was worried about something else. Now that I think about it, it's been 10,000 years since the catastrophe, he murmured softly. There were still some powerful existences in Tianhuang mainland that he did not dare to make contact with. Furthermore, none of those experts appeared at the 10,000 race meet. The powerful existence that severely injured Long ran beneath the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley. In fact, Long ran was nearly killed before he could even see what was in the depths of the blood sea. There was someone else. It was the Saber Emperor Hermit. Although Su Zimo was saved by Hermit, he still felt that there was something strange about the latter. What was even stranger was that the powerful existence in the 1,000-year blood sea back in Thousand Demon Valley had once saved him as well. Why? Apart from that latent danger, there was also the crack in the firmaments. That was something that the human emperor told Su Zimo in private. Su Zimo had no intention of revealing it to the masses. Imperfections within heaven and earth and the laws were in chaos. Nobody knew what the impact of that would be. If he said it now, it would only bring about unnecessary fear. No matter what, he had to let the strength of the human race grow as soon as possible. At that thought, Su Zimo rose. He stood out before the major sects and factions who were about to leave now that the event had ended. Everyone, please hold on, Su Zimo declared. All the cultivators of the major sects and factions turned around and looked at Su Zimo. In Su Zimo's palm was a black and crystalline fruit that emitted a rich malevolent aura. Malevolent spirit fruit. Many experts exclaimed and recognized the fruit right away. Earlier on, when Su Zimo was attempting to break through to the Mahayana realm and undergo the divine power tribulation, he consumed a malevolent spirit fruit. The gazes of the half-martial ancestor experts of the major sects and factions turned fervent when they saw the fruit. Senior Desolate Marshal, are you auctioning this malevolent spirit fruit? The Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley asked respectfully. If it's an auction, I'm willing to offer treasures, cultivation techniques, or secret skills in exchange for it. Senior Desolate Marshal. Although Su Zimo was young, he was already a senior to half-martial ancestor experts. I'll use a dermic treasure to exchange for it, a half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect hurriedly said. I once obtained a dermic treasure in an ancient ruin and was prepared to use it for myself. However, I can bear the loss today and use that dermic treasure in exchange for this malevolent spirit fruit. At the half-martial ancestor or patriarch level, any item taken out was a priceless treasure. Most of them could only be exchanged with other items. As he said that, the half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Dipper sect took out a jade green sword from his storage bag. Although the sword looked extremely ancient, the moment it was taken out, a cold glint shone from its body like a water ripple. It was extremely sharp. It was indeed an extraordinary dermic treasure. I can use a lesser divine power in exchange for the malevolent spirit fruit. A half-martial ancestor of malevolent earth sect could not help but stand out as well. I once obtained a page of beast hide. On it, there's a remnant divine power that is firmly condensed. If you get the beast hide, you'll definitely be able to comprehend the lesser divine power on it. The crowd stirred. Half-martial ancestors stood out one after another and took out many treasures, wanting to exchange for desolate Marshall's malevolent spirit fruit. The allure of the malevolent spirit fruit was way too great for half-martial ancestors. These dermic treasures and divine powers could only be comprehended and used after entering the Mahayana realm. Everything would be over if they failed the tribulation transcendence. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he pushed his palm down. The voices of the crowd gradually quietened down. Su Zimo looked at the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley and smiled gently, tossing over the malevolent spirit fruit in his hand. Turning into a streak of light, the malevolent spirit fruit arrived before the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley. Senior, the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley received the malevolent spirit fruit. She could not understand what was going on and said incoherently, You didn't tell me what treasures you want in return, Senior. What if I didn't? There's no need. Su Zimo waved his hand and pointed to the injuries on the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley that had yet to heal. The injuries on your body are worth this malevolent spirit fruit. As the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley, she felt a sense of warmth in her heart and her eyes reddened. During the battle with the primordial races earlier on, the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley led her disciples and fought against them. They fought with their lives on the line for the dignity of the human race. Even after a few days, the injuries on the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley had not healed completely. If not for that malevolent spirit fruit, the chances of her surviving the divine power tribulation would be extremely slim. This malevolent spirit fruit had reignited her hope. The situation that the human race faced a few days ago was extremely treacherous. Most of the sects such as Sword Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Chaos Essence Sect, and the others stood by idly and did not dare to fight the primordial races head-on. As for Heavenly Dipper Sect, Malevolent Earth Sect, and Penglai Island, they had already submitted to the primordial 6 races. Only Snowdrift Valley, Overlord Palace, and a few other sects stood out and joined forces with Monkey, Night Spirit, and the others to fight the primordial 6 races. These sects suffered immense losses. In fact, the Palace Lord of Overlord Palace was already dead. Although Su Zimo said nothing, he paid attention to everything. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out dozens of malevolent spirit fruits. Pest! The cultivators gasped. So many! Instantly, countless scorching gazes were drawn to Su Zimo. Many cultivators gulped. Su Zimo looked at everyone from Overlord Palace and said in a deep voice, Any half-martial ancestor that fought against the primordial 6 races earlier on, as long as you're alive, you can come and claim a malevolent spirit fruit from me. I don't need any treasures. The moment he said that, the crowd went wild. Human Emperor! Human Emperor! Many cultivators and half-martial ancestors from Snowdrift Valley and Overlord Palace shouted the name of the Human Emperor. Senior Desolate Marshal, what about us? The Patriarch of Heavenly Dipper Sect asked embarrassedly. We're willing to exchange dermic treasures and divine powers for it. Senior, please give us some malevolent spirit fruit. You guys. Su Zimo looked at the many half-martial ancestors of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect with a cold gaze and said slowly, Get lost.